Section 24, More Crusades, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. The dirt, crowding, and smells in the first place are characteristic of half a dozen others we visited. We penetrate to garrets and descend into cellars. The rear houses are particularly dreadful. Everywhere there is decaying garbage laying about, and the dead cats and rats are evidence that there are mighty hunters among the gamins of the Fourth Ward. We find a number ill from the grippe and consequent maladies. None of the sufferers will entertain the thought of seeking a hospital. One probably voices the opinion of the majority when he declares that they'll wash you to death there. For these people, a bath possesses more terror than the gallows or the grave. In one room, with a wee window, lies a woman dying of consumption, wasted, wan, and wretched, lying on rags and swarming with vermin. Her little son, a boy of 8 years, nestles beside her. His cheeks are scarlet, his eyes feverishly bright, and he has a hard cough. "It's the chills, mum," says the little chap. 6 beds stand close together in another room. One is empty. 3 days ago, a woman died there, and the body has just been taken away. It hasn't disturbed the rest of the inmates to have death present there. A woman is lying on the wrecks of a bedstead, slats and posts sticking out in every direction from the rags on which she reposes. "It broke under me in the night," she explains. A woman is sick and wants Liz to say a prayer. We kneel on the filthy floor. Soon all my faculties are absorbed in speculating which will arrive first, the Amen or the B-flat, which is wending its way towards me. This time the bug does not get there, and I enjoy grinding him under the sole of my slum shoe when the prayer is ended. In another room we find what looks like a corpse. It is a woman in an opium stupor. Drunken men are brawling around her. Returning to our tenement, Em and Liz meet us, and we return to our experience. The minor details vary slightly, but the story is the same piteous tale of woe everywhere, and crime abounding, conditions which only change to a prison, a plunge in the river, or the potter's field. The dark continent can show no lower depth of degradation than that sounded by the dwellers of the dark alleys in Cherry Hill. There isn't a vice missing in that quarter. Every sin in the Decalogue flourishes in that feeder of penitentiaries and prisons. And even as its moral foulness permeates and poisons the veins of our social life, so the malarial filth with which the locality reeks must sooner or later spread disease and death. An awful picture, truly, but one which is to me irradiated with the love-light which shone in the eyes of M's serious, sweet, saint-like face. Here is my second. It was written by a journalist who had just witnessed the scene in Whitechapel. He writes, "I had just passed Mr. Barnett's church when I was stopped by a small crowd at a street corner. There were about 30 or 40 men, women, and children standing loosely together. Some others were lounging on the opposite side of the street round the door of a public house. In the center of the crowd was a plain-looking little woman in Salvation Army uniform, with her eyes closed, praying the dear Lord that he would bless these dear people and save them now. Moved by curiosity, I pressed through the outer fringe of the crowd, and in doing so I noticed a woman of another kind, also invoking heaven, but in an altogether different fashion. 2 dirty tramp-like men were listening to the prayer, standing the while smoking their short cutty pipes. For some reason or other, they had offended the woman, and she was giving them a piece of her mind. They stood stolidly silent while she went at them like a fiend. She had been good-looking once, but was now horribly bloated with drink and excited by passion. I heard both voices at the same time. What a contrast! The prayer was over now, and a pleading, earnest address was being delivered. "You are wrong," said the voice in the center. "You know you are. All this misery and poverty is a proof of it. You are prodigals. You have got away from your Father's house, and you are rebelling against him every day. Can you wonder that there is so much hunger and oppression and wretchedness allowed to come upon you? In the midst of it all, your Father loves you. He wants you to return to him, to turn your backs upon your sins. Abandon your evil doings. Give up the drink and the service of the devil. He has given his Son, Jesus Christ, to die for you. He wants to save you. Come to his feet. He is waiting. His arms are open. I know the devil has got fast hold of you, but Jesus will give you grace to conquer him. He will help you to master your wicked habits and your love of drink. But come to him now. God is love. He loves me. He loves you. He loves us all. He wants to save us all." Clear and strong the voice, eloquent with the fervor of intense feeling, rang through the little crowd, past which streamed the ever-flowing tide of East End life. And at the same time that I heard this pure and passionate invocation to love God and be true to man, I heard a voice on the outskirts, and it said this: "You swine, I'll knock the victuals out of you. None of your impudence to me, your eyes. What do you mean by telling me that? You know what you had done. Now you're going to the Salvation Army. I'll let them know you, you dirty rascal." The man shifted his pipe. "What's the matter?" "Matter?" screamed the virago hoarsely. "Your life. Don't you know what's the matter? I'll matter you, ya hound. By God, I will, as sure as I'm alive. Matter? You know what's the matter." And so she went on, the man standing silently smoking until at last she took herself off, her mouth full of oaths and cursing, to the public-house. It seemed as though the presence and the spirit of the words of the officer, who still went on with the message of mercy, had some strange effect upon them, which made these poor wretches impervious to the taunting, bitter sarcasms of this brazen, blatant virago. God is love. Was it not then the accent of God's voice that sounded there above the din of the street and the swearing of the slums? Yea, verily, and that voice ceases not, and will not cease so long as the slum sisters fight under the banner of the Salvation Army. To form an idea of the immense amount of good, temporal and spiritual, which the slum sister is doing, you need to follow them into the kennels where they live, preaching the gospel with the mop and the scrubbing brush, and driving out the devil with soap and water. In one of our slum posts, where the officers' rooms were on the ground floor, about 14 other families lived in the same house. One little water closet in the backyard had to do service for the whole place. As for the dirt, one officer writes, "It is impossible to scrub the homes. Some of them are in such a filthy condition. When they have a fire, the ashes are left to accumulate for days. The table is very seldom, if ever, properly cleaned. Dirty cups and saucers lie about it, together with bits of bread, and if they have bloaters, the bones and heads are left on the table. Sometimes there are pieces of onions mixed up with the rest. The floors are in a very much worse condition than the street pavements, and when they are supposed to clean them, they do it with about a pint of dirty water. When they wash, which is rarely, for washing to them seems an unnecessary work, they do it in a quart or two of water, and sometimes boil the things in some old saucepan in which they cook their food. They do this simply because they have no larger vessel to wash in. The vermin fall off the walls and ceiling on you while you're standing in the rooms. Some of the walls are covered with marks where they have killed them. Many people in the summer sit on the doorsteps all night, the reason for this being that their rooms are so close from the heat and so unendurable from the vermin that they prefer staying out in the cool night air. But as they cannot stay anywhere long without drinking, they send for beer from the neighboring public, alas, never far away, and pass it from one doorway to another, the result being singing, shouting, and fighting up till 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. I could fill volumes with stories of the war against vermin, which is part of this campaign in the slums, but the subject is too revolting to those who are often indifferent to the agonies their fellow creatures suffer, so long as their sensitive ears are not shocked by the mention of so painful a subject. Here, for instance, is a sample of the kind of region in which the Slum Sisters spend themselves. In an apparently respectable street near Oxford Street, the officers were visiting one day when they saw a very dark staircase leading into a cellar, and thinking it possible that someone might be there, they attempted to go down, and yet the staircase was so dark they thought it impossible for anyone to be there. However, they tried again and groped their way along in the dark for some time, until at last they found the door and entered the room. At first they could not discern anything because of the darkness, but after they got used to it they saw a filthy room. There was no fire in the grate, but the fireplace was heaped up with ashes, an accumulation of several weeks at least. At one end of the room there was an old sack of rags and bones, partly emptied upon the floor, from which there came a most unpleasant odor. At the other end lay an old man, very ill. The apology for a bed on which he lay was filthy, and had neither sheets nor blankets. His covering consisted of old rags. His poor wife, who attended on him, appeared to be a stranger to soap and water. These Slum Sisters nursed the old people, and on one occasion undertook to do their washing, and they brought it home to their copper for this purpose. But it was so infested with vermin that they did not know how to wash it. Their landlady, who happened to see them, forbade them ever to bring such stuff there any more. The old man, when well enough, worked at his trade, which was tailoring. They had 2 shillings and 6 per week from the parish. Here is a report from the headquarters of our slum brigade as to the work which the Slum Sisters have done. It is almost 4 years since the slum work started in London. The principal work done by our first officers was that of visiting the sick, cleansing the homes of the slummers, and of feeding the hungry. The following are a few of the cases of those who have gained temporally as well as spiritually through our work. Mrs. W. of Haggerston Slum, heavy drinker, wrecked home, husband a drunkard, place dirty and filthy, terribly poor. Saved now over 2 years. Home A1. Plenty of employment at cane chair bottoming. Husband now saved also. Mrs. R., Drury Lane Slum. Husband and wife, drunkards. Husband very lazy, only worked when starved into it. We found them both out of work, home furnitureless, in debt. She got saved, and our lasses prayed for him to get work. He did so, and went to it. He fell out again a few weeks after and beat his wife. She sought employment at charring and office cleaning, got it, and has been regularly at work since. He too got work. He is now a teetotaler. The home is very comfortable now, and they are putting money in the bank. A.M. in the Dials was a great drunkard, thriftless, did not go to the trouble of seeking work. was in a slum meeting, heard the captain speak on Seek First the Kingdom of God, called out and said, "Do you mean that if I ask God for work, he will give it me?" Of course, she said, yes. He was converted that night, found work, and is now employed in the gasworks, Old Kent Road. Jimmy is a soldier in the Barrow slum, was starving when he got converted through being out of work. Through joining the army, he was turned out of his home. He found work and now owns a coffee stall in Billingsgate Market and is doing well. Sergeant R. of Marylebone slum. Used to drink, lived in a wretched place in the famous Charles Street. Had work at 2 places, at one of which he got 5 shillings a week, and the other 10 shillings. When he got saved, this was starvation wages on which to keep himself, his wife, and 4 children. At the 10 shillings a week work, he had to deliver drink for a spirit merchant. Feeling condemned over it, he gave it up and was out of work for weeks. The brokers were put in, but the Lord rescued him just in time. The 5 shillings a week employer took him afterwards at 18 shillings, and he is now earning 22 shillings, and has left the ground floor slum tenement for a better house. H. Nine Elm slum was saved on Easter Monday, out of work several weeks before, is a laborer, seems very earnest, in terrible distress. We allow his wife 2 shillings 6 a week for cleaning the hall to help them. In addition to that, she gets another 2 shillings 6 for nursing, and on that, husband, wife, and a couple of children pay the rent of 2 shillings a week and drag out an existence. I have tried to get work for this man, but have failed. T. of Rotherhithe slum was a great drunkard, is a carpenter, saved about 9 months ago, but having to work in a public house on a Sunday, he gave it up. He has not been able to get another job, and has nothing but what we have given him for making seats. Emma Y., now a soldier of the Marylebone slum post, was a wild young slummer when we opened in the borough. Could be generally seen in the streets, wretchedly clad, her sleeves turned up, idle, only worked occasionally. Got saved 2 years ago. Had terrible persecution in her home. We got her a situation where she has been for nearly 18 months, and is now a good servant. Lodging House Frank. At 21 came into the possession of £750, but through drink and gambling lost it all in 6 or 8 months, and for over 7 years he has tramped about from Portsmouth through the south of England and South Wales, from one lodging house to another, often starving, drinking when he could get any money, thriftless, idle, no heart for work. We found him in a lodging house 6 months ago, living with a fallen girl. Got them both saved and married. 5 weeks after, he got work as a carpenter at 30 shillings a week. He has a home of his own now, and promises well to make an officer. The officer who furnishes the above reports goes on to say, "I can't call the wretched dwelling home to which drink had brought brother and sister X. From a life of luxury they drifted down by degrees to 1 room in a slum tenement, surrounded by drunkards and the vilest characters. Their lovely half-starved children were compelled to listen to the foulest language, and hear fighting and quarreling, and alas, alas, not only to hear it in the adjoining rooms, but witness it within their own. For over 2 years they have been delivered from the power of the cursed drink. The old rookery is gone, and now they have a comfortably furnished home. Their children give evidence of being truly converted, and have a lively gratitude for their father's salvation. One boy of 8 said last Christmas Day, 'I remember when we had only dry bread for Christmas, but today we had a goose and 2 plum puddings.'" Brother X was dismissed in disgrace from his situation as commercial traveler before his conversion. Today he is chief man next to his employer in a large business house. He says, "I am perfectly satisfied that very few of the lowest strata of society are unwilling to work if they could get it. The wretched hand-to-mouth existence many of them have to live disheartens them and makes life with them either a feast or a famine, and drives those who have brains enough to crime." The results of our work in the slums may be put down as, first, a marked improvement in the cleanliness of the homes and children, disappearance of vermin, and a considerable lessening of drunkenness. Second, a greater respect for true religion, and especially that of the Salvation Army. Third, a much larger amount of work is being done now than before our going there. Fourth, the rescue of many fallen girls. Fifth, the shelter work seems to us a development of the slum work. In connection with our scheme, we propose to immediately increase the number of these slum sisters, and to add to their usefulness by directly connecting their operations with the colony, enabling them thereby to help the poor people to conditions of life more favorable to health, morals, and religion. This would be accomplished by getting some of them employment in the city, which must necessarily result in better homes and surroundings, or in the opening up for others of a straight course from the slums to the farm colony. End of section 24. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 25. The Traveling Hospital. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Of course, there is only one real remedy for this state of things, and that is to take the people away from the wretched hovels in which they sicken, suffer, and die, with less comfort and consideration than the cattle in the stalls and sties of many a country squire. And this is certainly our ultimate ambition. But for the present distress, something might be done on the lines of district nursing, which is only in very imperfect operation. I have been thinking that if a little van, drawn by a pony, could be fitted up with what is ordinarily required by the sick and dying, and trot around amongst these abodes of desolation with a couple of nurses trained for the business, it might be of immense service without being very costly. They could have a few simple instruments so as to draw a tooth or lance an abscess, and what was absolutely requisite for simple surgical operations: a little oil stove for hot water to prepare a poultice, or a hot foment, or a soap wash, and a number of other necessaries for nursing could be carried with ease. The need for this will only be appreciated by those who know how utterly bereft of all the comforts and conveniences for attending to the smallest matters in sickness which prevails in these abodes of wretchedness. It may be suggested, why don't the people, when they are ill, go to the hospital? To which we simply reply that they won't. They cling to their own bits of rooms, and to the companionship of the members of their own families, brutal as they often are, and would rather stay and suffer and die in the midst of all the filth and squalor that surrounds them in their own dens, than go to the big house, which, to them, looks very like a prison. The sufferings of the wretched occupants of the slums that we have been describing, when sick and unable to help themselves, makes the organization of some system of nursing them in their own homes a Christian duty. Here are a handful of cases, gleaned almost at random from the reports of our slum sisters, which will show the value of the agency above described. Many of those who are sick have often only one room, and often several children. The officers come across many cases where, with no one to look after them, They have to lie for hours without food or nourishment of any kind. Sometimes the neighbors will take them in a cup of tea. It is really a mystery how they live. A poor woman in Drury Lane was paralyzed. She had no one to attend to her. She lay on the floor on a stuffed sack and an old piece of cloth to cover her. Although it was winter, she very seldom had any fire. She had no garments to wear, and but very little to eat. Another poor woman, who was very ill, was allowed a little money by her daughter to pay her rent and get her food. But very frequently she had not the strength to light a fire or to get herself food. She was parted from her husband because of his cruelty. Often she lay for hours without a soul to visit or help her. Adjutant McClellan found a man lying on a straw mattress in a very bad condition. The room was filthy. The smell made the officer feel ill. The man had been lying for days without having anything done for him. A cup of water was by his side. The officers vomited from the terrible smells of this place. Frequently sick people are found who need the continual application of hot poultices, but who are left with a cold one for hours. In Marylebone, the officers visited a poor old woman who was very ill. She lived in an underground back kitchen with hardly a ray of light and never a ray of sunshine. Her bed was made up on some egg boxes. She had no one to look after her except a drunken daughter, who very often, when drunk, used to knock the poor old woman about very badly. The officers frequently found that she had not eaten any food up to 12 o'clock, not even a cup of tea to drink. The only furniture in the room was a small table, an old fender, and a box. The vermin seemed to be innumerable. A poor woman was taken very ill, but having a small family, she felt she must get up and wash them. While she was washing the baby, she fell down and was unable to move. Fortunately, a neighbor came in soon after to ask some question and saw her lying there. She at once ran and fetched another neighbor. Thinking the poor woman was dead, they got her into bed and sent for a doctor. He said she was in consumption and required quiet and nourishment. This the poor woman could not get on account of her children. She got up a few hours afterwards. As she was going downstairs, she fell down again. The neighbor picked her up and put her back to bed, where for a long time she lay thoroughly prostrated. The officers took her case in hand, fed and nursed her, cleaned her room, and generally looked after her. In another dark slum, the officers found a poor old woman in an underground back kitchen. She was suffering with some complaint. When they knocked at the door, she was terrified for fear it was the landlord. The room was in a most filthy condition, never having been cleaned. She had a penny paraffin lamp which filled the room with smoke. The old woman was at times totally unable to do anything for herself. The officers looked after her. Regeneration of our criminals, the Prison Gate Brigade. Our prisons ought to be reforming institutions, which should turn men out better than when they entered their doors. As a matter of fact, they are often quite the reverse. There are few persons in this world more to be pitied than the poor fellow who has served his first term of imprisonment or finds himself outside the jail doors without a character, and often without a friend in the world. Here again the process of centralization, gone on apace of late years, however desirable it may be in the interests of administration, tells with disastrous effects on the poor wretches who are its victims. In the old times, when a man was sent to prison, the jail stood within a stone's throw of his home. When he came out he was, at any rate, close to his old friends and relations, who would take him in and give him a helping hand to start once more a new life. But what has happened, owing to the desire of the government to do away with as many local jails as possible? The prisoners, when convicted, are sent long distances by rail to the central prisons, and on coming out find themselves cursed with the brand of the jailbird. So far from home, character gone, and no one to fall back upon for counsel, or to give them a helping hand. No wonder it is reported that vagrancy has much increased in some large towns on account of discharged prisoners taking to begging, having no other resource. In the competition for work, no employer is likely to take a man who is fresh from jail, nor are mistresses likely to engage a servant whose last character was her discharge from one of Her Majesty's prisons. It is incredible how much mischief is often done by well-meaning persons who, in struggling towards the attainment of an excellent end, such, for instance, as that of economy and efficiency in prison administration, forget entirely the bearing which their reforms may have upon the prisoners themselves. The Salvation Army has at least one great qualification for dealing with this question, I believe. I am in the proud position of being at the head of the only religious body which has always some of its members in jail for conscience' sake. We are also one of the few religious bodies which can boast that many of those who are in our ranks have gone through terms of penal servitude. We, therefore, know the prison at both ends. Some men go to jail because they are better than their neighbors. Most men because they are worse. Martyrs, patriots, reformers of all kinds belong to the first category. No great cause has ever achieved a triumph before it has furnished a certain quota to the prison population. The repeal of an unjust law is seldom carried until a certain number of those who are laboring for the reform have experienced in their own persons the hardships of fine and imprisonment. Christianity itself would never have triumphed over the paganism of ancient Rome had the early Christians not been enabled to testify from the dungeon and the arena as to the sincerity and serenity of soul with which they could confront their persecutors, and from that time down to the successful struggles of our people for the right of public meeting at Whitechurch and elsewhere, the Christian religion and the liberties of men have never failed to demand their quota of martyrs for the faith. When a man has been to prison in the best of causes, he learns to look at the question of prison discipline with a much more sympathetic eye for those who are sent there, even for the worst offenses, than judges and legislators who only look at the prison from the outside. A fellow feeling makes one wondrous kind, and it is an immense advantage to us in dealing with the criminal classes that many of our best officers have themselves been in a prison cell. Our people, thank God, have never learnt to regard a prisoner as a mere convict. A. 234. He is ever a human being to them, who is to be cared for and looked after as a mother looks after her ailing child. At present there seems to be but little likelihood of any real reform in the interior of our prisons. We have, therefore, to wait until the men come outside in order to see what can be done. Our work begins when that of the prison authorities ceases. We have already had a good deal of experience in this work, both here and in Bombay, in Ceylon, in South Africa, in Australia, and elsewhere, and, as the net result of our experience, we proceed now to set forth the measures we intend to adopt, some of which are already in successful operation. 1. We propose the opening of homes for this class as near as possible to the different jails. One for men has just been taken at King's Cross, and will be occupied as soon as it can be got ready. One for women must follow immediately. Others will be required in different parts of the metropolis, and contiguous to each of its great prisons. Connected with these homes will be workshops, in which the inmates will be regularly employed until such time as we can get them work elsewhere, for this class must also work, not only as a discipline, but as the means for their own support. 2. In order to save as far as possible first offenders from the contamination of prison life, and to prevent the formation of further evil companionships, and the recklessness which follows the loss of character entailed by imprisonment, we would offer in the police and criminal courts to take such offenders under our wing as were anxious to come and willing to accept our regulations. The confidence of both magistrates and prisoners would, we think, soon be secured. The friends of the latter would be mostly on our side, and the probability, therefore, is that we should soon have a large number of cases placed under our care on what is known as suspended sentence, to be brought up for judgment when called upon, the record of each sentence to be wiped out on report being favorable of their conduct in the Salvation Army Home. 3. We should seek access to the prisons, in order to gain such acquaintance with the prisoners as would enable us the more effectually to benefit them on their discharge. This privilege, we think, would be accorded us by the prison authorities when they became acquainted with the nature of our work and the remarkable results which followed it. The right of entry into the jails has already been conceded to our people in Australia, where they have free access to and communion with the inmates while undergoing their sentences. Prisoners are recommended to come to us by the jail authorities, who also forward to our people information of the date and hour when they leave, in order that they may be met on their release. 4. We propose to meet the criminals at the prison gates with the offer of immediate admission to our homes. The general rule is for them to be met by their friends or old associates, who ordinarily belong to the same class. Anyway, it would be an exception to the rule were they not all alike believers in the comforting and cheering power of the intoxicating cup. Hence the public house is invariably adjourned to, where plans for further crime are often decided upon straight away, resulting frequently, before many weeks are past, in the return of the liberated convict to the confinement from which he has just escaped. Having been accustomed during confinement to the implicit submission of themselves to the will of another, the newly discharged prisoner is easily influenced by whoever first gets hold of him. Now we propose to be beforehand with these old companions by taking the jailbird under our wing and setting before him an open door of hope the moment he crosses the threshold of the prison, assuring him that if he is willing to work and comply with our discipline, he never need know want any more. 5. We shall seek from the authorities the privilege of supervising and reporting upon those who are discharged with tickets of leave, so as to free them from the humiliating and harassing duty of having to report themselves at the police stations. 6. We shall find suitable employment for each individual. If not in possession of some useful trade or calling, we will teach him one. 7. After a certain length of residence in these homes, if consistent evidence is given of a sincere purpose to live an honest life, he will be transferred to the farm colony, unless, in the meanwhile, friends or old employers take him off our hands, or some other form of occupation is obtained, in which case he will still be the object of watchful care. We shall offer to all the ultimate possibility of being restored to society in this country, or transferred to commence life afresh in another. With respect to results, we can speak very positively, for although our operations up to the present, except for a short time some 3 years ago, have been limited and unassisted by the important accessories above described, yet the success that has attended them has been most remarkable. The following are a few instances which might be multiplied. J.W. was met at prison gate by the captain of the home and offered help. He declined to come at once, as he had friends in Scotland who he thought would help him, but if they failed he promised to come. It was his first conviction, and he had 6 months for robbing his employer. His trade was that of a baker. In a few days he presented himself at the home, and was received. In the course of a few weeks he professed conversion, and gave every evidence of the change. For 4 months he was cook and baker in the kitchen, and at last a situation as second hand was offered for him, with the story ends there. J.S., Sergeant Major of the Congress Hall Corps. That is 3 years ago. He is there today, saved and satisfactory, a thoroughly useful and respectable man. J.P. was an old offender. He was met at Millbank on the expiration of his last term, 5 years, and brought to the home where he worked at his trade, a tailor. Eventually he got a situation and has since married. He has now a good home, the confidence of his neighbors, is well saved, and a soldier of the Hackney Corps. C.M., old offender and penal servitude case. Was induced to come to the home, got saved, was there for a long period, offered for the work, and went into the field, was lieutenant for 2 years, and eventually married. He is now a respectable mechanic and soldier of the Corps in Derbyshire. J.W. was manager in a large West End millinery establishment. He was sent out with 2 10-pound packages of silver to change. On his way he met a companion, and was induced to take a drink. In the tavern the companion made an excuse to go outside, and did not return, and W. found one of the packages had been abstracted from his outside pocket. He was afraid to return, and decamped with the other into the country. Whilst in a small town he strolled into a mission hall. There happened to be a hitch in the proceedings. The organist was absent. A volunteer was called for, and W., being a good musician, offered to play. It seems the music took hold of him. In the middle of the hymn he walked out, and went to the police station and gave himself up. He got 6 months. When he came out he saw that Happy George, an ex-jailbird, was announced at the Congress Hall. He went to the meeting and was induced to come to the home. He eventually got saved, and today he is at the head of a mission work in the provinces. Old Dan was a penal servitude case, and had had several long sentences. He came into the home and was saved. He managed the bootmaking there for a long time. He has since gone into business at Hackney, and is married. He is of 4 years' standing, a thorough respectable tradesman, and a Salvationist. Charles C. has done in the aggregate 23 years' penal servitude, was out on license, and got saved at the Hull Barracks. At that time he had neglected to report himself, and had destroyed his license, taking an assumed name. When he got saved he gave himself up, and was taken before the magistrate, who, instead of sending him back to fulfill his sentence, gave him up to the army. He was sent to us from Hull by our representative, and is now in our factory and doing well. He is still under police supervision for 5 years. H. Kelso, also a licensed man. He had neglected to report himself, and was arrested. While before the magistrate, he said he was tired of dishonesty, and would go to the Salvation Army if they would discharge him. He was sent back to penal servitude. Application was made by us to the Home Secretary on his behalf, and Mr. Matthews granted his release. He was handed over to our officers at Bristol, brought to London, and is now in the factory, saved and doing well. E.W. belongs to Birmingham, is in his 49th year, and has been in and out of prison all his life. He was at Red Hill Reformatory 5 years, and his last term was 5 years penal servitude. The chaplain at Pentonville advised him, if he really meant reformation, to seek the Salvation Army on his release. He came to Thames Street, was sent to the workshop, and professed salvation the following Sunday at the shelter. This is 3 months ago. He is quite satisfactory, industrious, contented, and seemingly godly. A.B., gentleman loafer, good prospects, drink and idleness broke up his home, killed his wife, and got him into jail. Presbyterian minister, friend of his family, tried to reclaim him, but unsuccessfully. He entered the prison gate home, became thoroughly saved, distributed handbills for the home, and ultimately got work in a large printing and publishing works, where, after 3 years' service, he now occupies a most responsible position, is an elder in the Presbyterian Church, restored to his family, and the possessor of a happy home. W.C., a native of London, a good-for-nothing lad, idle and dissolute. When leaving England, his father warned him that if he didn't alter, he'd end his days on the gallows. Served various sentences on all sorts of charges. Over 6 years ago we took him in hand, admitted him into Prison Gate Brigade Home, where he became truly saved. He got a job of painting, which he had learnt in jail, and has married a woman who had formerly been a procuress, but had passed through our rescued sinners' home, and there became thoroughly converted. Together they have braved the storms of life, both working diligently for their living. They have now a happy little home of their own, and are doing very well. F.X., the son of a government officer, a drunkard, gambler, forger, and all-around blackguard, served numerous sentences for forgery. On his last discharge, was admitted into Prison Gate Brigade Home, where he stayed about 5 months and became truly saved. Although his health was completely shattered from the effects of his sinful life, he steadfastly resisted all temptations to drink and kept true to God. Through advertising in the War Cry, he found his lost son and daughter, who are delighted with the wonderful change in their father. They have become regular attendants at our meetings in the Temperance Hall. He now keeps a coffee stall, is doing well, and properly saved. G.A., 72, spent 23 years in jail, last sentence 2 years for burglary. Was a drunkard, gambler, and swearer. Met on his discharge by the Prison Gate Brigade, admitted into home, where he remained 4 months, and became truly saved. He is living a consistent, godly life, and is in employment. C.D., aged 64, opium smoker, gambler, blackguard, separated from wife and family, and eventually landed in jail, was met on his discharge, and admitted into Prison Gate Brigade Home, was saved, and is now restored to his wife and family, and giving satisfaction in his employment. S.T. was an idle, loafing, thieving, swearing, disreputable young man, who lived, when out of jail, with the low prostitutes of Little Bourke Street, was taken in hand by our Prison Gate Brigade officers, who got him saved, then found him work. After a few months he expressed a desire to work for God, and although a cripple and having to use a crutch, such was his earnestness that he was accepted and has done good service as an army officer. His testimony is good and his life consistent. He is indeed a marvel of divine grace. M.J., a young man holding a high position in England, got into a fast set. Thought a change to the colonies would be to his advantage. Started for Australia with £200 odd, of which he spent a good portion on board ship in drink. Soon dissipated the balance on landing, and woke up one morning to find himself in jail with delirium tremens on him. No money, his luggage lost, and without a friend on the whole continent. On his discharge he entered our prison gate home, became converted, and is now occupying a responsible position in a colonial bank. B.C., a man of good birth, education, and position, drank himself out of home and friends and into jail, on leaving which he came to our home, was saved, exhibiting by an earnest and truly consistent life the depth of his conversion, being made instrumental while with us in the salvation of many who, like himself, had come to utter destitution and crime through drink. He is now in a first-class situation, getting £300 a year, wife and family restored, the possessor of a happy home, and the love of God shed abroad in it. I do not produce these samples, which are but a few taken at random from the many, for the purpose of boasting. The power which has wrought these miracles is not in me, nor in my officers. It is power which comes down from above. But I think I may fairly point to these cases, in which our instrumentality has been blessed, to the plucking of these brands from the burning, as affording some justification for the plea to be enabled to go on with this work on a much more extended scale. If any other organization, religious or secular, can show similar trophies as the result of such limited operations as ours have hitherto been among the criminal population, I am willing to give place to them. All that I want is to have the work done. End of section 25. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 26. Effectual Deliverance for the Drunkard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. The number, misery, and hopeless condition of the slaves of strong drink of both sexes have been already dealt with at considerable length. We have seen that there are in Great Britain 1 million of men and women, or thereabouts, completely under the domination of this cruel appetite. The utter helplessness of society to deal with the drunkard has been proved again and again, and confessed on all hands by those who have had experience on the subject. As we have before said, the general feeling of all those who have tried their hands at this kind of business is one of despair. They think the present race of drunkards must be left to perish, that, every species of effort having proved vain, the energies expended in the endeavor to rescue the parents will be laid out to greater advantages upon the children. There is a great deal of truth in all this. Our own efforts have been successful in a very remarkable degree. Some of the bravest, most devoted, and successful workers in our ranks are men and women who were once the most abject slaves of the intoxicating cup. Instances of this have been given already. We might multiply them by thousands. Still, when compared with the ghastly array which the drunken army presents today, those rescued are comparatively few. The great reason for this is the simple fact that the vast majority of those addicted to the cup are its veritable slaves. No amount of reasoning, or earthly or religious considerations, can have any effect upon a man who is so completely under the mastery of this passion that he cannot break away from it, although he sees the most terrible consequences staring him in the face. The drunkard promises and vows, but promises and vows in vain. Occasionally he will put forth frantic efforts to deliver himself, but only to fall again in the presence of the opportunity. The insatiable crave controls him. He cannot get away from it. It compels him to drink, whether he will or not, and unless delivered by an almighty hand, he will drink himself into the drunkard's grave and a drunkard's hell. Our annals teem with successful records effected from the ranks of the drunken army. The following will not only be examples of this, but will tend to illustrate the strength and madness of the passion which masters the slave to strong drink. Barbara, she had sunk about as low as any woman could when we found her. From the age of 18, when her parents had forced her to throw over her sailor's sweetheart and marry a man with good prospects, she had been going steadily down. She did not love her husband, and soon sought comfort from the little public-house only a few steps from her own door. Quarrels in her home quickly gave place to fighting, angry curses, and oaths, and soon her life became one of the most wretched in the place. Her husband made no pretense of caring for her, and when she was ill and unable to earn money by selling fish in the streets, he would go off for a few months, leaving her to keep the house and support herself and babies as best she could. Out of her 20 years of married life, 10 were spent in these on and off separations, and so she got to live for only one thing: drink. It was life to her, and the mad craving grew to be irresistible. The woman who looked after her at the birth of her child refused to fetch her whiskey. So when she had done all she could and left the mother to rest, Barbara crept out of bed and crawled slowly down the stairs over the way to the tap-room, where she sat drinking with the baby, not yet an hour old, in her arms. So things went on until her life got so unbearable that she determined to have done with it. Taking her 2 eldest children with her, she went down to the bay, and deliberately threw them both into the water, jumping in herself after them. "Oh, mither, mither, dinna droon me," wailed her little 3-year-old Sarah. But she was determined and held them under the water, till, seeing a boat put out to the rescue, she knew that she was discovered. Too late to do it now, she thought, and holding both children, swam quickly back to the shore. A made-up story about having fallen into the water satisfied the boatman, and Barbara returned home dripping and baffled. But little Sarah did not recover from the shock, and after a few weeks her short life ended, and she was laid in the cemetery. Yet another time, goaded to desperation, she tried to take her life by hanging herself. But a neighbor came in and cut her down unconscious, but still living. She became a terror to all the neighborhood, and her name was the byword for daring and desperate actions. But our open-air meetings attracted her. She came to the barracks, got saved, and was delivered from her love of drink and sin. From being a dread, her home became a sort of house of refuge in the little low street where she lived. Other wives, as unhappy as herself, would come in for advice and help. Anyone knew that Barbie was changed, and loved to do all she could for her neighbors. A few months ago she came up to the captain's in great distress over a woman who lived just opposite. She had been cruelly kicked and cursed by her husband, who had finally bolted the door against her, and she had turned to Barbie as the only hope. And of course Barbie took her in, with her rough and ready kindness got her to bed, kept out the other women who crowded round to sympathize and declaim against the husband's brutality, was both nurse and doctor for the poor woman till her child was born and laid in the mother's arms. And then, to Barbie's distress, she could do no more, for the woman, not daring to be absent longer, got up as best she could, and crawled on hands and knees down the little steep steps, across the street and back to her own door. "But, Barbie," exclaimed the captain, horrified, "you should have nursed her and kept her until she was strong enough." But Barbie answered by reminding the captain of John's fearful temper, and how it might cost the woman her life to be absent from her home more than a couple of hours. The second is the case of Maggie. She had a home, but seldom was sober enough to reach it at nights. She would fall down on the doorsteps until found by some passer-by or a policeman. In one of her mad freaks, a boon companion happened to offend her. He was a little hunchback and a fellow drunkard. But without a moment's hesitation, Maggie seized him and pushed him head foremost down the old-fashioned wide sewer of the Scotch town. Had not someone seen his heels kicking out and rescued him, he would surely have been suffocated. One winter's night Maggie had been drinking heavily, fighting too, as usual, and she staggered only as far on her way home as the narrow chain pier. Here she stumbled and fell, and lay along on the snow, the blood oozing from her cuts, and her hair spread out in a tangled mass. At 5 in the morning, some factory girls, crossing the bridge to their work, came upon her, lying stiff and stark amidst the snow and darkness. To rouse her from her drunken sleep was hard, but to raise her from the ground was still harder. The matted hair and blood had frozen fast to the earth, and Maggie was a prisoner. After trying to free her in different ways, and receiving as a reward volleys of abuse and bad language, one of the girls ran for a kettle of boiling water, and by pouring it all around her, they succeeded by degrees in melting her onto her feet again. But she came to our barracks, and got soundly converted, and the captain was rewarded for nights and days of toil by seeing her a saved and sober woman. All went right till a friend asked her to his house to drink his health and that of his newly married wife. "I wouldn't ask you to take anything strong," he said. "Drink to me with this lemonade." And Maggie, not suspecting, drank, and as she drank, tasted in the glass her old enemy, whiskey. The man laughed at her dismay, but a friend rushed off to tell the captain, "I may be in time. She has not really gone back." And the captain ran to the house, tying her bonnet strings as she ran. "It's no good. Keep awake. I don't want to see her, Captain," wailed Maggie. "Let me have some more. Oh, I'm on fire inside." But the captain was firm, and taking her to her home, she locked herself in with the woman and sat with the key in her pocket, while Maggie, half mad with craving, paced the floor like a caged animal, threatening and entreating by terms. "Never while I live," was all the answer she could get, so she turned to the door and busied herself there a moment or two. A clinking noise. The captain started up to see the door open and Maggie rush through it. Accustomed to stealing and all its dodges, she had taken the lock off the door and was away to the nearest public-house. Down the stairs, captain after her, into the gin palace. But before the astonished publican could give her the drink she was clamoring for, the bonnet was by her side, If you dare to serve her, I'll break the glass before it reaches her lips. She shall not have any." And so Maggie was coaxed away, and shielded till the passion was over, and she was herself again. But the man who gave her the whiskey durst not leave his house for weeks. The roughs got to know of the trap he had laid for her, and would have lynched him could they have got hold of him. The third is the case of Rose. Rose was ruined, deserted, and left to the streets when only a girl of 13, by a once well-to-do man, who is now, we believe, closing his days in a workhouse in the north of England. Fatherless, motherless, and you might almost say friendless, Rose trod the broad way to destruction, with all its misery and shame, for 12 long years. Her wild, passionate nature, writhing under the wrong suffered, sought forgetfulness in the intoxicating cup, and she soon became a notorious drunkard. 74 times during her career she was dragged before the magistrates, and 74 times, with one exception, she was punished. But the 74th time she was as far off reformation as ever. The one exception happened on the Queen's Jubilee Day. On seeing her well-known face again before him, the magistrate inquired, "How many times has this woman been here before?" The police superintendent answered 50 times. The magistrate remarked in somewhat grim humor, "Then this is her jubilee." And moved by the coincidence, he let her go free. So Rose spent her jubilee out of prison. It is a wonder that the dreadful, drunken, reckless, dissipated life she lived did not hurry her to an early grave. It did affect her reason, and for 3 weeks she was locked up in Lancaster Lunatic Asylum, having really gone mad through drink and sin. In evidence of her reckless nature, it is said that after her second imprisonment, she vowed she would never again walk to the police station. Consequently, when in her wild orgies the police found it necessary to arrest her, they had to get her to the police station as best they could, sometimes by requisitioning a wheelbarrow or a cart, or the use of a stretcher, and sometimes they had to carry her right out. On one occasion, towards the close of her career, when driven to the last-named method, 4 policemen were carrying her to the station, and she was extra violent, screaming, plunging, and biting, when, either by accident or design, one of the policemen let go of her head, and it came in contact with the curbstone, causing the blood to pour forth in a stream. As soon as they placed her in the cell, the poor creature caught the blood in her hands, and literally washed her face with it. On the following morning she presented a pitiable sight, and before taking her into the court, the police wanted to wash her, but she declared she would draw any man's blood who attempted to put a finger upon her. They had spilt her blood, and she would carry it into the court as a witness against them. On coming out of jail for the last time, she met with a few Salvationists beating the drum and singing, "O the Lamb, the bleeding Lamb, he was found worthy." Rose, struck with the song, and impressed with the very faces of the people, followed them, saying to herself, "I never before heard anything like that, or seen such happy-looking people." She came into the barracks. Her heart was broken. She found her way to the penitent form, and Christ, with his own precious blood, washed her sins away. She arose from her knees and said to the captain, "It is all right now." 3 months after her conversion, a great meeting was held in the largest hall in the town, where she was known to almost every inhabitant. There were about 3,000 people present. Rose was called upon to give her testimony to the power of God to save. A more enthusiastic wave of sympathy never greeted any speaker than that which met her from that crowd, every one of whom was familiar with her past history. After a few broken words in which she spoke of the wonderful change that had taken place, a cousin who, like herself, had lived a notoriously evil life came to the cross. Rose is now a war-cry sergeant. She goes into the brothels and gin palaces and other haunts of vice from which she was rescued, and sells more papers than any other soldier. The superintendent of police, soon after her conversion, told the captain of the corps that in rescuing Rose, a more wonderful work had been done than he had seen in all the years gone by. S. was a native of Lancashire, the son of poor but pious parents. He was saved when 16 years of age. He was first an evangelist, then a city missionary for 5 or 6 years, and afterwards a Baptist minister. He then fell under the influence of drink, resigned, and became a commercial traveler, but lost his berth through drink. He was then an insurance agent and rose to be superintendent, but was again dismissed through drink. During his drunken career, he had delirium tremens 4 times, attempted suicide 3 times, sold up 6 homes, was in the workhouse with his wife and family 3 times. His last contrivance for getting drink was to preach mock sermons and offer mock prayers in the tap rooms. After one of these blasphemous performances in a public house, on the words, "Are you saved?" he was challenged to go to the Salvation Barracks. He went, and the captain, who knew him well, at once made for him to plead for his soul. But S. knocked him down and rushed back to the public-house for more drink. He was, however, so moved by what he had heard that he was unable to raise the liquor to his mouth, although he made 3 attempts. He again returned to the meeting, and again quitted it for the public-house. He could not rest, and for the 3rd time he returned to the barracks. As he entered the last time, the soldiers were singing, "Depth of mercy, can there be mercy still reserved for me? Can my God his wrath forbear, me the chief of sinners spare?" This song impressed him still further. He wept and remained in the barracks under deep conviction until midnight. He was drunk all the next day, vainly trying to drown his convictions. The captain visited him at night, but was quickly thrust out of the house. He was there again next morning, and prayed and talked with S. for nearly 2 hours. Poor S. was in despair. He persisted that there was no mercy for him. After a long struggle, however, hope sprang up. He fell upon his knees, confessed his sins, and obtained forgiveness. When this happened, his furniture consisted of a soap-box for a table and starch boxes for chairs. His wife, himself, and 3 children had not slept in a bed for 3 years. He has now a happy family, a comfortable home, and has been the means of leading numbers of other slaves of sin to the Savior and to a truly happy life. Similar cases describing the deliverance of drunkards from the bondage of strong drink could be produced indefinitely. There are officers marching in our ranks today who were once gripped by this fiendish fascination, who have had their fetters broken and are now free men in the army. Still the mighty torrent of alcohol, fed by 10,000 manufactories, sweeps on, bearing with it, I have no hesitation in saying, the foulest, bloodiest tide that ever flowed from earth to eternity. The Church of the living God ought not, and to say nothing about religion, the people who have any humanity ought not to rest without doing something desperate to rescue this 500,000 who are in the eddying maelstrom. We purpose, therefore, the taking away of the people from the temptation which they cannot resist. We would to God that the temptation could be taken away from them, that every house licensed to send forth the black streams of bitter death were closed, and closed forever. But this will not be, we fear, for the present at least. While in one case drunkenness may be resolved into a habit, in another it must be accounted a disease. What is wanted in the one case, therefore, is some method of removing the man out of the sphere of the temptation, and in the other, for treating the passion as a disease, as we should any other physical affection, bringing to bear upon it every agency, hygienic and otherwise, calculated to effect a cure. The Dalrymple homes, in which, on the order of a magistrate and by their own consent, inebriates can be confined for a time, have been a partial success in dealing with this class in both respects. But they are admittedly too expensive to be of any service to the poor. It could never be hoped that working people of themselves, or with the assistance of their friends, would be able to pay £2 a week for the privilege of being removed away from the licensed temptations to drink which surround them at every step. Moreover, could they obtain admission, they would feel themselves anything but at ease amongst the class who avail themselves of these institutions. We propose to establish homes which will contemplate the deliverance, not of ones and twos, but of multitudes, and which will be accessible to the poor, or to persons of any class choosing to use them. This is our national vice, and it demands nothing short of a national remedy, anyway one of proportions large enough to be counted national. To begin with, there will be city homes into which a man can be taken, watched over, kept out of the way of temptation, and, if possible, delivered from the power of this dreadful habit. In some cases, persons would be taken in who are engaged in business in the city in the day, being accompanied by an attendant to and from the home. In this case, of course, adequate remuneration for this extra care would be required. Country homes, which we shall conduct on the Dalrymple principle, that is, taking persons for compulsory confinement, they binding themselves by a bond confirmed by a magistrate that they would remain for a certain period, the general regulations for both establishments would be something as follows. 1. There would be only one class in each establishment. If it was found that the rich and the poor did not work comfortably together, separate institutions must be provided. 2. All would alike have to engage in some remunerative form of employment. Outdoor work would be preferred, but indoor employment would be arranged for those whom it was most suitable, and in such weather and at such times of the year when garden work was impracticable. 3. A charge of 10 shillings per week would be made. This could be remitted when there was no ability to pay it. The usefulness of such homes is too evident to need any discussion. There is one class of unfortunate creatures who must be objects of pity to all who have any knowledge of their existence, and that is those men and women who are being continually dragged before the magistrates, of whom we are constantly reading in the police reports, whose lives are spent in and out of prison at an enormous cost to the country, and without any benefits to themselves. We should then be able to deal with this class. It would be possible for a magistrate, instead of sentencing the poor wrecks of humanity to the 64th and 120th term of imprisonment to send them to this institution, by simply remanding them to come up for sentence when called for. How much cheaper such an arrangement would be for the country. End of section 26. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 27. A New Way of Escape for Lost Women. The Rescue Homes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Perhaps there is no evil more destructive of the best interests of society, or confessedly more difficult to deal with remedially, than that which is known as the social evil. We have already seen something of the extent to which this terrible scourge has grown, and the alarming manner in which it affects our modern civilization. We have already made an attempt at grappling with this evil, having about 13 homes in Great Britain, accommodating 307 girls under the charge of 132 officers, together with 17 homes abroad, open for the same purpose. The whole, although a small affair compared with the vastness of the necessity, nevertheless constitutes perhaps the largest and most efficient effort of its character in the world. It is difficult to estimate the results that have been already realized. By our varied operations, apart from these homes, probably hundreds, if not thousands, have been delivered from lives of shame and misery. We have no exact return of the number who have gone through the homes abroad, but in connection with the work in this country, about 3,000 have been rescued, and are living lives of virtue. This success has not only been gratifying on account of the blessing it has brought these young women, the gladness it has introduced to the homes to which they have been restored, and the benefit it has bestowed upon society, but because it has assured us that much greater results of the same character may be realized by operations conducted on a larger scale, and under more favorable circumstances. With this view, we propose to remodel and greatly increase the number of our homes both in London and the provinces, establishing one in every great centre of this infamous traffic. To make them very largely receiving houses, where the girls will be initiated into the system of reformation, tested as to the reality of their desires for deliverance, and started forward on the highway of truth, virtue, and religion. From these homes, large numbers, as at present, would be restored to their friends and relatives, while some would be detained in training for domestic service, and others passed on to the farm colony. On the farm they would be engaged in various occupations. In the factory, at bookbinding and weaving, in the garden and glass houses amongst fruit and flowers, in the dairy making butter, in all cases going through a course of housework which will fit them for domestic service. At every stage the same process of moral and religious training, on which we specially rely, will be carried forward. There would probably be a considerable amount of intermarriage amongst the colonists, and in this way a number of these girls would be absorbed into society. A large number would be sent abroad as domestic servants. In Canada, the girls are taken out of the rescue homes as servants, with no other reference than is gained by a few weeks' residence there, and are paid as much as £3 a month wages. The scarcity of domestic servants in the Australian colonies, western states of America, Africa, and elsewhere is well known, and we have no doubt that on all hands our girls with 12 months' character will be welcomed, the question of outfit and passage money being easily arranged for by the persons requiring their services advancing the amount, with an understanding that it is to be deducted out of their first earnings. Then we have the colony oversea, which will require the service of a large number. Very few families will go out who will not be very glad to take a young woman with them, not as a menial servant, but as a companion and friend. By this method we should be able to carry out rescue work on a much larger scale. At present, two difficulties very largely block our way. One is the costliness of the work. The expense of rescuing a girl on the present plan cannot be much less than £7. That is, if we include the cost of those with whom we fail, and on whom the money is largely thrown away. £7 is certainly not a very large sum for the measure of benefit bestowed upon the girl by bringing her off the streets, and that which is bestowed on society by removing her from her evil course. Still, when the work runs into thousands of individuals, the amount required becomes considerable. On the plan proposed, we calculate that from the date of their reaching the farm colony, they will earn nearly all that is required for their support. The next difficulty which hinders our expansion in this department is the want of suitable and permanent situations. Although we have been marvelously successful so far, having at this hour probably 1,200 girls in domestic service alone, still the difficulty in this respect is great. Families are naturally shy at receiving these poor unfortunates when they can secure the help they need combined with unblemished character, and we cannot blame them. Then again, it can easily be understood that the monotony of domestic service in this country is not altogether congenial to the tastes of many of these girls, who have been accustomed to a life of excitement and freedom. This can be easily understood. To be shut up 7 days a week with little or no intercourse, either with friends or with the outside world, beyond that which comes of the weekly church service or night out with nowhere to go, as many of them are tied off from the Salvation Army meetings, becomes very monotonous, and in hours of depression it is not to be wondered at if a few break down in their resolutions and fall back into their old ways. On the plan we propose there is something to cheer these girls forward. Life on the farm will be attractive. From there they can go to a new country and begin the world afresh, with the possibility of being married and having a little home of their own some day. With such prospects, we think, they will be much more likely to fight their way through seasons of darkness and temptation than as at present. The plan will also make the task of rescuing the girls much more agreeable to the officers engaged in it. They will have this future to dwell upon as an encouragement to persevere with the girls, and will be spared one element at least in the regret they experience when a girl falls back into old habits, namely that she earned the principal part of the money that has been expended upon her. That girls can be rescued and blessedly saved even now, despite all their surroundings, we have many remarkable proofs. Of these take one or two as examples. J.W. was brought by our officers from a neighborhood which has, by reason of the atrocities perpetrated in it, obtained an unenviable renown, even among similar districts of equally bad character. She was only 19, a country girl. She had begun the struggle for life early as a worker in a large laundry, and at 13 years of age was led away by an inhuman brute. The first false step taken, her course on the downward road was rapid, and growing restless and anxious for more scope than that afforded in a country town, she came up to London. For some time she lived the life of extravagance and show, known to many of this class for a short time. Having plenty of money, fine clothes, and luxurious surroundings, until the terrible disease seized her poor body, and she soon found herself deserted, homeless, and friendless, an outcast of society. When we found her, she was hard and impenitent, difficult to reach even with the hand of love. But love won, and since that time she has been in 2 or 3 situations, a consistent soldier of an army corps, and a champion war-cry seller. A ticket of leave woman. A.B. was the child of respectable working people, Roman Catholics, but was early left an orphan. She fell in with bad companions and became addicted to drink, going from bad to worse until drunkenness, robbery, and harlotry brought her to the lowest depths. She passed 7 years in prison, and after the last offense was discharged with 7 years' police supervision. Failing to report herself, she was brought before the bench. The magistrate inquired whether she had ever had a chance in a home of any kind. "She is too old. No one will take her," was the reply. But a detective present, knowing a little about the Salvation Army, stepped forward and explained to the magistrate that he did not think the Salvation Army refused any who applied. She was formally handed over to us in a deplorable condition, her clothing the scantiest and dirtiest. For over 3 years she has given evidence of a genuine reformation, during which time she has industriously earned her own living. A wild woman. In visiting a slum in a town in the north of England, our officers entered a hole, unfit to be called a human habitation, more like the den of some wild animal, almost the only furniture of which was a filthy iron bedstead, a wooden box to serve for table and chair, while an old tin did duty as a dust-bin. The inhabitant of this wretched den was a poor woman, who fled into the darkest corner of the place as our officer entered. This poor wretch was the victim of a brutal man, who never allowed her to venture outside the door, keeping her alive by the scantiest allowance of food. Her only clothing consisted of a sack tied round her body. Her feet were bare, her hair matted and foul, presenting on the whole such an object as one could scarcely imagine living in a civilized country. She had left a respectable home, forsaken her husband and family, and sunk so low that the man who then claimed her boasted to the officer that he had bettered her condition by taking her off the streets. We took the poor creature away, washed and clothed her, and changed in heart and life, she is one more added to the number of those who rise up to bless the Salvation Army workers. End of section 27. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 28. A preventive home for unfallen girls when in danger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. There is a story told, likely enough to be true, about a young girl who applied one evening for admission to some home established for the purpose of rescuing fallen women. The matron naturally inquired whether she had forfeited her virtue. The girl replied in the negative. She had been kept from that infamy, but she was poor and friendless, and wanted somewhere to lay her head until she could secure work and obtain a home. The matron must have pitied her, but she could not help her, as she did not belong to the class for whose benefit the institution was intended. The girl pleaded, but the matron could not alter the rule, and dare not break it. They were so pressed to find room for their own poor unfortunates, and she could not receive her. The poor girl left the door reluctantly, but returned in a very short time, and said, "I am fallen now. Will you take me in?" I am somewhat slow to credit this incident, Anyway, it is true in spirit, and illustrates the fact that while there are homes to which any poor, ruined, degraded harlot can run for shelter, there is only here and there a corner to which a poor, friendless, moneyless, homeless, but unfallen girl can fly for shelter from the storm, which bids fair to sweep her away, whether she will or no, into the deadly vortex of ruin which gapes beneath her. In London and all our large towns there must be a considerable number of poor girls, who, from various causes, are suddenly plunged into this forlorn condition: a quarrel with the mistress and sudden discharge, a long bout of disease and dismissal penniless from the hospital, a robbery of a purse, having to wait for a situation until the last penny is spent, and many other causes will leave a girl an almost hopeless prey to the lynx-eyed villains who are ever watching to take advantage of innocence when in danger. Then, again, what a number there must be in a great city like London who are ever faced with the alternative of being turned out of doors if they refuse to submit themselves to the infamous overtures of those around them. I understand that the Society for Protection of Children prosecuted last year a fabulous number of fathers for unnatural sins with their children. If so many were brought to justice, how many were there of whom the world never heard in any shape or form? We have only to imagine how many a poor girl is faced with the terrible alternative of being driven literally into the streets by employers, or relatives, or others in whose power she is unfortunately placed. Now we want a real home for such, a house to which any girl can fly at any hour of the day or night, and be taken in, cared for, shielded from the enemy, and helped into circumstances of safety. The refuge we propose will be very much on the same principle as the homes for the destitute already described. We should accept any girls, say from 14 years of age, who were without visible means of support, but who were willing to work and to conform to discipline. There would be various forms of labor provided, such as laundry work, sewing, knitting by machines, etc. Every beneficial influence within our power would be brought to bear on the rectification and formation of character. Continued efforts would be made to secure situations according to the adaptation of the girls, to restore wanderers to their home, and otherwise provide for all. From this, as with the other homes, there will be a way made to the farm and to the colony over the sea. The institutions would be multiplied as we had means and found them to be necessary, and made self-supporting as far as possible. Enquiry Office for Lost People. Perhaps nothing more vividly suggests the varied forms of broken-hearted misery in the great city than the statement that 18,000 people are lost in it every year, of whom 9,000 are never heard of any more. Anyway, in this world. What is true about London is, we suppose, true in about the same proportion of the rest of the country. Husbands, sons, daughters, and mothers are continually disappearing, and leaving no trace behind. In such cases, where the relations are of some importance in the world, they may interest the police authorities sufficiently to make some enquiries in this country, which, however, are not often successful. Or where they can afford to spend large sums of money, they can fall back upon the private detective, who will continue these enquiries, not only at home but abroad. But where the relations of the missing individual are in humble circumstances, they are absolutely powerless, in 9 cases out of 10, to effectually prosecute any search at all that is likely to be successful. Take, for instance, a cottager in a village whose daughter leaves for service in a big town or city. Shortly afterwards, a letter arrives informing her parents of the satisfactory character of her place. The mistress is kind, the work is easy, and she likes her fellow servants. She is going to chapel or church, and the family are pleased. Letters continue to arrive of the same purport, but at length they suddenly cease. Full of concern, the mother writes to know the reason, but no answer comes back. And after a time the letters are returned with "gone, no address" written on the envelope. The mother writes to the mistress, or the father journeys to the city, but no further information can be obtained beyond the fact that the girl has conducted herself somewhat mysteriously of late, had ceased to be as careful at her work, had been noticed to be keeping company with some young man, had given notice and disappeared altogether. Now, what can these poor people do? They apply to the police, but they can do nothing. Perhaps they ask the clergyman of the parish, who is equally helpless, and there is nothing for them but for the father to hang his head and the mother to cry herself to sleep, to long and wait and pray for information that perhaps never comes, and to fear the worst. Now, our enquiry department supplies a remedy for this state of things. In such a case, application would simply have to be made to the nearest Salvation Army officer, probably in her own village, anyway in the nearest town, who would instruct the parents to write to the chief office in London, sending portraits and all particulars. Enquiries would at once be set on foot, which would very possibly end in the restoration of the girl. The achievements of this department, which has only been in operation for a short time, and that on a limited scale as a branch of rescue work, have been marvelous. No more romantic stories can be found in the pages of our most imaginative writers than those it records. We give 3 or 4 illustrative cases of recent date. A lost husband. Enquiry. Mrs. S., of Newtown, Leeds, wrote to say that Robert R. left England in July 1889 for Canada to improve his position. He left a wife and 4 little children behind, and on leaving said that if he were successful out there he should send for them, but if not he should return. As he was unsuccessful, he left Montreal in the Dominion liner Oregon on October 30th, but except receiving a card from him ere he started, the wife and friends had heard no more of him from that day till the date they wrote us. They had written to the Dominion Company, who replied that he landed at Liverpool all right, so thinking he had disappeared upon his arrival, they put the matter in the hands of the Liverpool police, who, after having the case in hand for several weeks, made the usual report, "Cannot be traced." Result: we at once commenced looking for some passenger who had come over by the same steamer, and after the lapse of a little time we succeeded in getting hold of one. In our first interview with him we learned that Robert R. did not land in Liverpool, but, when suffering from depression, threw himself overboard 3 days after leaving America and was drowned. We further elicited that upon his death the sailors rifled his clothes and boxes and partitioned them. We wrote the company reporting this, and they promised to make enquiries and amends. But, as too often happens, upon making report of the same to the family, they took the matter into their own hands, dealt with the company direct, and, in all probability, thereby lost a good sum in compensation which we should probably have obtained for them. A lost wife. Inquiry. F.J.L. asked us to seek for his wife, who left him on November 4th, 1888. He feared she had gone to live an immoral life, gave us 2 addresses at which she might possibly be heard of, and a description. They had 3 children. Result: inquiries at the addresses given elicited no information, but from observation in the neighborhood, the woman's whereabouts was discovered. After some difficulty, our officer obtained an interview with the woman, who was greatly astonished at our having discovered her. She was dealt with faithfully and firmly, the plain truth of God set before her, and was covered with shame and remorse, and promised to return. We communicated with Mr. L. A few days after, he wrote that he had been telegraphed for, had forgiven his wife, and that they were reunited. Soon afterwards she wrote expressing her deep gratitude to Mrs. Bramwell Booth for the trouble taken in her case. A lost child. Enquiry. Alice P. was stolen away from home by gypsies 10 years ago, and now longs to find her parents to be restored to them. She believes her home to be in Yorkshire. The police had this case in hand for some time, but failed entirely. Result: with these particulars we advertised in the War Cry. Captain Green, seeing the advertisement, wrote April 3rd from 3 CS M.H. that her lieutenant knew a family of the name advertised for, living at Gomersall, Leeds. We, on the 4th, wrote to this address for confirmation. April 6th, we heard from Mr. P. that this lass is his child, and he writes full of gratitude and joy, saying he will send money for her to go home. We, meanwhile, get from the police, who had long sought this girl, a full description and photo, which we sent to Captain Cutmore. And on April 9th she wrote us to the effect that the girl exactly answered the description. We got from the parents 15 shillings for the fare, and Alice was once more restored to her parents. Praise God. A lost daughter. Enquiry. E.W., age 17. Application from this girl's mother and brother, who had lost all trace of her since July 1885, when she left for Canada. Letters had been once or twice received, dated from Montreal, but they stopped. A photo, full description, and handwriting were supplied. Result: we discovered that some kind church people here had helped E.W. to emigrate, but they had no information as to her movements after landing. Full particulars, with photo, were sent to our officers in Canada. The girl was not found in Montreal. The information was then sent to officers in other towns in that part of the colony. The inquiry was continued through some months, and finally, through our major of division, the girl was reported to us as having been recognized in one of our barracks and identified. When suddenly called by her own name, she nearly fainted with agitation. She was in a condition of terrible poverty and shame, but at once consented, on hearing of her mother's inquiries, to go into one of our Canadian rescue homes. She is now doing well. Her mother's joy may be imagined. A lost servant. Inquiry. Mrs. M. Clevedon, one of Harriet P.'s old mistresses, wrote us in deep concern about this girl. She said she was a good servant, but was ruined by a young man who courted her, and had since had 3 children. Occasionally she would have a few bright and happy weeks, but would again lapse into the vile path. Mrs. M. tells us that Harriet had good parents, who were dead, but she still has a respectable brother in Hampshire. The last she heard of her was that some weeks ago she was staying at a girls' shelter at Bristol, but had since left, and nothing more had been heard of her. The inquirer requested us to find her, and in much faith added, "I believe you are the only people who, if successful in tracing her, can rescue and do her a permanent good." Result: we at once set enquiries on foot, and in the space of a few days found that she had started from Bristol on the road for Bath. Following her up, we found that at a little place called Bridlington, on the way to Bath, she had met a man, of whom she inquired her way. He, hearing a bit of her story, after taking her to a public-house, prevailed upon her to go home and live with him, as he had lost his wife. It was at this stage that we came upon the scene, and having dealt with them both upon the matter, got her to consent to come away if the man would not marry her, giving him 2 days to make up his mind. The 2 days' respite having expired, and he being unwilling to undertake matrimony, we brought her away, and sent her to one of our homes, where she is enjoying peace and penitence. When we informed the mistress and brother of the success, they were greatly rejoiced and overwhelmed us with thanks. A lost husband. In a seaside home last Christmas, there was a sorrowing wife who mourned over the basest desertion of her husband. Wandering from place to place drinking, he had left her to struggle alone with 4 little ones dependent upon her exertions. Knowing her distress, the captain of the corps wrote begging us to advertise for the man in the cry. We did this, but for some time heard nothing of the result. Several weeks later, a Salvationist entered a beer-house, where a group of men were drinking, and began to distribute war cries amongst them, speaking here and there upon the eternity which faced everyone. At the counter stood a man with a pint pot in his hand, who took one of the papers passed to him, and glancing carelessly down its columns, caught sight of his own name, and was so startled that the pot fell from his grasp to the floor. "Come home," the paragraph ran, "and all will be forgiven." His sin faced him. The thought of a broken-hearted wife and starving children conquered him completely, and there and then he left the public-house and started to walk home, a distance of many miles, arriving there about midnight the same night, after an absence of 11 months. The letter from his wife, telling the good news of his return, spoke also of his determination, by God's help, to be a different man, and they are both attendants at the Salvation Army barracks. A seducer compelled to pay. Amongst the letters that came to the inquiry office one morning was one from a girl who asked us to help her trace the father of her child, who had for some time ceased to pay anything towards its support. The case had been brought into the police court, and judgment given in her favor, but the guilty one had hidden, and his father refused to reveal his whereabouts. We called upon the elder man, and laid the matter before him, but failed to prevail upon him either to pay his son's liabilities, or to put us in communication with him. The answers to an advertisement in the War Cry, however, had brought the required information as to his son's whereabouts, and the same morning that our inquiry officer communicated with the police, and served a summons for the overdue money, the young man had also received a letter from his father, advising him to leave the country at once. He had given notice to his employers, and the £16 salary he received, with some help his father had sent him towards the journey, he was compelled to hand over to the mother of his child. Found in the bush. A year or 2 ago a respectable-looking Dutch girl might have been seen making her way quickly and stealthily across a stretch of long, rank grass towards the shelter of some woods on the banks of a distant river. Behind her lay the South African town from which she had come, betrayed, disgraced, ejected from her home with words of bitter scorn, having no longer a friend in the wide world who would hold out to her a hand of help. What could there be better for her than to plunge into that river yonder and end this life, no matter what should come after the plunge? But Greta feared the future, and turned aside to spend the night in darkness, wretched and alone. 7 years had passed. An English traveller making his way through southern Africa halted for the Sabbath at a little village on his route. A ramble through the woods brought him unexpectedly in front of a kraal, at the door of which squatted an old Hottentot, with a fair, white-faced child playing on the ground near by. Glad to accept the preferred shelter of the hut from the burning sun, the traveller entered and was greatly astonished to find within a young white girl, evidently the mother of the frolicsome child. Full of pity for the strange pair, and especially for the girl, who wore an air of refinement little to be expected in this out-of-the-world spot, he sat down on the earthen floor and told them of the wonderful salvation of God. This was Greta, and the Englishman would have given a great deal if he could have rescued her from this miserable lot. But this was impossible, and with reluctance he bid her farewell. It was an English home. By a glowing fire one night a man sat alone, and in his imaginings there came up the vision of the girl he had met in the Hottentot's kraal, and wondering whether any way of rescue was possible. Then he remembered reading, since his return, the following paragraph in the war cry: "To the distressed, the Salvation Army invites parents, relations, and friends in any part of the world interested in any woman or girl who is known, or feared to be, living in immorality, or is in danger of coming under the control of immoral persons, to write, stating full particulars, with names, dates, and address of all concerned, and if possible a photograph of the person in whom the interest is taken. All letters, whether from these persons or from such women or girls themselves, will be regarded as strictly confidential. They may be written in any language, and should be addressed to Mrs. Bramwell Booth, 101 Queen Victoria Street, London, E.C." "It will do no harm to try, anyhow," exclaimed he. "The thing haunts me as it is." And without further delay he penned an account of his African adventure, as full as possible. The next African mail carried instructions to the officer in command of our South African work. Shortly after, one of our Salvation riders was exploring the bush, and after some difficulty the kraal was discovered. The girl was rescued and saved. The Hottentot was converted afterwards, and both are now Salvation soldiers. Apart from the independent agencies employed to prosecute this class of inquiries, which it is proposed to very largely increase, the Army possesses in itself peculiar advantages for this kind of investigation. The mode of operation is as follows. There is a head center under the direction of a capable officer and assistants, to which particulars of lost husbands, sons, daughters, and wives, as the case may be, are forwarded. These are advertised, except when deemed inadvisable, in the English war cry, with its 300,000 circulation, and from it copied into the 23 other war cries published in different parts of the world. Specially prepared information in each case is sent to the local officers of the Army when that is thought wise, or special inquiry officers trained to their work are immediately set to work to follow up any clue which has been given by inquiring relations or friends. Every one of its 10,000 officers, nay, almost every soldier in its ranks, scattered as they are through every quarter of the globe, may be regarded as an agent. A small charge for inquiries is made, and where persons are able, all the costs of the investigation will be defrayed by them. End of section 28. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 29. Refuges for the Children of the Streets. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. For the waifs and strays of the streets of London, much commiseration is expressed, and far more pity is deserved than is bestowed. We have no direct purpose of entering on a crusade on their behalf, apart from our attempt at changing the hearts and lives and improving the circumstances of their parents. Our main hope for these wild, youthful outcasts lies in this direction. If we can reach and benefit their guardians, morally and materially, we shall take the most effectual road to benefit the children themselves. Still, a number of them will unavoidably be forced upon us, and we shall be quite prepared to accept the responsibility of dealing with them, calculating that our organization will enable us to do so, not only with facility and efficiency, but with trifling cost to the public. To begin with, children's creches, or children's day homes, would be established in the centers of every poor population, where for a small charge babies and young children can be taken care of in the day while the mothers are at work, instead of being left to the dangers of the thoroughfares, or the almost greater peril of being burnt to death in their own miserable homes. By this plan we shall not only be able to benefit the poor children, if in no other direction than that of soap and water and a little wholesome food, but exercise some humanizing influence upon the mothers themselves. On the farm colony we should be able to deal with the infants from the unions and other quarters. Our cottage mothers, with 2 or 3 children of their own, would readily take in an extra one on the usual terms of boarding out children, and nothing would be more simple or easy for us than to set apart some trustworthy, experienced dame to make a constant inspection as to whether the children placed out were enjoying the necessary conditions of health and general well-being. Here would be a baby farm carried on with the most favorable surroundings. Industrial schools. I also propose, at the earliest opportunity, to give the subject of the industrial training of boys a fair trial, and, if successful, follow it on with a similar one for girls. I am nearly satisfied in my own mind that the children of the streets taken, say at 8 years of age, and kept till, say, 21, would, by judicious management and the utilization of their strength and capacity, amply supply all their own wants, and would, I think, be likely to turn out thoroughly good and capable members of the community. Apart from the mere benevolent aspect of the question, the present system of teaching is, to my mind, unnatural and shamefully wasteful of the energies of the children. Fully 1/2 the time that boys and girls are compelled to sit in school is spent to little or no purpose. Nay, it is worse than wasted. The minds of the children are only capable of useful application for so many consecutive minutes, and hence the rational method must be to apportion the time of the children, say, half the morning's work to be given to their books, and the other half to some industrial employment. The garden would be most natural and healthy in fair weather, while the workshop should be fallen back upon when unfavorable. By this method health would be promoted, school would be loved, the cost of education would be cheapened, and the natural bent of the children's capacities would be discovered, and could be cultivated. Instead of coming out of school, or going away from apprenticeship, with the most precious part of life forever gone so far as learning is concerned, chained to some pursuit for which there is no predilection, and which promises nothing higher than mediocrity, if not failure, the work for which the mind was peculiarly adapted, and for which, therefore, it would have a natural capacity, would not only have been discovered, but the bent of the inclination cultivated, and the life's work chosen accordingly. It is not for me to attempt any reform of our school system on this model, but I do think that I may be allowed to test the theory by its practical working in an industrial school in connection with the farm colony. I should begin probably with children selected for their goodness and capacity, with a view to imparting a superior education, thus fitting them for the position of officers in all parts of the world, with the special object of raising up a body of men thoroughly trained and educated, among other things, to carry out all the branches of the social work that are set forth in this book, and it may be to instruct other nations in the same. Asylums for moral lunatics. There will remain, after all has been said and done, one problem that has yet to be faced. You may minimize the difficulty every way, and it is your duty to do so, but no amount of hopefulness can make us blink the fact that when all has been done and every chance has been offered, when you have forgiven your brother not only 7 times but 70 times 7, when you have fished him up from the mire and put him on firm ground, only to see him relapse and again relapse until you have no strength left to pull him out once more, there will still remain a residuum of men and women who have, whether from heredity or custom or hopeless demoralization, become reprobates. After a certain time, some men of science hold that persistence in habits tends to convert a man from a being with freedom of action and will into a mere automaton. There are some cases within our knowledge which seem to confirm the somewhat dreadful verdict by which a man appears to be a lost soul on this side of the grave. There are men so incorrigibly lazy that no inducement that you can offer will tempt them to work, so eaten up by vice that virtue is abhorrent to them, and so inveterately dishonest that theft is to them a master passion. When a human being has reached that stage, there is only one course that can be rationally pursued. Sorrowfully but remorselessly, it must be recognized that he has become lunatic, morally demented, incapable of self-government, and that upon him, therefore, must be passed the sentence of permanent seclusion from a world in which he is not fit to be at large. The ultimate destiny of these poor wretches should be a penal settlement, where they could be confined during Her Majesty's pleasure, as are the criminal lunatics at Broadmoor. It is a crime against the race to allow those who are so inveterately depraved the freedom to wander about, infect their fellows, prey upon society, and to multiply their kind. Whatever else society may do, and suffer to be done, this thing it ought not to allow, any more than it should allow the free perambulation of a mad dog. But, before we come to this, I would have every possible means tried to effect their reclamation. Let justice punish them, and mercy put her arms around them. Let them be appealed to by penalty and by reason, and by every influence, human and divine, that can possibly be brought to bear upon them. Then, if all alike failed, their ability to further curse their fellows and themselves should be stayed. They will still remain objects worthy of infinite compassion. They should lead as human a life as is possible to those who have fallen under so terrible a judgment. They should have their own little cottages in their own little gardens, under the blue sky, and, if possible, amid the green fields. I would deny them none of the advantages, moral, mental, and religious, which might minister to their diseased minds and tend to restore them to a better state. Not until the breath leaves their bodies should we cease to labor and wrestle for their salvation. But when they have reached a certain point, access to their fellow men should be forbidden. Between them and the wide world there should be reared an impassable barrier, which once passed should be recrossed no more forever. Such a course must be wiser than allowing them to go in and out among their fellows, carrying with them the contagion of moral leprosy, and multiplying a progeny doomed before its birth to inherit the vices and diseased cravings of their unhappy parents. To these proposals, 3 leading objections will probably be raised. 1. It may be said that to shut out men and women from that liberty which is their universal birthright would be cruel. To this it might be sufficient to reply that this is already done. 20 years' immurement is a very common sentence passed upon wrongdoers, and in some cases the law goes as far as to inflict penal servitude for life. But we say further that it would be far more merciful treatment than that which is dealt out to them at present, and it would be far more likely to secure a pleasant existence. Knowing their fate, they would soon become resigned to it. Habits of industry, sobriety, and kindness with them would create a restfulness of spirit which goes far on in the direction of happiness, and if religion were added, it would make that happiness complete. There might be set continually before them a large measure of freedom and more frequent intercourse with the world in the shape of correspondence, newspapers, and even occasional interviews with relatives, as rewards for well-doing. And in sickness and in old age, their latter days might be closed in comfort. In fact, so far as this class of people are concerned, we can see that they would be far better circumstanced for happiness in this life and in the life to come than in their present liberty, if a life spent alternatively in drunkenness, debauchery, and crime on the one hand, or the prison on the other, can be called liberty. Second, it may be said that the carrying out of such a suggestion would be too expensive. To this we reply that it would have to be very costly to exceed the expense in which all such characters involve the nation under the present regulations of vice and crime. But there is no need for any great expense, seeing that after the first outlay the inmates of such an institution, if it were fixed upon the land, would readily earn all that would be required for their support. Third, it may be said that this is impossible. It would certainly be impossible other than as a state regulation, but it would surely be a very simple matter to enact a law which should decree that after an individual had suffered a certain number of convictions for crime, drunkenness, or vagrancy, he should forfeit his freedom to roam abroad and curse his fellows. When I include vagrancy in this list, I do it on the supposition that the opportunity and ability for work are present. Otherwise it seems to me most heartless to punish a hungry man who begs for food because he can in no other way obtain it. But with the opportunity and ability for work, I would count the solicitation of charity a crime, and punish it as such. Anyway, if a man would not work of his own free will, I would compel him. End of section 29. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 30. Assistance in general. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. There are many who are not lost who need help. A little assistance given today will perhaps prevent the need of having to save them tomorrow. There are some who, after they have been rescued, will still need a friendly hand. The very service which we have rendered them in starting makes it obligatory upon us to finish the good work. Hitherto it may be objected that the scheme has dealt almost exclusively with those who are more or less disreputable and desperate. This was inevitable. We obey our divine Master and seek to save those who are lost. But because, as I said in the beginning, urgency is claimed rightly for those who have no helper, we do not, therefore, forget the needs and aspirations of the decent working people who are poor indeed, but who keep their feet, who have not fallen, and who help themselves and help each other. They constitute the bulk of the nation. There is an upper crust and a submerged tenth. But the hard-working poor people, who earn £1 a week or less, constitute in every land the majority of the population. We cannot forget them, for we are at home with them. We belong to them, and many thousands of them belong to us. We are always studying how to help them, and we think this can be done in many ways, some of which I proceed to describe. Improved lodgings. The necessity for a superior class of lodgings for the poor men rescued at our shelters has been forcing itself already upon our notice, and demanding attention. One of the first things that happens when a man lifted out of the gutter has obtained a situation and is earning a decent livelihood is for him to want some better accommodation than that afforded at the shelters. We have some hundreds on our hands now who can afford to pay for greater comfort and seclusion. These are continually saying to us something like the following: "The shelters are all very well when a man is down in his luck. They have been a good thing for us. In fact, had it not been for them, we would still have been without a friend, sleeping on the embankment, getting our living dishonestly, or not getting a living at all. We have now got work, and want a bed to sleep on, and a room to ourselves, and a box or something where we can stow away our bits of things. Cannot you do something for us?" We have replied that there were lodging-houses elsewhere, which, now that they were in work, they could afford to pay for, where they would obtain the comfort they desired. To this they answered, "That is all very well. We know there are these places, and that we could go to them. But then," they said, "you see, here in the shelters are our mates, who think as we do. And there is the prayer, and the meeting, and kind influence every night, that helps to keep us straight. We would like a better place, but if you cannot find us one, we would rather stop in the shelter and sleep on the floor, as we have been doing, than to go to something more complete, get into bad company, and so fall back again to where we were before." But this, although natural, is not desirable, for if the process went on, in course of time the whole of the shelter depots would be taken up by persons who had risen above the class for whom they were originally destined. I propose, therefore, to draft those who get on, but wish to continue in connection with the army, into a superior lodging-house, a sort of poor man's metropole, managed on the same principles, but with better accommodations in every way, which I anticipate would be self-supporting from the first. In these homes there would be separate dormitories, good sitting-rooms, cooking conveniences, baths, a hall for meetings, and many other comforts, of which all would have the benefit at as low a figure above cost price as will not only pay interest on the original outlay, but secure us against any shrinkage of capital. Something superior in this direction will also be required for the women. Having begun, we must go on. Hitherto I have proposed to deal only with single men and single women. But one of the consequences of getting hold of these men very soon makes itself felt. Your ragged, hungry, destitute, out of work, in almost every case is married. When he comes to us, he comes as single, and is dealt with as such. But after you rouse in him aspirations for better things, he remembers the wife whom he has probably enough deserted, or left from sheer inability to provide her anything to eat. As soon as such a man finds himself under good influence and fairly employed, his first thought is to go and look after the missus. There is very little reality about any change of heart in a married man who does not thus turn in sympathy and longing towards his wife. And the more successful we are in dealing with these people, the more inevitable it is that we shall be confronted with married couples, who, in turn, demand that we should provide for them lodgings. This we propose to do, also on a commercial footing. I see greater developments in this direction, one of which will be described in the chapter relating to suburban cottages. The model lodging house for married people is, however, one of those things that must be provided as an adjunct of the food and shelter depots. Model suburban villages. As I have repeatedly stated already, but will state once more, for it is important enough to bear endless repetition, one of the first steps which must inevitably be taken in the reformation of this class is to make for them decent, healthy, pleasant homes, or help them to make them for themselves, which, if possible, is far better. I do not regard the institution of any first, second, or third-class lodging houses as affording anything but palliatives of the existing distress. To substitute life in a boarding house for life in the streets is no doubt an immense advance, but it is by no means the ultimatum. Life in a boarding house is better than the worst, but it is far from being the best form of human existence. Hence, the object I constantly keep in view is how to pilot those persons who have been set on their feet again by means of the food and shelter depots, and who have obtained employment in the city, into the possession of homes of their own. Neither can I regard the one, or at most two, rooms in which the large majority of the inhabitants of our great cities are compelled to spend their days as a solution of the question. The overcrowding which fills every separate room of a tenement with a human litter, and compels family life from the cradle to the grave to be lived within the four walls of a single apartment, must go on reproducing in endless succession all the terrible evils which such a state of things must inevitably create. Neither can I be satisfied with the vast, unsightly piles of barrack-like buildings, which are only a slight advantage upon the Union Bastille, dubbed model industrial dwellings, so much in fashion at present, as being a satisfactory settlement of the burning question of the housing of the poor. As a contribution to this question, I propose the establishment of a series of industrial settlements or suburban villages, lying out in the country within a reasonable distance of all our great cities, composed of cottages of suitable size and construction, and with all needful comfort and accommodation for the families of the working men, the rent of which, together with the railway fare and other economic conveniences, should be within the reach of a family of moderate income. This proposal lies slightly apart from the scope of this book. Otherwise, I should be disposed to elaborate the project at greater length. I may say, however, that what I here propose has been carefully thought out, and is of a perfectly practical character. In the planning of it, I have received some valuable assistance from a friend who has had considerable experience in the building trade, and he stakes his professional reputation on its feasibility. The following, however, may be taken as a rough outline. The village should not be more than 12 miles from town, should be in a dry and healthy situation, and on a line of a railway. It is not absolutely necessary that it should be near a station, seeing that the company would, for their own interests, immediately erect one. The cottages should be built of the best material and workmanship. This would be effected most satisfactorily by securing a contract for the labor only, the projectors of the scheme purchasing the materials and supplying them direct from the manufacturers to the builders. The cottages would consist of 3 or 4 rooms, with a scullery and outbuilding in the garden. The cottages should be built in terraces, each having a good garden attached. Arrangements should be made for the erection of from 1,000 to 2,000 houses at the onset. In the village a cooperative goods store should be established, supplying everything that was really necessary for the villagers at the most economic prices. The sale of intoxicating drink should be strictly forbidden on the estate, and, if possible, the landowner from whom the land is obtained should be tied off from allowing any licenses to be held on any other portion of the adjoining land. It is thought that the railway company, in consideration of the inconvenience and suffering they have inflicted on the poor, and in their own interests, might be induced to make the following advantageous arrangements. First, the conveyance of each member actually living in the village to and from London at the rate of 6d. per week. Each pass should have on it the portrait of the owner, and be fastened to some article of the dress, and be available only by workmen's trains running early and late, and during certain hours of the day, when the trains are almost empty. Second, the conveyance of goods and parcels should be at half the ordinary rates. It is reasonable to suppose that large landowners would gladly give 100 acres of land in view of the immensely advanced values of the surrounding property which would immediately follow, seeing that the erection of 1,000 or 2,000 cottages would constitute the nucleus of a much larger settlement. Lastly, the rent of a 4-roomed cottage must not exceed 3 shillings per week. Add to this the 6-penny ticket to and from London, and you have 3 shillings 6d, and if the company should insist on 1 shilling, it will make 4 shillings, for which there would be all the advantages of a comfortable cottage, of which it would be possible for the tenant to become the owner, a good garden, pleasant surroundings, and other influences promotive of the health and happiness of the family. It is hardly necessary to remark that, in connection with this village, there will be perfect freedom of opinion on all matters. A glance at the ordinary homes of the poor people in this great city will at once assure us that such a village would be a veritable paradise to them, and that were 4, 5, or 6 settlements provided at once, they would not contain a tithe of the people who would throng to occupy them. End of section 30. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 31. The Poor Man's Bank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. If the love of money is the root of all evil, the want of money is the cause of an immensity of evil and trouble. The moment you begin practically to alleviate the miseries of the people, you discover that the eternal want of pence is one of their greatest difficulties. In my most sanguine moments, I have never dreamed of smoothing this difficulty out of the lot of man. But it is surely no unattainable ideal to establish a poor man's bank, which will extend to the lower middle class and the working population the advantages of the credit system, which is the very foundation of our boasted commerce. It might be better that there should be no such thing as credit, that no one should lend money, and that everyone should be compelled to rely solely upon whatever ready money he may possess from day to day. But if so, let us apply the principle all round. Do not let us glory in our worldwide commerce, and boast ourselves in our riches obtained in so many cases by the ignoring of this principle. If it is right for a great merchant to have dealings with his banker, if it is indispensable for the due carrying on of business of the rich men that they should have at their elbow a credit system, which will from time to time accommodate them with needful advances and enable them to stand up against the pressure of sudden demands which otherwise would wreck them, then surely the case is still stronger for providing a similar resource for the smaller men, the weaker men. At present, society is organized far too much on the principle of giving to him who hath, so that he shall have more abundantly, and taking away from him who hath not even that which he hath. If we are to really benefit the poor, we can only do so by practical measures. We have merely to look around and see the kind of advantages which wealthy men find indispensable for the due management of their business, and ask ourselves whether poor men cannot be supplied with the same opportunities. The reason why they are not is obvious. To supply the needs of the rich is a means of making yourself rich. To supply the needs of the poor will involve you in trouble so out of proportion to the profit that the game may not be worth the candle. Men go into banking and other businesses for the sake of obtaining what the American humorist said was the chief end of man in these modern times, namely 10%. To obtain a 10%, what will not men do? They will penetrate the bowels of the earth, explore the depths of the sea, ascend the snow-capped mountain's highest peak, or navigate the air, if they can be guaranteed a 10%. I do not venture to suggest that the business of a poor man's bank would yield 10%, or even 5%, but I think it might be made to pay its expenses, and the resulting gain to the community would be enormous. Ask any merchant in your acquaintance where his business would be if he had no banker, and then, when you have his answer, ask yourself whether it would not be an object worth taking some trouble to secure to furnish the great mass of our fellow countrymen, on sound business principles, with the advantages of the credit system which is found to work so beneficially for the well-to-do few. Some day I hope the state may be sufficiently enlightened to take up this business itself. At present it is left in the hands of the pawnbroker and the loan agency, and a set of sharks, who cruelly prey upon the interests of the poor. The establishment of land banks, where the poor man is almost always a peasant, has been one of the features of modern legislation in Russia, Germany, and elsewhere. The institution of a poor man's bank will be, I hope, before long one of the recognized objects of our own government. Pending that, I venture to throw out a suggestion, without in any way pledging myself to add this branch of activity to the already gigantic range of operations foreshadowed in this book. Would it not be possible for some philanthropists, with capital to establish on a clearly defined principle, a poor man's bank for the making of small loans on good security, or making advances to those who are in danger of being overwhelmed by sudden financial pressure. In fact, for doing for the little man what all the banks do for the big man. Meanwhile, should it enter into the heart of some benevolently disposed possessor of wealth to give the price of a racehorse, or of an old master, to form the nucleus of the necessary capital, I will certainly experiment in this direction. I can anticipate the sneer of the cynic who scoffs at what he calls my glorified pawn-shop. I am indifferent to his sneers. A mont-de-piété, the very name Mount of Piety, shows that the poor man's bank is regarded as anything but an objectionable institution across the Channel. Might be an excellent institution in England. Owing, however, to the vested interests of the existing traders, it might be impossible for the state to establish it, excepting at a ruinous expense. There would be no difficulty, however, of instituting a private mont-de-piété which would confer an incalculable boon upon the struggling poor. Further, I am by no means indisposed to recognize the necessity of dealing with this subject in connection with the Labor Bureau, provided that one clearly recognized principle can be acted upon. That principle is that a man shall be free to bind himself as security for the repayment of a loan. That is, to pledge himself to work for his rations until such time as he has repaid capital and interest. An illustration or two will explain what I mean. Here is a carpenter who comes to our labor shed. He is an honest, decent man who has by sickness or some other calamity been reduced to destitution. He has by degrees pawned one article after another to keep body and soul together, until at last he has been compelled to pawn his tools. We register him, and an employer comes along who wants a carpenter whom we can recommend. We at once suggest this man, but then arises this difficulty. He has no tools. What are we to do? As things are at present, the man loses the job and continues on our hands. Obviously, it is most desirable in the interest of the community that the man should get his tools out of pawn. But who is to take the responsibility of advancing the money to redeem them? This difficulty might be met, I think, by the man entering into a legal undertaking to make over his wages to us, or such proportion of them as would be convenient to his circumstances. We, in turn, undertaking to find him in food and shelter until such time as he has repaid the advance made. That obligation it would be the truest kindness to enforce with Rhadamanthine severity. Until the man is out of debt, he is not his own master. All that he can make, over his actual rations and shelter money, should belong to his creditor. Of course, such an arrangement might be varied indefinitely by private agreement. The repayment of installments could be spread ever a longer or shorter time, but the mainstay of the whole principle would be the execution of a legal agreement by which the man makes over the whole product of his labor to the bank until he has repaid his debt. Take another instance. A clerk who has been many years in a situation and has a large family which he has brought up respectably and educated. He has every prospect of retiring in a few years upon a superannuating allowance, but is suddenly confronted by a claim, often through no fault of his own, of a sum of £50 or £100, which is quite beyond his means. He has been a careful saving man, who has never borrowed a penny in his life, and does not know where to turn in his emergency. If he cannot raise this money, he will be sold up, his family will be scattered, his situation and his prospective pension will be lost, and blank ruin will stare him in the face. Now, were he in receipt of an income of 10 times the amount, he would probably have a banking account, and in consequence be able to secure an advance of all he needed from his banker. Why should he not be able to pledge his salary, or a portion of it, to an institution which would enable him to pay off his debt on terms that, while sufficiently remunerative to the bank, would not unduly embarrass him? At present, what does the poor wretch do? He consults his friends, who, it is quite possible, are as hard up as himself. Or he applies to some loan agency, and, as likely as not, falls into the hands of sharpers, who indeed let him have the money, but at interest altogether out of proportion to the risk which they run, and use the advantage which their position gives them to extort every penny he has. A great black book written within and without in letters of lamentation, mourning, and woe might be written on the dealings of these usurers with their victims in every land. It is of little service denouncing these extortioners. They have always existed, and probably always will. But what we can do is to circumscribe the range of their operations and the number of their victims. This can only be done by a legitimate and merciful provision for these poor creatures in their hours of desperate need, so as to prevent their falling into the hands of these remorseless wretches who have wrecked the fortunes of thousands and driven many a decent man to suicide or a premature grave. There are endless ramifications of this principle which do not need to be described here, but before leaving the subject, I may allude to an evil which is a cruel reality, alas, to a multitude of unfortunate men and women. I refer to the working of the hire system. The decent poor man or woman who is anxious to earn an honest penny by the use of, it may be a mangle or a sewing machine, a lathe, or some other indispensable instrument, and is without the few pounds necessary to buy it, must take it on the hire system. That is to say, for the accommodation of being allowed to pay for the machine by installments, he is charged, in addition to the full market value of his purchase, 10 or 20 times the amount of what would be a fair rate of interest. And more than this, if he should at any time through misfortune fail in his payment, the total amount already paid will be confiscated, the machine seized, and the money lost. Here again we fall back on our analogy of what goes on in a small community where neighbors know each other. Take, for instance, when a lad who is recognized as bright, promising, honest, and industrious, who wants to make a start in life which requires some little outlay, his better-to-do neighbor will often assist him by providing the capital necessary to enable him to make a way for himself in the world. The neighbor does this because he knows the lad, because the family is at least related by ties of neighborhood, and the honor of the lad's family is a security upon which a man may safely advance a small sum. All this would equally apply to a destitute widow, an artisan suddenly thrown out of work, an orphan family, or the like. In the large city all this kindly helpfulness disappears, and with it go all those small acts of service which are, as it were, the buffers which save men from being crushed to death against the iron walls of circumstances. We must try to replace them in some way or other if we are to get back, not to the Garden of Eden, but to the ordinary conditions of life, as they exist in a healthy, small community. No institution, it is true, can ever replace the magic bond of personal friendship. But if we have the whole mass of society permeated in every direction by brotherly associations established for the purpose of mutual help and sympathizing counsel, it is not an impossible thing to believe that we shall be able to do something to restore the missing element in modern civilization. End of section 31. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 32. The Poor Man's Lawyer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. The moment you set about dealing with the wants of the people, you discover that many of their difficulties are not material, but moral. There never was a greater mistake than to imagine that you have only to fill a man's stomach and clothe his back in order to secure his happiness. Man is much more than a digestive apparatus liable to get out of order. Hence, while it is important to remember that man has a stomach, it is also necessary to bear in mind that he has a heart, and a mind that is frequently sorely troubled by difficulties, which, if he lived in a friendly world, would often disappear. A man, and still more a woman, stands often quite as much in need of a trusted adviser as he or she does of a dinner or a dress. Many a poor soul is miserable all the day long, and gets dragged down deeper and deeper into the depths of sin and sorrow and despair, for want of a sympathizing friend who can give her advice, and make her feel that somebody in the world cares for her, and will help her if they can. If we are to bring back the sense of brotherhood to the world, we must confront this difficulty. God, it was said in old time, setteth the desolate in families. But somehow in our time the desolate wander alone in the midst of a careless and unsympathizing world. There is no one who cares for my soul. There is no creature loves me, and if I die no one will pity me, is surely one of the bitterest cries that can burst from a breaking heart. One of the secrets of the success of the Salvation Army is that the friendless of the world find friends in it. There is not one sinner in the world, no matter how degraded and dirty he may be, whom my people will not rejoice to take by the hand and pray with and labor for, if thereby they can but snatch him as a brand from the burning. Now we want to make more use of this, to make the Salvation Army the nucleus of a great agency for bringing comfort and counsel to those who are at their wits' end, feeling as if in the whole world there was no one to whom they could go. What we want to do is to exemplify to the world the family idea. Our Father is the keynote. One is our Father, then all we are brethren. But in a family, if anyone is troubled in mind or conscience, there is no difficulty. The daughter goes to her father, or the son to his mother, and pour out their soul's troubles, and are relieved. If there is any serious difficulty, a family council is held, and all unite their will and their resources to get matters put straight. This is what we mean to try to get done in the new organization of society for which we are laboring. We cannot know better than God Almighty what will do good to man. We are content to follow on His lines, and to mend the world we shall seek to restore something of the family idea to the many hundreds of thousands, aye, millions, who have no one wiser or more experienced than themselves to whom they can take their sorrows or consult in their difficulties. Of course, we can do this but imperfectly. Only God can create a mother. But society needs a great deal of mothering, much more than it gets. And as a child needs a mother to run to in its difficulties and troubles, to whom it can let out its little heart in confidence, so men and women, weary and worn in the battles of life, need someone to whom they can go when pressed down with a sense of wrongs suffered or done, knowing that their confidence will be preserved inviolate, and that their statements will be received with sympathy. I propose to attempt to meet this want. I shall establish a department over which I shall place the wisest, the pitifullest, and the most sagacious men and women whom I can find on my staff, to whom all those in trouble and perplexity shall be invited to address themselves. It is no use saying that we love our fellow men unless we try to help them, and it is no use pretending to sympathize with the heavy burdens which darken their lives unless we try to ease them and to lighten their existence. Insomuch as we have more practical experience of life than other men, by so much are we bound to help their inexperience and share our talents with them. But if we believe they are our brothers, and that one is our Father, even the God who will come to judge us hereafter for all the deeds that we have done in the body, then must we constitute, in some such imperfect way as is open to us, the parental office. We must be willing to receive the outpourings of our struggling fellow men, to listen to the long-buried secret that has troubled the human heart, and to welcome, instead of repelling, those who would obey the apostolic precept to confess their sins one to another. Let not that word confession scandalize any. Confession of the most open sort, confession on the public platform before the presence of all the man's former associates in sin, has long been one of the most potent weapons by which the Salvation Army has won its victories. That confession we have long imposed on all our converts, and it is the only confession which seems to us to be a condition of salvation. But this suggestion is of a different kind. It is not imposed as a means of grace. It is not put forward as a preliminary to the absolution which no one can pronounce but our Lord himself. It is merely a response on our part to one of the deepest needs and secret longings of the actual men and women who are meeting us daily in our work. Why should they be left to brood in misery over their secret sin, when a plain, straightforward talk with a man or woman selected for his or her sympathetic common sense and spiritual experience might take the weight off their shoulders which is crushing them into dull despair? Not for absolution, but for sympathy and direction, do I propose to establish my advice bureau in definite form, for in practice it has been in existence for some time, and wonderful things have been done in the direction on which I contemplate it working. I have no pleasure in inventing these departments. They all entail hard work and no end of anxiety. But if we are to represent the love of God to men, we must minister to all the wants and needs of the human heart. Nor is it only in affairs of the heart that this advice bureau will be of service. It will be quite as useful in affairs of the head. As I conceive it, the advice bureau will be the poor man's lawyer and the poor man's tribune. There are no means in London, so far as my knowledge goes, by which the poor and needy can obtain any legal assistance in the varied oppressions and difficulties from which they must, in consequence of their poverty and associations, be continually suffering. While the well-to-do classes can fall back upon skillful friends for direction, or avail themselves of the learning and experience of the legal profession, the poor man has literally no one qualified to counsel him on such matters. In cases of sickness, he can apply to the parish doctor or the great hospital, and receive an odd word or two of advice with a bottle of physic which may or may not be of service. But if his circumstances are sick, out of order, in danger of carrying him to utter destitution, or to prison, or to the Union, he has no one to appeal to who has the willingness or the ability to help him. Now we want to create a court of counsel or appeal, to which anyone suffering from imposition having to do with person, liberty, or property, or anything else of sufficient importance, can apply, and obtain not only advice, but practical experience. Among others for whom this court would be devised is the shamefully neglected class of widows, of whom in the east of London there are 6,000, mostly in very destitute circumstances. In the whole of London there cannot be less than 20,000, and in England and Wales it is estimated there are 100,000. 50,000 of whom are probably poor and friendless. The treatment of these poor people by the nation is a crying scandal. Take the case of the average widow. Even when left in comfortable circumstances, she will often be launched into a sea of perplexity, although able to avail herself of the best advice. But think of the multitudes of poor women who, when they close their husband's eyes, lose the only friend who knows anything about their circumstances. There may be a trifle of money, or a struggling business, or a little income connected with property, or some other possession, all needing immediate attention, and that of a skilful sort, in order to enable the poor creature to weather the storm and avoid the vortex of utter destitution. All we have said applies equally to orphans and friendless people generally. Nothing, however, short of a national institution, could meet the necessities of all such cases. But we can do something, and in matters already referred to, such as involve loss of property, malicious prosecution, criminal and otherwise, we can render substantial assistance. In carrying out this purpose, it will be no part of our plan to encourage legal proceedings in others, or to have recourse to them ourselves. All resort to law would be avoided either in counsel or practice, unless absolutely necessary. But where manifest injustice and wrong are perpetrated, and every other method of obtaining reparation fails, we shall avail ourselves of the assistance the law affords. Our great hope of usefulness, however, in this department lies in prevention. The knowledge that the oppressed poor have in us a friend able to speak for them will often prevent the injustice which cowardly and avaricious persons might otherwise inflict, and the same considerations may induce them to accord without compulsion the right of the weak and friendless. I also calculate upon a wide sphere of usefulness in the direction of friendly arbitration and intervention. There will be at least one disinterested tribunal, however humble, to which business, domestic, or any other questions of a contentious and litigious nature can be referred without involving any serious costs. The following incidents have been gathered from operations already undertaken in this direction, and will explain and illustrate the kind of work we contemplate and some of the benefits that may be expected to follow from it. About 4 years ago, a young and delicate girl, the daughter of a pilot, came to us in great distress. Her story was that of thousands of others. She had been betrayed by a man in a good position in the West End, and was now the mother of an infant child. Just before her confinement, her seducer had taken her to his solicitors, and made her sign and swear an affidavit to the effect that he was not the father of the then expected child. Upon this he gave her a few pounds in settlement of all claims upon him. The poor thing was in great poverty and distress. Through our solicitors we immediately opened communications with the man, and after negotiations, he, to avoid further proceedings, was compelled to secure by a deed a proper allowance to his unfortunate victim for the maintenance of her child. Shadowed and caught. A was induced to leave a comfortable home to become the governess of the motherless children of Mr. G., whom she found to be a kind and considerate employer. After she had been in his service some little time, he proposed that she should take a trip to London. To this she very gladly consented, all the more so when he offered to take her himself to a good appointment he had secured for her. In London he seduced her, and kept her as his mistress, until, tired of her, he told her to go and do as other women did. Instead of descending to this infamy, she procured work, and so supported herself and child in some degree of comfort, when he sought her out and again dragged her down. Another child was born, and a second time he threw her up and left her to starve. It was then she applied to our people. We hunted up the man, followed him to the country, threatened him with public exposure, and forced from him the payment to his victim of £60 down, an allowance of £1 a week, and an insurance policy on his life for £450 in her favour. £60 from Italy. C was seduced by a young Italian of good position in society, who promised to marry her, but a short time before the day fixed for the ceremony, he told her urgent business called him abroad. He assured her he would return in 2 years and make her his wife. He wrote occasionally, and at last broke her heart by sending the news of his marriage to another, adding insult to injury by suggesting that she should come and live with his wife as her maid, offering at the same time to pay for the maintenance of the child till it was old enough to be placed in charge of the captain of one of the vessels belonging to his firm. None of these promises were fulfilled, and C, with her mother's assistance, for a time managed to support herself and child. But the mother, worn out by age and trouble, could help her no longer, and the poor girl was driven to despair. Her case was brought before us, and we at once set to work to assist her. The council of the town where the seducer lived in style was communicated with. Approaches were made to the young man's father, who, to save the dishonour that would follow exposure, paid over £60. This helps to maintain the child, and the girl is in domestic service and doing well. The hire system. The most cruel wrongs are frequently inflicted on the very poorest persons in connection with this method of obtaining furniture, sewing machines, mangles, or other articles. Caught by the lure of misleading advertisements, the poor are induced to purchase articles to be paid for by weekly or monthly installments. They struggle through half the amount, perhaps, at all manner of sacrifice, when some delay in the payment is made the occasion not only for seizing the goods, which they have come to regard as their own, and on which their very existence depends, but by availing themselves of some technical clause in the agreement for robbing them in addition. In such circumstances the poor things, being utterly friendless, have to submit to these infamous extortions without remedy. Our bureau will be open to all such. Tallymen, moneylenders, and bills of salemongers. Here again we have a class who prey upon the poverty of the people, inducing them to purchase things for which they have often no immediate use, anyway for which there is no real necessity, by all manner of specious promises as to easy terms of repayment. And once having got their dupes into their power, they drag them down to misery, and very often utter temporal ruin. Once in their net, escape is exceedingly difficult, if not impossible. We propose to help the poor victims by this scheme as far as possible. Our bureau, we expect, will be of immense service to clergymen, ministers of all denominations, district visitors, missionaries, and others who freely mix among the poor, seeing that they must be frequently appealed to for legal advice, which they are quite unable to give, and equally at a loss to obtain. We shall always be very glad to assist such. The defense of undefended persons. The conviction is gradually fixing itself upon the public mind that a not inconsiderable number of innocent persons are, from time to time, convicted of crimes and offenses, the reason for which often is the mere inability to secure an efficient defense. Although there are several societies in London and the country dealing with the criminal classes, and more particularly with discharged prisoners, yet there does not appear to be one for the purpose of assisting unconvicted prisoners. This work we propose boldly to take up. By this and many other ways we shall help those charged with criminal offenses, who, on a most careful inquiry, might reasonably be supposed to be innocent, but who, through want of means, are unable to obtain the legal assistance and produce the evidence necessary for an efficient defense. We shall not pretend authoritatively to judge as to who is innocent or who is guilty, but if after full explanation and inquiry the person charged may reasonably be supposed to be innocent, and is not in a position to defend himself, then we should feel free to advise such a case, hoping thereby to save such person and his family and friends from much misery, and possibly from utter ruin. Mr. Justice Field recently remarked, "For a man to assist another man who was under a criminal charge was a highly laudable and praiseworthy act. If a man was without friends, and an Englishman came forward and legitimately, and for the purpose of honestly assisting him with means to put before the court his case, that was a highly laudable and praiseworthy act, and he should be the last man in the country to complain of any man for so doing." These remarks are endorsed by most judges and magistrates, and our Advice Bureau will give practical effect to them. In every case an attempt will be made to secure not only the outward reformation, but the actual regeneration of all whom we assist. Special attention, as has been described under the Criminal Reform Department, will be paid to first offenders. We shall endeavor also to assist, as far as we have the ability, the wives and children of persons who are undergoing sentences by endeavoring to obtain for them employment, or otherwise rendering them help. Hundreds of this class fall into the deepest distress and demoralization through want of friendly aid in the forlorn circumstances in which they find themselves, on the conviction of relatives on whom they have been dependent for a livelihood, or for protection and direction in the ordinary affairs of life. This department will also be responsible for gathering intelligence, spreading information, and the general prosecution of such measures as are likely to lead to the much-needed beneficial changes in our prison management. In short, it will seek to become the true friend and savior of the criminal classes in general, and in doing so we shall desire to act in harmony with the societies at present in existence who may be seeking for objects kindred to the Advice Bureau. We pen the following list to give some idea of the topics on which the Advice Bureau may be consulted: claim for accidents, administration of estates, adulteration of food and drugs, questions of agency, disputed agreements, affiliation cases, cruelty to animals, wrongful arrest, assault, bankruptcies, bills of exchange, bills of sale, forfeited bonds, breach of promise, cruelty to children, custody of children, compensation for injuries, compensation for accident, compensation for defamation, compensation for loss of employment, etc., confiscation by landlords, breach of contracts, infringement of copyright, county court cases, debts, illegal distress, divorce, ejectment cases, Employers' Liability Act, duties of executors, breach of Factory Act, attempted fraud, sale of goodwill, forfeited guarantee, heir at law, disputes of husbands and wives, false imprisonment, custody of infants, cases of intestacy, judgment summonses, landlord and tenant cases, lapses and renewals of leases, disputed legacies, libel cases, licenses, questions of the marriage law, Masters and Servants Acts, right of public meeting, mortgages, alleged negligence, next of kill wanted, alleged nuisances, the law of partnership, registration and infringement of patents, pawnbrokers and their pledges, police cases, probate, rates and taxes, reversionary interests, cases of seduction, servants' wrongful dismissal, sheriffs, sureties estreated, disputed tenancies, infringement of trademarks, cases of trespass, trustees and trusts, wages kept back, disputed and unproved wills, cruelty to women, grievances of workmen, etc. The Advice Bureau will therefore be, first of all, a place where men and women in trouble can come when they please to communicate in confidence the cause of their anxiety, with a certainty that they will receive a sympathetic hearing and the best advice. Secondly, it will be a poor man's lawyer, giving the best legal counsel as to the course to be pursued in the various circumstances with which the poor find themselves confronted. Thirdly, It will act as a poor man's tribune, and will undertake the defense of friendless prisoners supposed to be innocent, together with the resistance of illegal extortions, and the prosecution of offenders who refuse legal satisfaction for the wrongs they have committed. Fourthly, it will act wherever it is called upon as a court of arbitration between litigants, where the decision will be according to equity and the costs cut down to the lowest possible figure. Such a department cannot be improvised, but it is already in a fair way of development, and it can hardly fail to do a great good. End of section 32. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 33. Our Intelligence Department. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. An indispensable adjunct of this scheme will be the institution of what may be called an intelligence department at headquarters. Power, it has been said, belongs to the best informed, and if we are effectually to deal with the forces of social evil, we must have ready at our fingers' ends the accumulated experience and information of the whole world on this subject. The collection of facts and the systematic record of them would be invaluable, rendering the results of the experiments of previous generations available for the information of our own. At the present there is no central institution, either governmental or otherwise, in this country or any other, which charges itself with the duty of collecting and collating the ideas and conclusions on social economy, so far as they are likely to help the solution of the problem we have in hand. The British Home Office has only begun to index its own papers. The local government board is in a similar condition, and although each particular blue book may be admirably indexed, there is no classified index of the whole series. If this is the case with the government, it is not likely that the innumerable private organizations which are pecking here and there at the social question should possess any systematized method for the purpose of comparing notes and storing information. This intelligence department, which I propose to found on a small scale at first, will have in it the germ of vast extension which will, if adequately supported, become a kind of university in which the accumulated experiences of the human race will be massed, digested, and rendered available to the humblest toiler in the great work of social reform. At the present moment, who is there that can produce in any of our museums and universities as much as a classified index of publications relating to one of the many heads under which I have dealt with this subject? Who is there among all our wise men and social reformers that can send me a list of all the best tracts upon, say, the establishment of agricultural colonies, or the experiments that have been made in dealing with inebriates, or the best plans for the construction of a working man's cottage? For the development of this scheme I want an office to begin with, in which, under the head of the varied subjects treated of in this volume, I may have arranged the condensed essence of all the best books that have been written, and the names and addresses of those whose opinions are worth having upon them, together with a note of what those opinions are, and the results of experiments which have been made in relation to them. I want to establish a system which will enable me to use not only the eyes and hands of salvation officers, but of sympathetic friends in all parts of the world, for the purposes of noticing and reporting at once every social experiment of importance. Any words of wisdom on the social question, whether it may be the breeding of rabbits, the organization of an emigration service, the best method of conducting a cottage farm, or the best way of cooking potatoes. There is nothing in the whole range of our operations upon which we should not be accumulating and recording the results of human experience. What I want is to get the essence of wisdom which the wisest have gathered from the widest experience, rendered instantly available for the humblest worker in the Salvation Factory or farm colony, and for any other toiler in similar fields of social progress. It can be done, and in the service of the people it ought to be done. I look for helpers in this department among those who hitherto may not have cared for the Salvation Army, but who, in the seclusion of their studies and libraries, will assist in the compiling of this great index of sociological experiments, and who would be willing, in this form, to help in this scheme as associates for the ameliorating of the condition of the people, if in nothing else than in using their eyes and ears, and giving me the benefit of their brains as to where knowledge lies, and how it can best be utilized. I propose to make a beginning by putting 2 capable men and a boy in an office, with instructions to cut out, preserve, and verify all contemporary records in the daily and weekly press that have a bearing upon any branch of our departments. Round these 2 men and a boy will grow up, I confidently believe, a vast organization of zealous, unpaid workers, who will cooperate in making our intelligence department a great storehouse of information, a universal library, where any man may learn what is the sum of human knowledge upon any branch of the subject which we have taken in hand. Cooperation in general. If anyone asked me to state in one word what seemed likely to be the key of the solution of the social problem, I should answer unhesitatingly, cooperation. It being always understood that it is cooperation conducted on righteous principles, and for wise and benevolent ends. Otherwise, association cannot be expected to bear any more profitable fruit than individualism. Cooperation is applied association, association for the purpose of production and distribution. Cooperation implies the voluntary combination of individuals to the attaining of an object by mutual help, mutual counsel, and mutual effort. There is a great deal of idle talk in the world just now about capital, as if capital were the enemy of labor. It is quite true that there are capitalists not a few who may be regarded as the enemies, not only of labor, but of the human race. But capital itself, so far from being a natural enemy of labor, is the great object which the laborer has constantly in view. However much an agitator may denounce capital, his one great grievance is that he has not enough of it for himself. Capital, therefore, is not an evil in itself. On the contrary, it is good, so good that one of the great aims of the social reformer ought to be to facilitate its widest possible distribution among his fellow men. It is the congestion of capital that is evil, and the labor question will never be finally solved until every laborer is his own capitalist. All this is trite enough, and has been said 1,000 times already, but unfortunately with the saying of it the matter ends. Cooperation has been brought into practice in relation to distribution with considerable success. But cooperation as a means of production has not achieved anything like the success that was anticipated. Again and again, enterprises have been begun on cooperative principles, which bid fair, in the opinion of the promoters, to succeed. But after 1, 2, 3, or 10 years, The enterprise which was started with such high hopes has dwindled away into either total or partial failure. At present, many cooperative undertakings are nothing more or less than huge joint stock limited liability concerns, shares of which are held largely by working people, but not necessarily, and sometimes not at all, by those who are actually employed in the so-called cooperative business. Now, why is this? Why do cooperative firms, cooperative factories, and cooperative utopias so often come to grief? I believe the cause is an open secret and can be discerned by anyone who will look at the subject with an open eye. The success of industrial concerns is largely a question of management. Management signifies government, and government implies authority. And authority is the last thing which cooperators of the utopian order are willing to recognize as an element essential to the success of their schemes. The cooperative institution, which is governed on parliamentary principles, with unlimited right of debate and right of obstruction, will never be able to compete successfully with institutions which are directed by a single brain wielding the united resources of a disciplined and obedient army of workers. Hence, to make cooperation a success, you must superadd to the principle of consent the principle of authority. You must invest in those to whom you entrust the management of your cooperative establishment the same liberty of action that is possessed by the owner of works on the other side of the repudiation of the rotten and effete regime of the Bourbons. The French peasants and workmen imagined that they were inaugurating the millennium when they scrawled liberty, equality, and fraternity across all the churches in every city in France. They carried their principles of freedom and license to the logical ultimate, and attempted to manage their army on parliamentary principles. It did not work. Their undisciplined levies were driven back, disorder reigned in the Republican camp, and the French Revolution would have been stifled in its cradle had not the instinct of the nation discerned in time the weak point in its armor. Menaced by foreign wars and intestine revolt, the Republic established an iron discipline in its army, and enforced obedience by the summary process of military execution. The liberty and the enthusiasm developed by the outburst of the long pent-up revolutionary forces supplied the motive power. But it was the discipline of the revolutionary armies, the stern, unbending obedience which was enforced in all ranks from the highest to the lowest, which created for Napoleon the admirable military instrument by which he shattered every throne in Europe and swept in triumph from Paris to Moscow. In industrial affairs, we are very much like the French Republic before it tempered its doctrine of the rights of man by the duty of obedience on the part of the soldier. We have got to introduce discipline into the industrial army. We have to superadd the principle of authority to the principle of cooperation, and so to enable the worker to profit to the full by the increased productiveness of the willing labor of men who are employed in their own workshops and on their own property. There is no need to clamor for great schemes of state socialism. The whole thing can be done simply, economically, and speedily if only the workers will practice as much self-denial for the sake of establishing themselves as capitalists as the soldiers of the Salvation Army practice every year in Self-Denial Week. What is the sense of never making a levy except during a strike? Instead of calling for a shilling or 2 shillings a week in order to maintain men who are starving in idleness because of a dispute with their masters, Why should there not be a levy kept up for weeks or months by the workers for the purpose of setting themselves up in business as masters? There would then be no longer a capitalist owner face to face with the masses of the proletariat, but all the means of production, the plant, and all the accumulated resources of capital would really be at the disposal of labor. This will never be done, however, as long as cooperative experiments are carried on in the present archaic fashion. Believing in cooperation as the ultimate solution, if to cooperation you can add subordination, I am disposed to attempt something in this direction in my new social scheme. I shall endeavor to start a cooperative farm on the principles of Rallahine, and base the whole of my farm colony on a cooperative foundation. In starting this little cooperative commonwealth, I am reminded by those who are always at a man's elbow to fill him with forebodings of ill, to look at the failures which I have just referred to, which make up the history of the attempt to realize ideal commonwealths in this practical workaday world. Now, I have read the history of the many attempts at cooperation that have been made to form the communistic settlements in the United States, and I am perfectly familiar with the sorrowful fate with which nearly all have been overtaken. But the story of their failures does not deter me in the least, for I regard them as nothing more than warnings to avoid certain mistakes, beacons to illustrate the need of proceeding on a different tack. Broadly speaking, your experimental communities fail because your utopias all start upon the system of equality and government by vote of the majority, and as a necessary and unavoidable consequence, your utopians get to loggerheads, and utopia goes to smash. I shall avoid that rock. The farm colony, like all the other departments of the scheme, will be governed not on the principle of counting noses, but on the exactly opposite principle of admitting no noses into the concern that are not willing to be guided by the directing brain. It will be managed on principles which assert that the fittest ought to rule, and it will provide for the fittest being selected, and having got them at the top, will insist on universal and unquestioning obedience from those at the bottom. If anyone does not like to work for his rations and submit to the orders of his superior officers, he can leave. There is no compulsion on him to stay. The world is wide, and outside the confines of our colony and the operations of our corps, my authority does not extend. But judging from our brief experience, it is not from revolt against authority that the scheme is destined to fail. There cannot be a greater mistake in this world than to imagine that men object to be governed. They like to be governed, provided that the governor has his head screwed on right, and that he is prompt to hear and ready to see and recognize all that is vital to the interests of the Commonwealth. So, far from there being an innate objection on the part of mankind to being governed, the instinct to obey is so universal that even when governments have gone blind and deaf and paralytic, rotten with corruption, and hopelessly behind the times, they still contrive to live on. Against a capable government no people ever rebel. Only when stupidity and incapacity have taken possession of the seat of power do insurrections break out. End of section 33. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 34. A Matrimonial Bureau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. There is another direction in which something ought to be done to restore the natural advantages enjoyed by every rural community which have been destroyed by the increasing tendency of mankind to come together in huge masses. I refer to that which is, after all, one of the most important elements in every human life, that of marrying and giving in marriage. In the natural life of a country village, all the lads and lasses grow up together. They meet together in religious associations, in daily employments, and in their amusements on the village green. They have learned their ABC and pothooks together, and when the time comes for pairing off, they have had excellent opportunities of knowing the qualities and the defects of those whom they select as their partners in life. Everything in such a community lends itself naturally to the indispensable preliminaries of love-making and courtships, which, however much they may be laughed at, contribute more than most things to the happiness of life. But in a great city all this is destroyed. In London at the present moment, how many hundreds, nay, thousands of young men and young women who are living in lodgings are practically without any opportunity of making the acquaintance of each other, or of any one of the other sex. The street is no doubt the city substitute for the village green, and what a substitute it is! It has been bitterly said by one who knew well what he was talking about, there are thousands of young men today who have no right to call any woman by her Christian name, except the girls they meet plying their dreadful trade in our public thoroughfares. As long as that is the case, vice has an enormous advantage over virtue. Such an abnormal social arrangement interdicts morality, and places a vast premium upon prostitution. We must get back to nature if we hope to cope with this ghastly evil. There ought to be more opportunities afforded for healthy human intercourse between young men and young women. Nor can society rid itself of a great responsibility for all the wrecks of manhood and womanhood with which our streets are strewn, unless it does make some attempt to bridge this hideous chasm which yawns between the two halves of humanity. The older I grow, the more absolutely am I opposed to anything that violates the fundamental law of the family. Humanity is composed of two sexes, and woe be to those who attempt to separate them into distinct bodies, making of each half one whole. It has been tried in monasteries and convents, but with poor success. Yet what our fervent Protestants do not seem to see is that we are reconstructing a similar false system for our young people, without the safeguards and restraints of convent walls or the sanctifying influence of religious conviction. The conditions of city life, the absence of the enforced companionship of the village and small town, the difficulty of young people finding harmless opportunities of friendly intercourse, all tends to create classes of celibates who are not chaste, and whose irregular and lawless indulgence of a universal instinct is one of the most melancholy features of the present state of society. Nay, so generally is this recognized, that one of the terms by which one of the consequences of this unnatural state of things is popularly known is the social evil, as if all other social evils were comparatively unworthy of notice in comparison to this. While I have been busily occupied in working out my scheme for the registration of labor, it has occurred to me more than once, why could not something like the same plan be adopted in relation to men who want wives and women who want husbands? Marriage is with most people largely a matter of opportunity. Many a man and many a woman who would, if they had come together, have formed a happy household, are leading at this moment miserable and solitary lives, suffering in body and in soul, in consequence of their exclusion from the natural state of matrimony. Of course, the registration of the unmarried who wish to marry would be a matter of much greater delicacy than the registration of the joiners and stonemasons who wish to obtain work, but the thing is not impossible. I have repeatedly found in my experience that many a man and many a woman would only be too glad to have a friendly hint as to where they might prosecute their attentions, or from which they might receive proposals. In connection with such an agency, if it were established, for I am not engaging to undertake this task, I am only throwing out a possible suggestion as to the development in the direction of meeting a much-needed want. There might be added training homes for matrimony. My heart bleeds for many a young couple whom I see launching out into the sea of matrimony with no housewifery experience. The young girls who leave our public elementary schools and go out into factories have never been trained to home duties, and yet, when taken to wife, are unreasonably expected to fulfill worthily the difficult positions of the head of a household and the mother of a family. A month spent before marriage in a training home of housewifery would conduce much more to the happiness of the married life than the honeymoon which immediately follows it. Especially is this the case with those who marry to go abroad and settle in a distant country. I often marvel when I think of the utter helplessness of the modern woman, compared with the handiness of her grandmother. How many of our girls can even bake a loaf? The baker has killed out one of our fundamental domestic arts. But if you are in the backwoods, or in the prairie, or in the bush, no baker's cart comes around every morning with the new-made bread. And I have often thought with sorrow of the kind of stuff which this poor wife must serve up to her hungry husband. As it is with baking, so it is with washing, with milking, with spinning, with all the arts and sciences of the household, which were formerly taught, as a matter of course, to all the daughters who were born in the world. Talk about woman's rights! One of the first of woman's rights is to be trained to her trade, to be queen of her household and mother of her children. Speaking of colonists leads me to the suggestion whether something could not be done to supply, on a well-organized system, the thousands of bachelor miners or the vast host of unmarried males who are struggling with the wilderness on the outskirts of civilization, with the capable wives from the overplus of marriageable females who abound in our great towns. Woman supplied in adequate quantities is the great moralizer of society, but woman doled out as she is in the far West and the Australian bush, in the proportion of one woman to about a dozen men, is a fertile source of vice and crime. Here again we must get back to nature, whose fundamental laws our social arrangements have rudely set on one side, with consequences which, as usual, she does not fail to exact with remorseless severity. There have always been born into the world and continue to be born boys and girls in fairly equal proportions. But with colonizing and soldiering, our men go away, leaving behind them a continually growing surplus of marriageable but unmarried spinsters, who cannot spin, and who are utterly unable to find themselves husbands. This is a wide field on the discussion of which I must not enter. I merely indicate it as one of those departments in which an intelligent philanthropy might find a great sphere for its endeavors. But it would be better not to touch it at all, than to deal with it with light-hearted precipitancy, and without due consideration of all the difficulties and dangers connected therewith. Obstacles, however, exist to be overcome and converted into victories. There is even a certain fascination about the difficult and dangerous, which appeals very strongly to all who know that it is the apparently insolvable difficulty which contains within its bosom the key to the problem which you are seeking to solve. Whitechapel by the Sea. In considering the various means by which some substantial improvement can be made in the condition of the toiling masses, recreation cannot be omitted. I have repeatedly had forced upon me the desirability of making it possible for them to spend a few hours occasionally by the seaside, or even at times 3 or 4 days. Notwithstanding the cheapened rates and frequent excursions, there are multitudes of the poor who year in and out never get beyond the crowded city, with the exception of dragging themselves and their children now and then to the parks on holidays or hot summer evenings. The majority, especially the inhabitants of the east of London, never get away from the sunless alleys and grimy streets in which they exist from year to year. It is true that a few here and there of the adult population, and a good many of the children, have a sort of annual charity excursion to Epping Forest, Hampton Court, or perhaps to the sea, but it is only the minority. The vast number, while possessed of a passionate love of the sea, which only those who have mixed with them can conceive, pass their whole lives without having once looked over its blue waters, or watched its waves breaking at their feet. Now, I am not so foolish as to dream that it is possible to make any such change in society as will enable the poor man to take his wife and children for a fortnight's sojourn during the oppressive summer days, to brace them up for the winter's task, although this might be as desirable in their case as in that of their more highly favored fellow creatures. But I would make it possible for every man, woman, and child to get now and then a day's refreshing change by a visit to the never-failing source of interest. In the carrying out of this plan, we are met at the onset with a difficulty of some little magnitude, and that is the necessity of a vastly reduced charge in the cost of the journey. To do anything effective, we must be able to get a man from Whitechapel or Stratford to the seaside and back for a shilling. Unfortunately, London is 60 miles from the sea. Suppose we take it at 70 miles. This would involve a journey of 140 miles for the small sum of 1 shilling. Can this be done? I think it can, and done to pay the railway companies. Otherwise, there is no ground to hope for this part of my scheme ever being realized. But I think that this great boon can be granted to the poor people without the dividends being sensibly affected. I am told that the cost of a haulage for an ordinary passenger train carrying from 500 to 1,000 persons is 2 shillings 7 per mile. A railway company could take 600 passengers 70 miles there and bring them 70 miles back at a cost of £18 1 shilling 8 pence. 600 passengers at a shilling is £30, so that there would be a clear profit to the company of nearly £12 on the haulage, towards the payment of interest on the capital, wear and tear of the line, etc. But I reckon at a very moderate computation that 200,000 persons would travel to and fro every season. An addition of £10,000 to the exchequer of a railway company is not to be despised, and this would be a mere bagatelle to the indirect profits which would follow the establishment of a settlement which must, in due course, necessarily become very speedily a large and active community. This it would be necessary to bring home to the railway companies, and for the execution of this part of my scheme I must wait till I get some manager sufficiently public-spirited to try the experiment. When such a man is found, I propose to set at once about my seaside establishment. This will present the following special advantages, which I am quite certain will be duly appreciated by the very poorest of the London population. An estate of some 300 acres would be purchased on which buildings would be erected, calculated to meet the wants of this class of excursionists. Refreshments would be provided at rates very similar to those charged at our London food depots. There would, of course, be greater facilities in the way of rooms and accommodation generally. Lodging for individuals, children, and those requiring to make a short stay in the place would be supplied at the lowest prices. Beds for single men and single women could be charged at the low rate of 6d. a night, and children in proportion, while accommodation of a suitable character, on very moderate terms, could be arranged for married people. No public houses would be allowed within the precincts of the settlement. A park, playground, music, boats, covered conveniences for bathing, without the expense of hiring a machine, and other arrangements for the comfort and enjoyment of the people would be provided. The estate would form one of the colonies of the general enterprise, and on it would be grown fruit, vegetables, flowers, and other produce for the use of the visitors, and sold at the lowest remunerative rates. One of the first provisions for the comfort of the excursionists would be the erection of a large hall, affording ample shelter in case of unfavorable weather, and in this and other parts of the place there would be the fullest opportunity for ministers of all denominations to hold religious services in connection with any excursionists they might bring with them. There would be shops for tradesmen, houses for residents, a museum with a panorama and stuffed whale. Boats would be let out at moderate prices, and a steamer to carry people so many miles out to sea and so many miles back for a penny, with a possible bout of sickness for which no extra charge would be made. In fact, the railway fares and refreshment arrangements would be on such a scale that a husband and wife could have a 70-mile ride through the green fields, the new-mown hay, the waving grain or fruit-laden orchards, could wander for hours on the seashore, have comforting and nourishing refreshment, and be landed back at home sober, cheered, and invigorated for the small sum of 3 shillings. A couple of children under 12 might be added at 1 shilling 6d. Nay, a whole family, husband, wife, and 4 children, supposing one is in arms, could have a day at the seaside without obligation or charity for 5 shillings. The gaunt, hungry inhabitants of the slums would save up their halfpence, and come by thousands. Clergymen would find it possible to bring half the poor and needy occupants of their parishes. Schools, mothers' meetings, and philanthropic societies of all descriptions would come down wholesale. In short, what Brighton is to the West End and middle classes, this place would be to the East End poor, nay, to the poor of the metropolis generally, a Whitechapel by the sea. Now, this ought to be done apart from my scheme altogether. The rich corporations which have the charge of the affairs of this great city, and the millionaires, who would never have amassed their fortunes but by the assistance of the masses, ought to say it shall be done. Suppose the railway companies refused to lend the great highways of which they have become the monopolists for such an undertaking without a subvention. Then the necessary subvention should be forthcoming. If it could be made possible for the joyless toilers to come out of the sweater's den or the stifling factory, if the seamstress could leave her needle, and the mother get away from the weary round of babydom and household drudgery for a day now and then, to the cooling, invigorating, heart-stirring influences of the sea, it should be done, even if it did cost a few paltry thousands. Let the men and women who spend a little fortune every year in continental tours, alpine climbings, yacht excursions, and many other forms of luxurious wanderings come forward and say that it shall be possible for these crowds of their less fortunate brethren to have the opportunity of spending one day at least in the year by the sea. End of section 34. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 35. Can it be done, and how? This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Can this great work be done? I believe it can. And I believe that it can be done by the Salvation Army, because it has ready to hand an organization of men and women numerous enough and zealous enough to grapple with the enormous undertaking. The work may prove beyond our powers, but this is not so manifest as to preclude us from wishing to make the attempt. That in itself is a qualification which is shared by no other organization at present. If we can do it, we have the field entirely to ourselves. The wealthy churches show no inclination to compete for the onerous privilege of making the experiment in this definite and practical form. Whether we have the power or not, we have at least the will, the ambition to do this great thing for the sake of our brethren, and therein lies our first credential for being entrusted with the enterprise. The second credential is the fact that while using all material means, our reliance is on the co-working power of God. We keep our powder dry, but we trust in Jehovah. We go not forth in our own strength to this battle. Our dependence is upon Him who can influence the heart of man. There is no doubt that the most satisfactory method of raising a man must be to effect such a change in his views and feelings that he shall voluntarily abandon his evil ways, give himself to industry and goodness in the midst of the very temptations and companionships that before led him astray, and live a Christian life, an example in himself of what can be done by the power of God in the very face of the most impossible circumstances. But herein lies the great difficulty again and again referred to. Men have not that force of character which will constrain them to avail themselves of the methods of deliverance. Now our scheme is based on the necessity of helping such. Our third credential is the fact that we have already, out of practically nothing, achieved so great a measure of success that we think we may reasonably be entrusted with this further duty. The ordinary operations of the army have already effected most wonderful changes in the conditions of the poorest and worst. Multitudes of slaves of vice in every form have been delivered, not only from these habits, but from the destitution and misery which they even produce. Instances have been given. Any number more can be produced. Our experience, which has been almost worldwide, has ever shown that not only does the criminal become honest, the drunkard sober, the harlot chaste, but that poverty of the most abject and helpless type vanishes away. Our fourth credential is that our organization alone of England's religious bodies is founded upon the principle of implicit obedience. For discipline I can answer. The Salvation Army, largely recruited from among the poorest of the poor, is often reproached by its enemies on account of the severity of its rule. It is the only religious body founded in our time that is based upon the principle of voluntary subjection to an absolute authority. No one is bound to remain in the army a day longer than he pleases. While he remains there, he is bound by the conditions of the service. The first condition of that service is implicit, unquestioning obedience. From the time when the Salvation Army began to acquire strength and to grow from the grain of mustard seed until now, when its branches overshadow the whole earth, we have been constantly warned against the evils which this autocratic system would entail. Especially were we told that in a democratic age the people would never stand the establishment of what was described as a spiritual despotism. It was contrary to the spirit of the times. It would be a stone of stumbling and a rock of offense to the masses to whom we appeal, and so forth and so forth. But what has been the answer of accomplished facts to these predictions of theorists? Despite the alleged unpopularity of our discipline, perhaps because of the rigor of military authority upon which we have insisted, the Salvation Army has grown from year to year with a rapidity to which nothing in modern Christendom affords any parallel. It is only 25 years since it was born. It is now the largest home and foreign missionary society in the Protestant world. We have nearly 10,000 officers under our orders, a number increasing every day, every one of whom has taken service on the express condition that he or she will obey without questioning or gainsaying the orders from headquarters. Of these, 4,600 are in Great Britain. The greatest number outside these islands in any one country are in the American Republic, where we have 1,018 officers, and democratic Australia, where we have 800. Nor is the submission to our discipline a mere paper loyalty. These officers are in the field, constantly exposed to privation and ill treatment of all kinds. A telegram from me will send any of them to the uttermost parts of the earth, will transfer them from the slums of London to San Francisco, or dispatch them to assist in opening missions in Holland, Zululand, Sweden, or South America. So far from resenting the exercise of authority, the Salvation Army rejoices to recognize it as one great secret of its success, a pillar of strength upon which all its soldiers can rely, a principle which stamps it as being different from all other religious organizations founded in our day. With 10,000 officers trained to obey, and trained equally to command, I do not feel that the organization even of the disorganized, sweated, hopeless, drink-sodden denizens of darkest England is impossible. It is possible, because it has already been accomplished in the case of thousands who, before they were saved, were even such as those whose evil lot we are now attempting to deal with. Our fifth credential is the extent and universality of the Army. What a mighty agency for working out the scheme is found in the Army in this respect. This will be apparent when we consider that it has already stretched itself through over 30 different countries and colonies, with a permanent location in something like 4,000 different places, that it has either soldiers or friends sufficiently in sympathy with it to render assistance in almost every considerable population in the civilized world, and in much of the uncivilized, that it has nearly 10,000 separated officers whose training and leisure and history qualify them to become its enthusiastic and earnest co-workers. In fact, our whole people will hail it as the missing link in the great scheme for the regeneration of mankind, enabling them to act out those impulses of their hearts which are ever prompting them to do good to the bodies as well as to the souls of men. Take the meetings. With few exceptions, every one of these 4,000 centers has a hall in which on every evening in the week and from early morning until nearly midnight on every Sabbath, services are being held. That nearly every service held indoors is preceded by one out of doors, the special purport of every one being the saving of these wretched crowds. Indeed, when this scheme is perfected and fairly at work, every meeting and every procession will be looked upon as an advertisement of the earthly as well as the heavenly conditions of happiness. And every barracks and officers' quarters will become a center where poor, sinful, suffering men and women may find sympathy, counsel, and practical assistance in every sorrow that can possibly come upon them, and every officer throughout our ranks in every quarter of the globe will become a co-worker. See how useful our people will be in the gathering in of this class. They are in touch with them. They live in the same street, work in the same shops and factories, and come in contact with them at every turn and corner of life. If they don't live amongst them, they formerly did. They know where to find them. They are their old chums, pothouse companions, and pals in crime and mischief. This class is the perpetual difficulty of a Salvationist's life. He feels that there is no help for them in the conditions in which they are at present found. They are so hopelessly weak, and their temptations are so terribly strong, that they go down before them. The Salvationist feels this when he attacks them in the tap-rooms, in the low lodging-houses, or in their own desolate homes. Hence, with many, the Crusader has lost all heart. He has tried them so often. But this scheme of taking them right away from their old haunts and temptations will put new life into him, and he will gather up the poor social wrecks wholesale, pass them along, and then go and hunt for more. Then see how useful this army of officers and soldiers will be for the regeneration of this festering mass of vice and crime when it is, so to speak, in our possession. All the thousands of drunkards and harlots and blasphemers and idlers have to be made over again, to be renewed in the spirit of their minds, that is, made good. What a host of moral workers will be required to accomplish such a gigantic transformation! In the army we have a few thousands ready. Anyway, we have as many as can be used at the outset, and the scheme itself will go on manufacturing more. Look at the qualifications of these warriors for the work. They have been trained themselves, brought into line, and are examples of the characters we want to produce. They understand their pupils, having been dug out of the same pit. Set a rogue to catch a rogue, they say. That is, we suppose, our formed rogue. Anyway, it is so with us. These rough and ready warriors will work shoulder to shoulder with them in the same manual employment. They will engage in the task for love. This is a substantial part of their religion, the moving instinct of the new heavenly nature that has come upon them. They want to spend their lives in doing good. Here will be an opportunity. Then see how useful these soldiers will be for distribution. Every Salvation officer and soldier in every one of these 4,000 centers, scattered through these 30-odd countries and colonies, with all their correspondents and friends and comrades living elsewhere, will be ever on the watchtower looking out for homes and employments where these rescued men and women can be fixed up to advantage, nursed into moral vigor, picked up again on stumbling, and watched over generally until able to travel the rough and slippery paths of life alone. I am therefore not without warrant for my confidence in the possibility of doing great things, if the problem so long deemed hopeless be approached with intelligence and determination on a scale corresponding to the magnitude of the evil with which we have to cope. End of section 35. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 36. How much will it cost? This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. A considerable amount of money will be required to fairly launch this scheme, and some income may be necessary to sustain it for a season. But once fairly afloat, we think there is good reason to believe that in all its branches it will be self-supporting, unless its area of operation is largely extended, on which we fully rely. Of course, the cost of the effort must depend very much upon its magnitude. If anything is to be done commensurate with the extent of the evil, it will necessarily require a proportionate outlay. If it is only the drainage of a garden that is undertaken, a few pounds will meet the cost. But if it is a great dismal swamp of many miles in area, harboring all manner of vermin and breeding all kinds of deadly malaria that has to be reclaimed and cultivated, a very different sum will not only be found necessary, but be deemed an economic investment. Seeing that the country pays out something like 10 millions per annum in poor law and charitable relief without securing any real abatement of the evil, I cannot doubt that the public will hasten to supply 1/10 of that sum. If you reckon that of the submerged tenth, we have 1 million to deal with, this will only be £1 per head for each of those whom it is sought to benefit, or say 1 million sterling, to give the present scheme a fair chance of getting into practical operation. According to the amount furnished must necessarily be the extent of our operations. We have carefully calculated that with £100,000 the scheme can be successfully set in motion, and that it can be kept going on an annual income of £30,000, which is about 3¼ % on the balance of the million sterling, for which I ask as an earnest that the public intend to put its hand to this business with serious resolution, and our judgment is based not on any mere imaginings, but upon the actual result of the experiments already made. Still, it must be remembered that so vast and desirable an end cannot be even practically contemplated without a proportionate financial outlay. Supposing, however, by the subscription of this amount the undertaking is fairly set afloat, the question may be asked, what further funds will be required for its efficient maintenance? This question we proceed to answer. Let us look at the 3 colonies apart, and then at some of the circumstances which apply to the whole. To begin with, there is the financial aspect of the city colony. Here there will be, of course, a considerable outlay required for the purchasing and fitting up of property, the acquisition of machinery, furniture, tools, and the necessary plant for carrying forward all these varied operations. These once acquired, no further outlay will be needed except for the necessary reparations. The homes for the destitute will be nearly, if not quite, self-sustaining. The superior homes for both single and married people will not only pay for themselves, but return some interest on the amount invested, which would be devoted to the furtherance of other parts of the scheme. The refuges for fallen girls would require considerable funds to keep them going, but the public has never been slow to practically express its sympathy with this class of work. The criminal homes and prison gate operations would require continued help, but not a very great deal. Then the work in the slums is somewhat expensive. The 80 young women at present engaged in it cost on an average of 12 shillings per week each for personal maintenance, inclusive of clothes and other little matters, and there are expenses for halls and some little relief which cannot in any way be avoided, bringing our present annual slum outlay to over £4,000. But the poor people amongst whom they work, notwithstanding their extreme poverty, are already contributing over £1,000 per annum towards this amount, which income will increase. Still, as by this scheme we propose to add at once 100 to the number already engaged, money will be required to keep this department going. The inebriate home, I calculate, will maintain itself. All its inmates will have to engage in some kind of remunerative labor, and we calculate in addition upon receiving money with a considerable number of those availing themselves of its benefits. But to practically assist the 500,000 slaves of the cup, we must have money not only to launch out, but to keep our operations going. The food depots, once fitted up, pay their own working expenses. The Emigration, Advice, and Inquiry Bureau must maintain themselves, or nearly so. The labor shops, anti-sweating, and other similar operations will without question require money to make ends meet. But on the whole, a very small sum of money, in proportion to the immense amount of work done, will enable us to accomplish a vast deal of good. The farm colony from a financial point of view. Let us now turn to the farm colony, and consider it from a monetary standpoint. Here also a certain amount of money will have to be expended at the outset, some of the chief items of which will be the purchase of land, the erection of buildings, the supply of stock, and the production of first crops. There is an abundance of land in the market at the present time, at very low prices. It is rather important for the initial experiment that an estate should be obtained not too far from London, with land suitable for immediate cultivation. Such an estate would beyond question be expensive. After a time, I have no doubt, we shall be able to deal with land of almost any quality, and that in almost any part of the country, in consequence of the superabundance of labor we shall possess. There is no question, if the scheme goes forward, but that estates will be required in connection with all our large towns and cities. I am not without hope that a sufficient quantity of land will be given, or in any way sold to us on very favorable terms. When acquired and stocked, it is calculated that this land, if cultivated by spade husbandry, will support at least 2 persons per acre. The ordinary reckoning of those who have had experience with allotments gives 5 persons to 3 acres. But even supposing that this calculation is a little too sanguine, we can still reckon a farm of 500 acres supporting, without any outside assistance, say 750 persons. But in this scheme we should have many advantages not possessed by the simple peasant, such as those resulting from combination, market gardening, and the other forms of cultivation already referred to. And thus we should want to place 2 or 3 times this number on that quantity of land. By a combination of city and town colonies, there will be a market for at least a large portion of the products. At the rate of our present consumption in the London food depots and homes for the destitute alone, at least 50 acres would be required for potatoes alone, and every additional colonist would be an additional consumer. There will be no rent to pay. as it is proposed to buy the land right out. In the event of a great rush being made for the allotments spoken of, further land might be rented with option of purchase. Of course, the continuous change of laborers would tell against the profitableness of the undertaking, but this would be proportionately beneficial to the country, seeing that everyone who passes through the institution with credit makes one less in the helpless crowd. The rent of cottages and allotments would constitute a small return, and at least pay interest on the money invested in them. The labor spent upon the colony would be constantly increasing its money value. Cottages would be built, orchards planted, land enriched, factories run up, warehouses erected, while other improvements would be continually going forward. All the labor and a large part of the material would be provided by the colonists themselves. It may be suggested that the worker would have to be maintained during the progress of these erections and manufactures, the cost of which would in itself amount to a considerable sum. True, and for this first outlay it would be required. But after this, every cottage erected, every road made, in short, every structure and improvement would be a means of carrying forward the regenerating process, and in many cases it is expected will become a source of income. As the scheme progresses, it is not irrational to expect that government, or some of the varied local authorities, will assist in the working out of a plan which in so marked a manner will relieve the rates and taxes of the country. The salaries of officers would be in keeping with those given in the Salvation Army, which are very low. No wages would be paid to colonists, as has been described, beyond pocket money and a trifle for extra service. Although no permanent invalid would be knowingly taken into the colonies, it is fair to assume that there will be a certain number, and also a considerable residuum of naturally indolent, half-witted people, incapable of improvement, left upon our hands. Still, it is thought that with reformed habits, variety of employment, and careful oversight, such may be made to earn their own maintenance, at least especially when it is borne in mind that unless they work, so far as they have ability, they cannot remain in the colony. If the household salvage scheme which has been explained in Chapter 2 proves the success we anticipate, there can be no question that great financial assistance will be rendered by it to the entire scheme when once the whole thing has been brought into working order. The financial aspect of the colony oversea. Let us now turn to the colony oversea, and regard it also from the financial standpoint. Here we must occupy ourselves chiefly with the preliminary outlay, as we could not for a moment contemplate having to find money to assist it when once fairly established. The initial expense will no doubt be somewhat heavy, but not beyond a reasonable amount. The land required would probably be given, whether we go to Africa, Canada, or elsewhere. Anyway, it would be acquired on such easy terms as would be a near approach to a gift. A considerable sum would certainly be necessary for effecting the first settlements. There would be temporary buildings to erect, land to break up and crop, stock, farm implements, and furniture to purchase, and other similar expenses. But this would not be undertaken on a large scale, as we should rely to some extent on the successive batches of colonists more or less providing for themselves, and in this respect working out their own salvation. The amount advanced for passages, outfit money, and settlement would be repaid by installments by the colonists, which would in turn serve to pay the cost of conveying others to the same destination. Passage and outfit money would no doubt continue to be some difficulty. £8 per head, say, to Africa, £5 passage money, and £3 for the journey across the country is a large sum when a considerable number are involved, and I am afraid no colony would be reached at a much lower rate. But I am not without hope that the government might assist us in this direction. Taking up the entire question, that is, of the 3 colonies, we are satisfied that the sum named will suffice to set to work an agency which will probably rescue from lives of degradation and immorality an immense number of people, and that an income of something like £30,000 will keep it afloat. But supposing that a much larger amount should be required by operations greatly in advance of those here spoken of, which we think exceedingly probable, it is not unreasonable to expect that it will be forthcoming, seeing that caring for the poor is not only a duty of universal obligation, a root principle of all religion, but an instinct of humanity not likely to be abolished in our time. We are not opposed to charity as such, but to the mode of its administration, which, instead of permanently relieving, only demoralizes and plunges the recipients lower in the mire, and so defeats its own purpose. What? I think I hear some say. £1,000,000 sterling? How can any man out of Bedlam dream of raising such a sum? Stop a little. £1,000,000 may be a great deal to pay for a diamond or a palace, but it is a mere trifle compared with the sums which Britain lavishes whenever Britons are in need of deliverance if they happen to be imprisoned abroad. The King of Ashanti had captive some British subjects, not even of English birth, in 1869. John Bull dispatched General Wolseley with the pick of the British army, who smashed Coffee-Cocklee, liberated the captives, and burnt Kumasi, and never winced when the bill came in for £750,000. But that was a mere trifle. When King Theodore of Abyssinia made captives of a couple of British representatives, Lord Napier was dispatched to rescue. He marched his army to Magdala, brought back the prisoners, and left King Theodore dead. The cost of that expedition was over 9 millions sterling. The Egyptian campaign that smashed Arabi cost nearly 5 millions. The rush to Khartoum, that arrived too late to rescue General Gordon, cost at least as much. The Afghan war cost 21 millions sterling. Who dares, then, to say that Britain cannot provide £1,000,000 sterling to rescue not 1 or 2 captives, but 1,000,000, whose lot is quite as doleful as that of the prisoners of savage kings, but who are to be found not in the land of the Sudan, or in the swamps of Ashanti, or in the mountains of the moon, but here at our very doors? Don't talk to me about the impossibility of raising the million. Nothing is impossible when Britain is in earnest. All talk of impossibility only means that you don't believe that the nation cares to enter upon a serious campaign against the enemy at our gates. When John Bull goes to the wars, he does not count the cost. And who dare deny that the time has fully come for a declaration of war against the social evils which seem to shut out God from this, our world? End of section 36. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 37. Some advantages stated. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. This scheme takes into its embrace all kinds and classes of men who may be in destitute circumstances, irrespective of their character or conduct, and charges itself with supplying at once their temporal needs, and then aims at placing them in a permanent position of comparative comfort, the only stipulation made being a willingness to work and to conform to discipline on the part of those receiving its benefit. While at the commencement we must impose some limits with respect to age and sickness, we hope, when fairly at work, to be able to dispense with even these restrictions, and to receive any unfortunate individual who has only his misery to recommend him and an honest desire to get out of it. It will be seen that in this respect the scheme stands head and shoulders above any plan that has ever been mooted before, seeing that nearly all the other charitable and remedial proposals more or less confess their utter inability to benefit any but what they term the decent working man. This scheme seeks out by all manner of agencies marvelously adapted for the task the classes whose welfare it contemplates, and, by varied measures and motives adapted to their circumstances, compels them to accept its benefits. Our plan contemplates nothing short of revolutionizing the character of those whose faults are the reason for their destitution. We have seen that with fully 50% of these, their own evil conduct is the cause of their wretchedness. To stop short with them of anything less than a real change of heart will be to invite and ensure failure. But this we are confident of effecting, anyway in the great majority of cases, by reasonings and persuasions, concerning both earthly and heavenly advantages, by the power of man and by the power of God. By this scheme any man, no matter how deeply he may have fallen in self-respect and the esteem of all about him, may re-enter life afresh with the prospect of re-establishing his character when lost, or perhaps of establishing a character for the first time, and so obtaining an introduction to decent employment, and a claim for admission into society as a good citizen. While many of this crowd are absolutely without a decent friend, others will have, on that higher level of respectability they once occupied, some relative or friend or employer who occasionally thinks of them, and who, if only satisfied that a real change has taken place in the prodigal, will not only be willing, but delighted to help them once more. By this scheme we believe we shall be able to teach habits of economy, household management, thrift, and the like. There are numbers of men who, although suffering the direst pangs of poverty, know little or nothing about the value of money, or the prudent use of it, and there are hundreds of poor women who do not know what a decently managed home is, and who could not make one if they had the most ample means and tried ever so hard to accomplish it, having never seen anything but dirt, disorder, and misery in their domestic history. They could not cook a dinner or prepare a meal decently if their lives were dependent upon it, never having had a chance of learning how to do it. But by this scheme we hope to teach these things. By this plan habits of cleanliness will be created, and some knowledge of sanitary questions in general will be imparted. This scheme changes the circumstances of those whose poverty is caused by their misfortune. To begin with, it finds work for the unemployed. This is the chief need. The great problem that has for ages been puzzling the brains of the political economist and philanthropist has been, how can we find these people work? No matter what other helps are discovered, without work there is no real ground for hope. Charity and all the other 10,000 devices are only temporary expedients, altogether insufficient to meet the necessity. Work, apart from the fact that it is God's method of supplying the wants of man's composite nature, is an essential to his well-being in every way, and on this plan there is work, honorable work. None of your demoralizing stone-breaking or oakum-picking business, which tantalizes and insults poverty. Every worker will feel that he is not only occupied for his own benefit, but that any advantage reaped over and above that which he gains himself will serve to lift some other poor wretch out of the gutter. There would be work within the capacity of all. Every gift could be employed. For instance, take 5 persons on the farm: a baker, a tailor, a shoemaker, a cook, and an agriculturalist. The baker would make bread for all, the tailor garments for all, the shoemaker shoes for all, the cook would cook for all, and the agriculturalist dig for all. Those who know anything which would be useful to the inhabitants of the colony will be set to do it, and those who are ignorant of any trade or profession will be taught one. This scheme removes the vicious and criminal classes out of the sphere of those temptations before which they have invariably fallen in the past. Our experience goes to show that when you have, by divine grace, or by any consideration of the advantages of a good life, or the disadvantages of a bad one, produced in a man's circumstances as those whom we have been describing, the resolution to turn over a new leaf, the temptations and difficulties he has to encounter will ordinarily master him, and undo all that has been done, if he still continues to be surrounded by old companions and allurements to sin. Now, look at the force of the temptations this class has to fight against. What is it that leads people to do wrong? People of all classes, rich as well as poor. Not the desire to sin. They do not want to sin. Many of them do not know what sin is, but they have certain appetites or natural likings, the indulgence of which is pleasant to them, and when the desire for their unlawful gratification is aroused, regardless of the claims of God, their own highest interests, or the well-being of their fellows, they are carried away by them, and thus all the good resolutions they have made in the past come to grief. For instance, take the temptation which comes through the natural appetite, hunger. Here is a man who has been at a religious meeting, or received some good advice, or perhaps just come out of prison, with the memories of the hardships he has suffered fresh upon him, or the advice of the chaplain ringing in his ears. He has made up his mind to steal no more, but he has no means of earning a livelihood. He becomes hungry. What is he to do? A loaf of bread tempts him, or, more likely, a gold chain which he can turn into bread. An inward struggle commences. He tries to stick to his bargain, but the hunger goes on gnawing within, and it may be there is a wife and children hungry as well as himself. So he yields to the temptation, takes the chain, and in turn the policeman takes him. Now this man does not want to do wrong, and still less does he want to go to prison. In a sincere, dreamy way he desires to be good, and if the path were easier for him, he would probably walk in it. Again, there is the appetite for drink. That man has no thought of sinning when he takes his first glass. Much less does he want to get drunk. He may have still a vivid recollection of the unpleasant consequences that followed his last spree. But the craving is on him. The public house is there, handy. His companions press him. He yields and falls, and perhaps falls to rise no more. We might amplify But our scheme proposes to take the poor slave right away from the public houses, the drink, and the companions that allure him to it, and therefore we think the chances of reformation in him are far greater. Then think of the great boon this scheme will be to the children, bringing them out of the slums, wretched hovels, and filthy surroundings in which they are being reared for lives of abomination of every description, into the fields, amongst the green trees and cottage homes, where they can grow up with a chance of saving both body and soul. Think again of the change this scheme will make for these poor creatures from the depressing, demoralizing surroundings of the unsightly, filthy quarters in which they are huddled together, to the pure air and sights and sounds of the country. There is much talk about the beneficial influence of pictures, music, and literature upon the multitudes. Money, like water, is being poured forth to supply such attractions in museums, people's palaces, and the like, for the edification and amelioration of the social condition of the masses. But God made the country, man made the town, and if we take the people to the pictures of divine manufacture, that must be the superior plan. Again, the scheme is capable of illimitable application. The plaister can be made as large as the wound. The wound is certainly a very extensive one, and it seems at first sight almost ridiculous for any private enterprise to attempt dealing with it. 3 millions of people, living in little short of perpetual misery, have to be reached and rescued out of this terrible condition. But it can be done, and this scheme will do it, if it is allowed a fair chance. Not all at once, true. It will take time, but it will begin to tell on the festering mass straight away. Within a measurable distance we ought to be able to take out of this black sea at least 100 individuals a week, and there is no reason why this number should not go on increasing. An appreciable impression on this gulf of misery would be immediately made, not only for those who are rescued from its dark waters, but for those who are left behind, seeing that for every 100 individuals removed, there is just the additional work which they performed for those who remain. It might not be much, but still it would soon count up. Supposing 3 carpenters are starving on employment which covered 1/3 of their time. If you take 2 away, the one left will have full employment. But it will be for the public to fix, by their contributions, the extent of our operations. The benefits bestowed by this scheme will be permanent in duration. It will be seen that this is no temporary expedient, such as, alas, nearly every effort hitherto made on behalf of these classes has been. Relief works, soup kitchens, enquiries into character, emigration schemes, of which none will avail themselves, charity in its 100 forms, casual wards, the Union, and 100 other nostrums may serve for the hour, but they are only at the best palliations. But this scheme, I am bold to say, offers a substantial and permanent remedy. In relieving one section of the community, our plan involves no interference with the well-being of any other. See Chapter 7, Section 4, Objections. This scheme removes the all but insuperable barrier to an industrious and godly life. It means not only the leading of these lost multitudes out of the city of destruction into the Canaan of plenty, but the lifting of them up to the same level of advantage with the more favored of mankind for securing the salvation of their souls. Look at the circumstances of hundreds and thousands of the classes of whom we are speaking. From the cradle to the grave, Might not their influence in the direction of religious belief be summarized in one sentence: atheism made easy? Let my readers imagine theirs to have been a similar lot. Is it not possible that under such circumstances they might have entertained some serious doubts as to the existence of a benevolent God who would thus allow his creatures to starve, or that they would have been so preoccupied with their temporal miseries as to have no heart for any concern about the next life? Take a man, hungry and cold, who does not know where his next meal is coming from, nay, who thinks it problematical whether it will come at all. We know his thoughts will be taken up entirely with the bread he needs for his body. What he wants is a dinner. The interests of his soul must wait. Take a woman with a starving family. She knows that as soon as Monday comes round, the rent must be paid, or else she and her children must go into the street, and their little belongings be impounded. At the present moment she is without it. Are not her thoughts likely to wander in that direction if she slips into a church or mission hall, or Salvation Army barracks? I have had some experience on this subject, and have been making observations with respect to it ever since the day I made my first attempt to reach these starving, hungry crowds, just over 45 years ago, and I am quite satisfied that these multitudes will not be saved in their present circumstances. All the clergymen, home missionaries, tract distributors, sick visitors, and everyone else who care about the salvation of the poor may make up their minds as to that. If these people are to believe in Jesus Christ, become the servants of God, and escape the miseries of the wrath to come, they must be helped out of their present social miseries. They must be put into a position in which they can work and eat, and have a decent room to live and sleep in, and see something before them besides a long, weary, monotonous, grinding round of toil, and anxious care to keep themselves and those they love barely alive, with nothing at the further end but the hospital, the union, or the madhouse. If Christian workers and philanthropists will join hands to effect this change, it will be accomplished, and the people will rise up and bless them and be saved. If they will not, the people will curse them and perish. End of section 37. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 38. Some Objections Met. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Objections must be expected. They are a necessity with regard to any scheme that has not yet been reduced to practice, and simply signify foreseen difficulties in the working of it. We freely admit that there are abundance of difficulties in the way of working out the plan smoothly and successfully that has been laid down, but many of these we imagine will vanish when we come to close quarters, and the remainder will be surmounted by courage and patience. Should, however, this plan prove the success we predict, it must eventually revolutionize the condition of the starving sections of society, not only in this great metropolis, but throughout the whole range of civilization. It must, therefore, be worthy not only of a careful consideration, but of persevering trial. Some of these difficulties at first sight appear rather serious. Let us look at them. Objection 1. It is suggested that the class of people for whose benefit the scheme is designed would not avail themselves of it. When the feast was prepared and the invitation had gone forth, it is said that the starving multitudes would not come, that, though labor was offered them in the city, or prepared for them on the farm, they would prefer to rot in their present miseries rather than avail themselves of the benefit provided. In order to gather the opinions of those most concerned, we consulted one evening, by a census in our London shelters, 250 men out of work, and all suffering severely in consequence. We furnished a set of questions, and obtained answers from the whole. Now it must be borne in mind that these men were under no obligation whatever to make any reply to our enquiries, much less to answer them favorably to our plan, of which they knew next to nothing. These 250 men were mostly in the prime of life, the greater portion of them being skilled workmen. An examination of the return papers showing that out of the entire number 207 were able to work at their trades, had they the opportunity. The number of trades naturally varied. There were some of all kinds: engineers, custom-house officers, schoolmasters, watch and clockmakers, sailors, and men of the different branches of the building trade. Also a number of men who have been in business on their own account. The average amount of wages earned by the skilled mechanics when regularly employed was 33 shillings per week. The money earned by the unskilled averaged 22 shillings per week. They could not be accounted lazy, as most of them, when not employed at their own trade or occupation, had proved their willingness to work by getting jobs at anything that turned up. On looking over the list, we saw that one who had been a custom-house officer had recently acted as carpenter's laborer. A type-founder had been glad to work at chimney-sweeping. The schoolmaster, able to speak 5 languages, who in his prosperous days had owned a farm, was glad to do odd jobs as a bricklayer's laborer. A gentleman's valet, who once earned £5 a week, had come so low down in the world that he was glad to act as sandwich man for the magnificent sum of 14 pence a day, and that only as an occasional affair. In the list was a dyer and cleaner, married, with a wife and 9 children, who had been able to earn 40 shillings a week, but had done no regular work for 3 years out of the last 10. We put the following question to the entire number: if you were put on a farm and set to work at anything you could do, and supplied with food, lodging, and clothing, with a view to getting you onto your feet, would you be willing to do all you could? In response, the whole 250 replied in the affirmative, with one exception, and on inquiry we elicited that, being a sailor, the man was afraid he would not know how to do the work. On being interrogated as to their willingness to grapple with the hard labor on the land, they said, "Why should we not? Look at us. Can any plight be more miserable than ours? Why not, indeed? A glance at them would certainly make it impossible for any thoughtful person to assign a rational reason for their refusal. In rags, swarming with vermin, hungry, many of them living on scraps of food, begged or earned in the most haphazard fashion, without sufficient clothing to cover their poor gaunt limbs, most of them without a shirt. They had to start out the next morning, uncertain which way to turn to earn a crust for dinner, or the 4 pence necessary to supply them again with the humble shelter they had enjoyed that night. The idea of their refusing employment which would supply abundantly the necessaries of life, and give the prospect of becoming, in process of time, the owner of a home, with its comforts and companionships, is beyond conception. There is not much question that this class will not only accept the scheme we want to set before them, but gratefully do all in their power to make it a success. 2. Too many would come. This would be very probable. There would certainly be too many apply, but we should be under no obligation to take more than was convenient. The larger the number of applications, the wider the field for selection, and the greater the necessity for the enlargement of our operations. 3rd, they would run away. It is further objected that if they did come, the monotony of the life, the strangeness of the work, together with the absence of the excitements and amusements with which they had been entertained in the cities and towns, would render their existence unbearable. Even when left to the streets, there is an amount of life and action in the city which is very attractive. Doubtless some would run away, but I don't think this would be a large proportion. The change would be so great and so palpably advantageous that I think they would find in it ample compensation for the deprivation of any little pleasurable excitement they had left behind them in the city. For instance, there would be a sufficiency of food, the friendliness and sympathy of their new associates. There would be abundance of companions of similar tastes and circumstances, not all pious. It would be quite another matter to going single-handed onto a farm, or into a melancholy family. Then there would be the prospect of doing well for themselves in the future, together with all the religious life, meetings, music, and freedom of the Salvation Army. But what says our experience? If there be one class which is the despair of the social reformer, it is that which is variously described, but which we may term the lost women of the streets. From the point of view of the industrial organizer, they suffer from almost every fault that human material can possess. They are, with some exceptions, untrained to labor, demoralized by a life of debauchery, accustomed to the wildest license, emancipated from all discipline but that of starvation, given to drink, and for the most part impaired in health. If therefore any considerable number of this class can be shown to be ready to submit themselves voluntarily to discipline, to endure deprivation of drink, and to apply themselves steadily to industry, then example will go a long way towards proving that even the worst description of humanity, when intelligently, thoroughly handled, is amenable to discipline and willing to work. In our British rescue homes, we receive considerably over 1,000 unfortunates every year, while all over the world our annual average is 2,000. The work has been in progress for 3 years, long enough to enable us to test very fully the capacity of the class in question to reform. With us there is no compulsion. If any girl wishes to remain, she remains. If she wishes to go, she goes. No one is detained a day or an hour longer than they choose to stay. Yet our experience shows that as a rule they do not run away. Much more restless and thoughtless and given to change as a class than men, the girls do not, in any considerable numbers, desert. The average of our London homes for the last 3 years gives only 14% as leaving on their own account, while for the year 1889 only 5%. And the entire number who have either left or been dismissed during that year amounts only to 13% on the whole. 4th, they would not work. Of course, to such as had for years been leading idle lives, anything like work and exhaustive labor would be very trying and wearisome, and a little patience and coaxing might be required to get them into the way of it. Perhaps some would be hopelessly beyond salvation in this respect, and until the time comes, if it ever does arrive, when the government will make it a crime for an able-bodied man to beg when there is an opportunity for him to engage in remunerative work, this class will wander abroad preying upon a generous public. It will, however, only need to be known that any man can obtain work if he wants it, for those who have, by their liberality, maintained men and women in idleness to cease doing so. And when it comes to this pass, that a man cannot eat without working, of the two evils he will choose the latter, preferring labor, however unpleasant it may be to his tastes, to actual starvation. It must be borne in mind that the penalty of certain expulsion, which all would be given to understand would be strictly enforced, would have a good influence in inducing the idlest to give work a fair trial, and once at it should not despair of conquering the aversion altogether, and eventually being able to transform and pass these once lazy loafers as real industrious members of society. Again, any who have fears on this point may be encouraged by contrasting the varied and ever-changing methods of labor we should pursue, with the monotonous and uninteresting grind of many of the ordinary employments of the poor, and the circumstances by which they are surrounded. Here again we fall back upon our actual experience in reclamation work. In our homes for saving the lost women, we have no difficulty of getting them to work. The idleness of this section of the social strata has been before referred to. It is not for a moment denied, and there can be no question as to its being the cause of much of their poverty and distress. But from early morn until the lights are out at night, all is a round of busy and, to a great extent, very uninteresting labor, while the girls have, as a human inducement, only domestic service to look forward to, of which they are in no way particularly enamored. And yet here is no mutiny, no objection, no unwillingness to work. In fact, they appear well pleased to be kept continually at it. Here is a report that teaches the same lesson. A small bookbinding factory is worked in connection with the rescue homes in London. The folders and stitchers are girls saved from the streets, but who, for various reasons, were found unsuitable for domestic service. The factory has solved the problem of employment for some of the most difficult cases. 2 of the girls at present employed there are crippled, while one is supporting herself and 2 young children. While learning the work, they live in the rescue homes, and the few shillings they are able to earn are paid into the home funds. As soon as they are able to earn 12 shillings a week, a lodging is found for them, with Salvationists, if possible, and they are placed entirely upon their own resources. The majority of girls working at this trade in London are living in the family, and 6 shillings, 7 shillings, and 8 shillings a week make an acceptable addition to the home income. But our girls who are entirely dependent upon their own earnings must make an average wage of 12 shillings a week at least. In order that they may do this, we are obliged to pay higher wages than other employers. For instance, we give from 2.5 to 3 a thousand more than the trade for binding small pamphlets. Nevertheless, after the manager, a married man is paid, and a man for the superintendence of the machines, a profit of about £500 has been made, and the work is improving. They are all paid piecework. 18 women are supporting themselves in this way at present, and conducting themselves most admirably. One of their number acts as forewoman, and conducts the prayer meeting at 12:30, the 2 minutes prayer after meals, etc. Their continuance in the factory is subject to their good behavior, both at home as well as at work. In one instance only have we had any trouble at all, and in this solitary case the girl was so penitent she was forgiven, and has done well ever since. I think that, without exception, they are Salvation soldiers, and will be found at nearly every meeting on the Sabbath, etc. The binding of Salvation Army publications, the Deliverer, All the World, the penny songbooks, etc., almost keep us going. A little outside work for the end of the months is taken, but we are not able to make any profit generally, it is so badly paid. It will be seen that this is a miniature factory, but still it is a factory, and worked on principles that will admit of illimitable extension, and may, I think, be justly regarded as an encouragement and an exemplification of what may be accomplished in endless variations. Number 5. Again, it is objected that the class whose benefit we contemplate would not have physical ability to work on a farm or in the open air. How, it is asked, would tailors, clerks, weavers, seamstresses, and the destitute people, born and reared in the slums and poverty hovels of the towns and cities, do farm or any other work that has to do with the land? The employment in the open air, with exposure to every kind of weather which accompanies it, would, it is said, kill them off right away. We reply that the division of labor before described would render it as unnecessary as it would be undesirable and uneconomical to put many of these people to dig or to plant. Neither is it any part of our plan to do so. On our scheme, we have shown how each one would be appointed to that kind of work for which his previous knowledge and experience and strength best adapted him. Moreover, there can be no possible comparison between the conditions of health enjoyed by men and women wandering about homeless, sleeping in the streets or in the fever-haunted lodging-houses, or living huddled up in a single room and toiling 12 and 14 hours in a sweater's den, and living in comparative comfort in well-warmed and ventilated houses, situated in the open country with abundance of good, healthy food. Take a man or a woman out into the fresh air, give them proper exercise and substantial food, supply them with a comfortable home, cheerful companions, and a fair prospect of reaching a position of independence in this or some other land, and a complete renewal of health and careful increase of vigor will, we expect, be one of the first great benefits that will ensue. Number 6. It is objected that we should be left with a considerable residuum of half-witted, helpless people. Doubtless this would be a real difficulty, and we should have to prepare for it. We certainly, at the outset, should have to guard against too many of this class being left upon our hands, although we should not be compelled to keep anyone. It would, however, be painful to have to send them back to the dreadful life from which we had rescued them. Still, however, this would not be so ruinous a risk, looked at financially, as some would imagine. We could, we think, maintain them for 4 shillings per week, and they would be very weak indeed in body and very wanting in mental strength if they were not able to earn that amount in some one of the many forms of employment which the colony would open up. Number 7, again it will be objected that some efforts of a similar character have failed. For instance, cooperative enterprises in farming have not succeeded. True, but so far as I can ascertain, nothing of the character I am describing has ever been attempted. A large number of socialistic communities have been established and come to grief in the United States, in Germany, and elsewhere, but they have all, both in principle and practice, strikingly differed from what we are proposing here. Take one particular alone. The great bulk of these societies have not only been fashioned without any regard to the principles of Christianity, but, in the vast majority of instances, have been in direct opposition to them. And the only communities based on cooperative principles that have survived the first few months of their existence have been based upon Christian truth. If not absolute successes, there have been some very remarkable results obtained by efforts partaking somewhat of the nature of the one I am setting forth. See that of Rallahine, described in the appendix. Number 8, it is further objected that it would be impossible to maintain order and enforce good discipline amongst this class of people. We are of just the opposite opinion. We think that it would, nay, we are certain of it, and we speak as those who have had considerable experience in dealing with the lower classes of society. We have already dealt with this difficulty. We may say further that we do not propose to commence with 1,000 people in a wild, untamed state, either at home or abroad. To the colony overseas we should send none but those who have had a long period of training in this country. The bulk of those sent to the provincial farm would have had some sort of trial in the different city establishments. We should only draft them onto the estate in small numbers, as we were prepared to deal with them. And I am quite satisfied that without the legal methods of maintaining order that are acted upon so freely in workhouses and other similar institutions, we should have as perfect obedience to law, as great a respect for authority, and as strong a spirit of kindness pervading all ranks throughout the whole of the community as could be found in any other institution in the land. It will be borne in mind that our army system of government largely prepares us, if it does not qualify us, for this task. Anyway, it gives us a good start. All our people are trained in habits of obedience, and all our officers are educated in the exercise of authority. The officers throughout the colony would be almost exclusively recruited from the ranks of the army, and every one of them would go to the work both theoretically and practically familiar with those principles which are the essence of good discipline. Then we can argue, and that very forcibly, from the actual experience we have already had in dealing with this class. Take our experience in the army itself. Look at the order of our soldiers. Here are men and women who have no temporal interest whatever at stake, receiving no remuneration, often sacrificing their earthly interests by their union with us. And yet see how they fall into line and obey orders in the promptest manner, even when such orders go right in the teeth of their temporal interests. Yes, it will be replied by some, this is all very excellent so far as it relates to those who are altogether of your own way of thinking. You can command them as you please, and they will obey. But what proof have you given of your ability to control and discipline those who are not of your way of thinking? You can do that with your Salvationists because they are saved, as you call it. When men are born again, you can do anything with them. But unless you convert all the denizens of darkest England, what chance is there that they will be docile to your discipline? If they were soundly saved, no doubt something might be done. But they are not saved, soundly or otherwise, they are lost. What reason have you for believing that they will be amenable to discipline? I admit the force of this objection, but I have an answer, and an answer which seems to me complete. Discipline, and that of the most merciless description, is enforced upon multitudes of these people even now. Nothing that the most authoritative organization of industry could devise in the excess of absolute power could for a moment compare with the slavery enforced today in the dens of the sweater. It is not a choice between liberty and discipline that confronts these unfortunates, but between discipline mercilessly enforced by starvation and inspired by feudal greed, and discipline accompanied with regular rations and administered solely for their own benefit. What liberty is there for the tailors who have to sew for 16 to 20 hours a day in a pest hole in order to earn 10 shillings a week? There is no discipline so brutal as that of the sweater. There is no slavery so relentless as that from which we seek to deliver the victims. Compared with their normal condition of existence, the most rigorous discipline which would be needed to secure the complete success of any new individual organization would be an escape from slavery into freedom. You may reply that it might be so if people understood their own interest, but as a matter of fact they do not understand it, and that they will never have sufficient far-sightedness to appreciate the advantages that are offered them. To this I answer that here also I do not speak from theory. I lay before you the ascertained results of years of experience. More than 2 years ago, moved by the misery and despair of the unemployed, I opened the food and shelter depots in London already described. Here are a large number of men every night, many of them of the lowest type of casuals who crawl about the streets, a certain proportion criminals, and about as difficult a class to manage as I should think could be got together. And while there will be 200 of them in a single building night after night, from the first opening of the doors in the evening until the last man has departed in the morning, there shall scarcely be a word of dissatisfaction. Anyway, nothing in the shape of angry temper or bad language. No policemen are required. Indeed, 2 or 3 nights' experience will be sufficient to turn the regular frequenters of the place of their own free will into officers of order, glad not only to keep the regulations of the place, but to enforce its discipline upon others. Again, every colonist, whether in the city or elsewhere, would know that those who took the interests of the colony to heart were loyal to its authority and principles, and labored industriously in promoting its interests, would be rewarded accordingly by promotion to positions of influence and authority, which would also carry with them temporal advantages, present and prospective. But one of our main hopes would be in the apprehension by the colonists of the fact that all our efforts were put forth on their behalf. Every man and woman on the place would know that this enterprise was begun and carried on solely for their benefit, and that of the other members of their class, and that only their own good behavior and cooperation would ensure their reaping a personal share in such benefit. Still, our expectations would be largely based on the creation of a spirit of unselfish interest in the community. 9. Again, it is objected that this scheme is too vast to be attempted by voluntary enterprise. It ought to be taken up and carried out by the government itself. Perhaps so, but there is no very near probability of government undertaking it, and we are not quite sure whether such an attempt would prove a success if it were made. But seeing that neither governments, nor society, nor individuals have stood forward to undertake what God has made appear to us to be so vitally important a work, and as He has given us the willingness, and in many important senses the ability, we are prepared, if the financial help is furnished, to make a determined effort, not only to undertake, but to carry it forward to a triumphant success. 10. It is objected that the classes we seek to benefit are too ignorant and depraved for Christian effort, or for effort of any kind to reach and reform. Look at the tramps, the drunkards, the harlots, the criminals. How confirmed they are in their idle and vicious habits. It will be said, indeed has been already said by those with whom I have conversed, that I don't know them, which statement I cannot, I think, be maintained, for if I don't know them, who does? I admit, however, that thousands of this class are very far gone from every sentiment, principle, and practice of right conduct. But I argue that these poor people cannot be much more unfavorable subjects for the work of regeneration than are many of the savages and heathen tribes, in the conversion of whom Christians universally believe, for whom they beg large sums of money, and to whom they send their best and bravest people. These poor people are certainly embraced in the divine plan of mercy. To their class the Savior especially gave His attention when He was on the earth, and for them He most certainly died on the cross. Some of the best examples of Christian faith and practice, and some of the most successful workers for the benefit of mankind, have sprung from this class, of which we have instances recorded in the Bible and any number in the history of the Church and of the Salvation Army. It may be objected that while this scheme would undoubtedly assist one class of the community by making steady, industrious workmen, it must thereby injure another class by introducing so many new hands into the labor market, already so seriously overstocked. To this we reply that there is certainly an appearance of force in this objection, but it has, I think, been already answered in the foregoing pages. Further, if the increase of workers, which this scheme will certainly bring about, was the beginning and the end of it, it would certainly present a somewhat serious aspect. But even on that supposition, I don't see how the skilled worker could leave his brothers to rot in their present wretchedness, though their rescue should involve the sharing of a portion of his wages. But there is no such danger, seeing that the number of extra hands thrown on the British labor market must be necessarily inconsiderable. The increased production of food in our farm and colonial operations must indirectly benefit the working man. The taking out of the labor market of a large number of individuals who at present have only partial work, while benefiting them, must of necessity afford increased labor to those left behind. While every poor workless individual made into a wage earner will of necessity have increased requirements in proportion. For instance, the drunkard who has to manage with a few bricks, a soap-box, and a bundle of rags, will want a chair, a table, a bed, and at least the other necessary adjuncts to a furnished home, however sparely fitted up it may be. There is no question that when our colonization scheme is fairly afloat, it will drain off not only many of those who are in the morass, but a large number who are on the verge of it. Nay, even artisans, earning what are considered good wages, will be drawn by the desire to improve their circumstances, or to raise their children under more favorable surroundings, or from still nobler motives to leave the old country. Then it is expected that the agricultural laborer and the village artisan, who are ever migrating to the great towns and cities, will give the preference to the colony oversea, and so prevent that accumulation of cheap labor which is considered to interfere so materially with the maintenance of a high wages standard. End of section 38. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 39. Recapitulation. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. I have now passed in review the leading features of the scheme, which I put forward as one that is calculated to considerably contribute to the amelioration of the condition of the lowest stratum of our society. It in no way professes to be complete in all its details. Anyone may, at any point, lay his finger on this, that, or the other feature of the scheme, and show some void that must be filled in if it is to work with effect. There is one thing, however, that can be safely said in excuse for the shortcomings of the scheme, and that is that if you wait until you get an ideally perfect plan, you will have to wait until the millennium, and then you will not need it. My suggestions, crude though they may be, have nevertheless one element that will in time supply all deficiencies. There is life in them. With life there is the promise and power of adaptation to all the innumerable and varying circumstances of the class with which we have to deal. Where there is life, there is infinite power of adjustment. This is no cast-iron scheme, forged in a single brain and then set up as a standard to which all must conform. It is a sturdy plant, which has its roots deep down in the nature and circumstances of men. Nay, I believe in the very heart of God himself. It has already grown much, and will, if duly nurtured and tended, grow still further, until from it, as from the grain of mustard seed in the parable, there shall spring up a great tree whose branches shall overshadow all the earth. Once more let me say, I claim no patent rights in any part of this scheme. Indeed, I do not know what in it is original and what is not. Since formulating some of the plans which I have thought were new under the sun, I have discovered that they have been already tried in different parts of the world, and that with great promise. It may be so with others, and in this I rejoice. I plead for no exclusiveness. The question is much too serious for such fooling as that. Here are millions of our fellow creatures perishing amidst the breakers of the sea of life, dashed to pieces on sharp rocks, sucked under by eddying whirlpools, suffocated even when they think they have reached land by treacherous quicksands. To save them from this imminent destruction, I suggest that these things should be done. If you have any better plan than mine for effecting this purpose, in God's name bring it to the light and get it carried out quickly. If you have not, then lend me a hand with mine, as I would be only too glad to lend you a hand with yours, if it had in it greater promise of successful action than mine. In a scheme for the working out of social salvation, the great, the only test that is worth anything is the success with which they attain the object for which they are devised. An ugly old tub of a boat that will land a shipwrecked sailor safe on the beach is worth more to him than the finest yacht that ever left a slipway, incapable of effecting the same object. The superfine votaries of culture may recoil in disgust from the rough and ready suggestions which I have made for dealing with this sunken tenth, but mere recoiling is no solution. If the cultured and the respectable and the orthodox and the established dignitaries and conventionalities of society pass by on the other side, we cannot follow their example. We may not be priests and Levites, but we can at least play the part of the Good Samaritan. The man who went down to Jericho and fell among thieves was probably a very improvident, reckless individual, who ought to have known better than to go roaming alone through defiles haunted by banditti, whom he even led into temptation by the careless way in which he exposed himself and his goods to their avaricious gaze. It was, no doubt, largely his own fault that he lay there bruised and senseless and ready to perish, just as it is largely the fault of those whom we seek to help that they lie in the helpless plight in which we find them. But, for all that, let us bind up their wounds with such balm as we can procure, and setting them on our ass, let us take them to our colony, where they may have time to recover, and once more set forth on the journey of life. And now, having said this much by way of reply to some of my critics, I will recapitulate the salient features of the scheme. I laid down at the beginning certain points to be kept in view as embodying those invariable laws or principles of political economy, without due regard to which no scheme can hope for even a chance of success. Subject to these conditions, I think my scheme will pass muster. It is large enough to cope with the evils that will confront us. It is practicable, for it is already in course of application, and it is capable of indefinite expansion. But it would be better to pass the whole scheme in its more salient features in review once more. The scheme will seek to convey benefit to the destitute classes in various ways altogether apart from their entering the colonies. Men and women may be very poor and in very great sorrow, nay, on the verge of actual starvation, and yet be so circumstanced as to be unable to enroll themselves in the colonial ranks. To these, our cheap food depots, our advice bureau, labor shops, and other agencies will prove an unspeakable boon, and will be likely by such temporary assistance to help them out of the deep gulf in which they are struggling. Those who need permanent assistance will be passed on to the city colony and taken directly under our control. Here they will be employed as before described. Many will be sent off to friends. Work will be found for others in the city or elsewhere, while the great bulk, after reasonable testing as to their sincerity and willingness to assist in their own salvation, will be sent on to the farm colonies, where the same process of reformation and training will be continued, and, unless employment is otherwise obtained, they will then be passed on to the oversea colony. All in circumstances of destitution, vice, or criminality will receive casual assistance or be taken into the colony, on the sole condition of their being anxious for deliverance, and willing to work for it, and to conform to discipline, altogether irrespective of character, ability, religious opinions, or anything else. No benefit will be conferred upon any individual except under extraordinary circumstances, without some return being made in labor. Even where relatives and friends supply money to the colonists, the latter must take their share of work with their comrades. We shall not have room for a single idler throughout all our borders. The labor allotted to each individual will be chosen in view of his past employment or ability. Those who have any knowledge of agriculture will naturally be put to work on the land. The shoemaker will make shoes, the weaver cloth, and so on. And when there is no knowledge of any handicraft, the aptitude of the individual and the necessities of the hour will suggest the sort of work it would be most profitable for such a one to learn. Work of all descriptions will be executed as far as possible by hand labor. The present rage for machinery has tended to produce much destitution by supplanting hand labor so exclusively that the rush has been from the human to the machine. We want, as far as is practicable, to travel back from the machine to the human. Each member of the colony would receive food, clothing, lodging, medicine, and all necessary care in case of sickness. No wages would be paid, except a trifle by way of encouragement for good behavior and industry, or to those occupying positions of trust, part of which will be saved in view of exigencies in our colonial bank, and the remainder used for pocket money. The whole scheme of the 3 colonies will, for all practical purposes, be regarded as one. Hence the training will have in view the qualification of the colonists for ultimately earning their livelihood in the world altogether independently of our assistance, or, failing this, fit them for taking some permanent work within our borders either at home or abroad. Another result of this unity of the town and country colonies will be the removal of one of the difficulties ever connected with the disposal of products of unemployed labor. The food from the farm would be consumed by the city, while many of the things manufactured in the city would be consumed on the farm. The continued effort of all concerned in the reformation of these people will be to inspire and cultivate those habits, the want of which has been so largely the cause of the destitution and vice of the past. Strict discipline, involving careful and continuous oversight, would be necessary to the maintenance of order amongst so large a number of people, many of whom had hitherto lived a wild and licentious life. Our chief reliance in this respect would be upon the spirit of mutual interest that would prevail. The entire colony would probably be divided into sections, each under the supervision of a sergeant, one of themselves, working side by side with them, yet responsible for the behavior of all. The chief officers of the colony would be individuals who had given themselves to the work, not for a livelihood, but from a desire to be useful to the suffering poor. They would be selected at the outset from the army, and that on the ground of their possessing certain capabilities for the position, such as knowledge of the particular kind of work they had to superintend, or their being good disciplinarians, and having the faculty for controlling men and being themselves influenced by a spirit of love. Ultimately, the officers, we have no doubt, would be, as is the case in all our other operations, men and women raised up from the colonists themselves, and who will consequently possess some special qualifications for dealing with those they have to superintend. The colonists will be divided into 2 classes. The first, the class which receives no wages, will consist of a. The new arrivals whose ability, character, and habits are as yet unknown; b. The less capable in strength, mental caliber, or other capacity; c. The indolent and those whose conduct and character appear doubtful. These would remain in this class until sufficiently improved for advancement, or are pronounced so hopeless as to justify expulsion. The second class would have a small extra allowance, part of which would be given to the workers for private use, and a part reserved for future contingencies, the payment of traveling expenses, etc. From this class we should obtain our petty officers, send out hired laborers, emigrants, etc., etc. Such is the scheme as I have conceived it. Intelligently applied and resolutely persevered in, I cannot doubt that it will produce a great and salutary change in the condition of many of the most hopeless of our fellow countrymen. Nor is it only our fellow countrymen to whom it is capable of application. In its salient features, with such alterations as are necessary, owing to differences of climate and of race, it is capable of adoption in every city in the world, for it is an attempt to restore to the masses of humanity that are crowded together in cities the human and natural elements of life which they possessed when they lived in the smaller unit of the village or the market town. Of the extent of the need there can be no question. It is, perhaps, greatest in London, where the masses of population are denser than those of any other city. But it exists equally in the chief centres of population in the New Englands that have sprung up beyond the sea, as well as in the larger cities of Europe. It is a remarkable fact that, up to the present moment, the most eager welcome that has been extended to this scheme reaches us from Melbourne, where our officers have been compelled to begin operations by the pressure of public opinion, and in compliance with the urgent entreaties of the government on one side, and the leaders of the working classes on the other, before the plan had been elaborated, or instructions could be sent out for their guidance. It is rather strange to hear of distress reaching starvation point in a city like Melbourne, the capital of a great new country which teems with natural wealth of every kind. But Melbourne, too, has its unemployed, and in no city in the empire have we been more successful in dealing with the social problem than in the capital of Victoria. The Australian papers for some weeks back have been filled with reports of the dealings of the Salvation Army with the unemployed of Melbourne. This was before the great strike. The government of Victoria practically threw upon our officers the task of dealing with the unemployed. The subject was debated in the House of Assembly, and at the close of the debate a subscription was taken up by one of those who had been our most strenuous opponents, and a sum of £400 was handed over to our officers to dispense in keeping the starving from perishing. Our people have found situations for no fewer than 1,776 persons, and are dispensing meals at the rate of 700 a day. The government of Victoria has long been taking the lead in recognizing the secular uses of the Salvation Army. The following letter, addressed by the Minister of the Interior to the officer charged with the oversight of this part of our operations, indicates the estimation in which we are held. Government of Victoria, Chief Secretary's Office, Melbourne, July 4th, 1889. Superintendent Salvation Army Rescue Work. Sir, in compliance with your request for a letter of introduction which may be of use to you in England, I have much pleasure in stating from reports furnished by officers of my department, I am convinced that the work you have been engaged on during the past 6 years has been of material advantage to the community. You have rescued from crime some who, but for the counsel and assistance rendered them, might have been a permanent tax upon the state, and you have restrained from further criminal courses others who had already suffered legal punishment for their misdeeds. It has given me pleasure to obtain from the Executive Council authority for you to apprehend children found in brothels, and to take charge of such children after formal committal. Of the great value of this branch of your work there can be no question. It is evident that the attendance of yourself and your officers at the police courts and lock-ups has been attended with beneficial results, and your invitation to our largest jails has been highly approved by the head of the department, generally speaking. I may say that your policy and procedures have been commended by the chief officers of the government of this colony who have observed your work. I have the honor to be, sir, your obedient servant. Signed, Alfred Deacon. The Victorian Parliament has voted an annual grant to our funds, not as a religious endowment, but in recognition of the service which we render in the reclamation of criminals, and what may be called, if I may use a word which has been so depraved by continental abuse, the moral police of the city. Our officer in Melbourne has an official position which opens him to almost every state institution, and in all the haunts of vice where it may be necessary for him to make his way in the search for girls that have been decoyed from home or who have fallen into evil courses. It is in Victoria also that a system prevails for handing over first offenders to the care of the Salvation Army officers, placing them in recognizance to come up when called for. An officer of the Army attends at every police court, and the prison brigade is always on guard at the jail doors when the prisoners are discharged. Our officers also have free access to the prisons, where they can conduct services and labor with the inmates for their salvation. As Victoria is probably the most democratic of our colonies, and the one in which the working class has supreme control, the extent to which it has by its government recognized the value of our operations is sufficient to indicate that we have nothing to fear from the opposition of the democracy. In the neighboring colony of New South Wales, a lady has already given us a farm of 300 acres fully stocked, on which to begin operations with a farm colony, and there seems some prospect that the scheme will get itself into active shape at the other end of the world before it is set a-going in London. The eager welcome which has thus forced the initiative upon our officers in Melbourne tends to encourage the expectation that the scheme will be regarded as no quack application, but will be generally taken up and quickly set in operation all round the world. End of section 39. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 40. A Practical Conclusion. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Throughout this book, I have more constantly used the first personal pronoun than ever before in anything I have written. I have done this deliberately, not from egotism, but in order to make it more clearly manifest that there is a definite proposal made by an individual who is prepared, if the means are furnished him, to carry it out. At the same time, I want it to be clearly understood that it is not in my own strength, nor at my own charge, that I propose to embark upon this great undertaking. Unless God wills that I should work out the idea of which I believe He has given me the conception, nothing can come of any attempt at its execution but confusion, disaster, and disappointment. But if it be His will, and whether it is or not, visible and manifest tokens will soon be forthcoming, who is there that can stand against it? Trusting in Him for guidance, encouragement, and support, I propose at once to enter upon this formidable campaign. I do not run without being called. I do not press forward to fill this breach without being urgently pushed from behind. Whether or not I am called of God, as well as by the agonizing cries of suffering men and women and children, he will make plain to me and to all of us. For as Gideon looked for a sign before he, at the bidding of the heavenly messenger, undertook the leading of the chosen people against the hosts of Midian, even so do I look for a sign. Gideon's sign was arbitrary. He selected it. He dictated his own terms. And out of compassion for his halting faith, a sign was given to him, and that twice over. First, his fleece was dry when all the country round was drenched with dew, and secondly, his fleece was drenched with dew when all the country round was dry. The sign for which I ask to embolden me to go forward is single, not double. It is necessary and not arbitrary, and it is one which the veriest skeptic or the most cynical materialist will recognize as sufficient. If I am to work out the scheme I have outlined in this book, I must have ample means for doing so. How much would be required to establish this plan of campaign in all its fullness, overshadowing all the land with its branches laden with all manner of pleasant fruit, I cannot even venture to form a conception. But I have a definite idea as to how much would be required to set it fairly in operation. Why do I talk about commencing? We have already begun, and that with considerable effect. Our hand has been forced by circumstances. The mere rumor of our undertaking reaching the Antipodes, as before described, called forth such a demonstration of approval that my officers there were compelled to begin action without waiting orders from home. In this country we've been working on the verge of the deadly morass for some years gone by, and not without marvelous effect. We have our shelters, our labor bureau, our factory, our inquiry officers, our rescue homes, our slum sisters, and other kindred agencies, all in good going order. The sphere of these operations may be a limited one. Still, what we have done already is ample proof that when I propose to do much more, I am not speaking without my book. And though the sign I ask for may not be given, I shall go struggling forward on the same lines. Still, to seriously take in hand the work which I have sketched out, to establish this triple colony, with all its affiliated agencies, I must have at least 100,000 pounds. 100,000 pounds! That is the dew on my fleece. It is not much, considering the money that is raised by my poor people for the work of the Salvation Army. The proceeds of the Self-Denial Week alone last year brought us in 20,000 pounds. This year it will not fall short of 25,000 pounds. If our poor people can do so much out of their poverty, I do not think I am making an extravagant demand when I ask that out of the millions of the wealth of the world I raise as a first installment 100,000 pounds, and say that I cannot consider myself effectually called to undertake this work unless it is forthcoming. It is in no spirit of dictation or arrogance that I ask the sign. It is a necessity. Even Moses could not have taken the children of Israel dry-shod through the Red Sea unless the waves had divided. That was the sign which marked out his duty, aided his faith, and determined his action. The sign which I seek is somewhat similar. Money is not everything. It is not by any means the main thing. Midas, with all his millions, could no more do the work than he could win the battle of Waterloo, or hold the pass of Thermopylae. But the millions of Midas are capable of accomplishing great and mighty things if they be sent about doing good under the direction of divine wisdom and Christ-like love. How hardly shall they that have riches enter into the kingdom of heaven! It is easier to make 100 poor men sacrifice their lives than it is to induce one rich man to sacrifice his fortune, or even a portion of it, to a cause in which, in his half-hearted fashion, he seems to believe. When I look over the roll of men and women who have given up friends, parents, home prospects, and everything they possess in order to walk barefooted beneath a burning sun in distant India, to live on a handful of rice, and die in the midst of the dark heathen for God and the Salvation Army, I sometimes marvel how it is that they should be so eager to give up all, even life itself, in a cause which has not power enough in it to induce any reasonable number of wealthy men to give to it the mere superfluities and luxuries of their existence. From those to whom much is given, much is expected. But alas, alas, how little is realized! It is still the widow who casts her all into the Lord's treasury. The wealthy deem it a preposterous suggestion when we allude to the Lord's tithe, and count it boredom when we ask only for the crumbs that fall from their table. Those who have followed me thus far will decide for themselves to what extent they ought to help me to carry out this project, or whether they ought to help me at all. I do not think that any sectarian differences or religious feelings whatever ought to be imported into this question. Supposing you do not like my salvationism, surely it is better for these miserable, wretched crowds to have food to eat, clothes to wear, and a home in which to lay their weary bones after their day's toil is done, even though the change is accompanied by some peculiar religious notions and practices, than it would be for them to be hungry and naked and homeless and possess no religion at all. It must be infinitely preferable that they should speak the truth, and be virtuous, industrious, and contented, even if they do pray to God, sing psalms, and go about with red jerseys, fanatically, as you call it, seeking for the millennium, than that they should remain thieves or harlots, with no belief in God at all, a burden to the municipality, a curse to society, and a danger to the state. That you do not like the Salvation Army, I venture to say, is no justification for withholding your sympathy and practical cooperation in carrying out a scheme which promises so much blessedness to your fellow men. You may not like our government, our methods, our faith. Your feeling towards us might perhaps be duly described by an observation that slipped unwittingly from the tongue of a somewhat celebrated leader in the evangelistic world some time ago, who, when asked what he thought of the Salvation Army, replied that he did not like it at all, but he believed that God Almighty did. Perhaps, as an agency, we may not be exactly of your way of thinking, but that is hardly the question. Look at that dark ocean, full of human wrecks, writhing in anguish and despair. How to rescue those unfortunates is the question. The particular character of the methods employed, the peculiar uniforms worn by the lifeboat crew, the noises made by the rocket apparatus, and the mingled shoutings of the rescued and the rescuers may all be contrary to your taste and traditions. But all these objections and antipathies, I submit, are as nothing compared with the delivering of the people out of that dark sea. If among my readers there be any who have the least conception that this scheme is put forward by me from any interested motives, by all means let them refuse to contribute even by a single penny to what would be at least one of the most shameless of shams. There may be those who are able to imagine that men who have been literally martyred in this cause have faced their death for the sake of the paltry coppers they collected to keep body and soul together. Such may possibly find no difficulty in persuading themselves that this is but another attempt to raise money to augment that mythical fortune which I, who never yet drew a penny beyond the mere out-of-pocket expenses from the Salvation Army funds, am supposed to be accumulating. From all such I ask only the tribute of their abuse, assured that the worst they say of me is too mild to describe the infamy of my conduct if they are correct in this interpretation of my motives. There appears to me to be only two reasons that will justify any man with a heart in his bosom in refusing to cooperate with me in this scheme. One, that he should have an honest and intelligent conviction that it cannot be carried out with any reasonable measure of success. Or two, that he, the objector, is prepared with some other plan which will as effectually accomplish the end it contemplates. Let me consider the second reason first. If it be that you have some plan that promises more directly to accomplish the deliverance of these multitudes than mine, I implore you at once to bring it out. Let it see the light of day. Let us not only hear your theory, but see the evidences which prove its practical character and assure its success. If your plan will bear investigation, I shall then consider you to be relieved from the obligation to assist me. Nay, if after full consideration of your plan I find it better than mine, I will give up mine, turn to and help you with all my might. But if you have nothing to offer, I demand your help in the name of those whose cause I plead. Now then, for your first objection, which I suppose can be expressed in one word: impossible. This, if well-founded, is equally fatal to my proposals. But in reply I may say, how do you know? Have you inquired? I will assume that you have read the book and duly considered it. Surely you would not dismiss so important a theme without some thought. And though my arguments may not have sufficient weight to carry conviction, you must admit them to be of sufficient importance to warrant investigation. Will you therefore come and see for yourself what has been done already, or rather what we are doing today? Failing this, will you send someone capable of judging on your behalf? I do not care very much whom you send. It is true the things of the Spirit are spiritually discerned, but the things of humanity any man can judge, whether saint or sinner, if he only possesses average intelligence and ordinary bowels of compassion. I should, however, if I had the choice, prefer an investigator who has some practical knowledge of social economics, and much more should I be pleased if he had spent some of his own time and a little of his own money in trying to do the work himself. After such investigation, I am confident there could be only one result. There is one more plea I have to offer to those who might seek to excuse themselves from rendering any financial assistance to the scheme. Is it not worthy at least of being tried as an experiment? Tens of thousands of pounds are yearly spent in trying for minerals, boring for coals, sinking for water, and I believe there are those who think it worth while, at an expenditure of hundreds of thousands of pounds, to experiment in order to test the possibility of making a tunnel under the sea between this country and France. should these adventurers fail in their varied operations, they have, at least, the satisfaction of knowing, though hundreds of thousands of pounds have been expended, that they have not been wasted, and they will not complain, because they have at least attempted the accomplishment of that which they felt ought to be done. And it must be better to attempt a duty, though we fail, than never to attempt it at all. In this book, we do think we have presented a sufficient reason to justify the expenditure of the money and effort involved in the making of this experiment. And though the effort should not terminate in the grand success which I so confidently predict, and which we all must so ardently desire, still there is bound to be not only the satisfaction of having attempted some sort of deliverance for these wretched people, but certain results which will amply repay every farthing expended in the experiment. I am now 61 years of age. The last 18 months, during which the continual partner of all my activities for now nearly 40 years has laid in the arms of unspeakable suffering, has added more than many, many former ones to the exhaustion of my term of service. I feel already something of the pressure which led the dying Emperor of Germany to say, "I have no time to be weary." If I am to see the accomplishment in any considerable degree of these lifelong hopes, I must be enabled to embark upon the enterprise without delay, and with the world-wide burden constantly upon me in connection with the universal mission of our army, I cannot be expected to struggle in this matter alone. But I trust that the upper and middle classes are at last being awakened out of their long slumber with regard to the permanent improvement of the lot of those who have hitherto been regarded as being forever abandoned and hopeless. Shame indeed upon England, if, with the example presented to us nowadays by the Emperor and government of Germany, we simply shrug our shoulders and pass on again to our business or our pleasure, leaving these wretched multitudes in the gutters where they have lain so long. No, 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 time is short. Let us arise in the name of God and humanity, and wipe away the sad stigma from the British banner that our horses are better treated than our laborers. It will be seen that this scheme contains many branches. It is probable that some of my readers may not be able to endorse the plan as a whole, while heartily approving of some of its features, and to the support of what they do not heartily approve they may not be willing to subscribe. Where this is so, we shall be glad for them to assist us in carrying out those portions of the undertaking which more especially command their sympathy and commend themselves to their judgment. For instance, one man may believe in the oversea colony, but feel no interest in the inebriates' home. Another, who may not care for emigration, may desire to furnish a factory or rescue home. A third may wish to give us an estate, assist in the food and shelter work, or the extension of the slum brigade. Now, although I regard the scheme as one and indivisible, from which you cannot take away any portion without impairing the prospect of the whole, it is quite practicable to administer the money subscribed so that the wishes of each donor may be carried out. Subscriptions may, therefore, be sent in for the general fund of the social scheme, or they can be devoted to any of the following distinct funds: the city colony, the farm colony, the colony oversea, the household salvage brigade, the rescue homes for fallen women, deliverance for the drunkard, the prison gate brigade, the poor man's bank, the poor man's lawyer, Whitechapel by the sea, or any other departments suggested by the foregoing. In making this appeal, I have so far addressed myself chiefly to those who have money. But money, indispensable as it is, has never been the thing most needful. Money is the sinews of war, and as society is at present constituted, neither carnal nor spiritual wars can be carried on without money. But there is something more necessary still. War cannot be waged without soldiers. A Wellington can do far more in a campaign than a Rothschild. More than money, a long, long way, I want men. And when I say men, I mean women also. Men of experience, men of brains, men of heart, and men of God. In this great expedition, though I am starting for territory which is familiar enough, I am, in a certain sense, entering an unknown land. My people will be new at it. We have trained our soldiers to the saving of souls. We have taught them knee drill. We have instructed them in the art and mystery of dealing with the consciences and hearts of men, and that will ever continue the main business of their lives. To save the soul, to regenerate the life, and to inspire the spirit with the undying love of Christ is the work to which all other duties must ever be strictly subordinate in the soldiers of the Salvation Army. But the new sphere on which we are entering will call for faculties other than those which have hitherto been cultivated, and for knowledge of a different character. And those who have these gifts, and who are possessed of this practical information, will be sorely needed. Already our worldwide salvation work engrosses the energies of every officer whom we command. With its extension we have the greatest difficulty to keep pace, and when this scheme has to be practically grappled with, we shall be in greater straits than ever. True, it will find employment for a multitude of energies and talents which are now lying dormant, but nevertheless this extension will tax our resources to the very utmost. In view of this, reinforcements will be indispensable. We shall need the best brains, the largest experience, and the most undaunted energy of the community. I want recruits, but I cannot soften the conditions in order to attract men to the colors. I want no comrades on these terms, but those who know our rules and are prepared to submit to our discipline, who are one with us on the great principles which determine our action, and whose hearts are in this great work for the amelioration of the hard lot of the lapsed and lost. These I will welcome to the service. It may be that you cannot deliver an open-air address or conduct an indoor meeting. Public labor for souls has hitherto been outside your practice. In the Lord's vineyard, however, are many laborers, and all are not needed to do the same thing. If you have a practical acquaintance with any of the varied operations of which I have spoken in this book, if you are familiar with agriculture, understand the building trade, or have a practical knowledge of almost any form of manufacture, there is a place for you. We cannot offer you great pay, social position, or any glitter and tinsel of man's glory. In fact, we can promise little more than rations, plenty of hard work, and probably no little of worldly scorn. But if on the whole you believe you can in no other way help your Lord so well and bless humanity so much, you will brave the opposition of friends, abandon earthly prospects, trample pride underfoot, and come out and follow him in this new crusade. To you who believe in the remedy here proposed, and the soundness of these plans, and have the ability to assist me, I now confidently appeal for practical evidence of the faith that is in you. The responsibility is no longer mine alone. It is yours as much as mine. It is yours even more than mine if you withhold the means by which I may carry out the scheme. I give what I have. If you give what you have, the work will be done. If it is not done, and the dark river of wretchedness rolls on as wide and deep as ever, the consequences will lie at the door of him who holds back. I am only one man among my fellows, the same as you. The obligation to care for these lost and perishing multitudes does not rest on me any more than it does on you. To me has been given the idea, but to you the means by which it may be realized. The plan has now been published to the world. It is for you to say whether it is to remain barren, or whether it is to bear fruit in unnumbered blessings to all the children of men. End of section 40. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 41. The Salvation Army. Structure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. The position of our forces, October 1890. Corps or outposts, officers or persons, societies wholly engaged in the work. The United Kingdom, 1,375 corps, 0 officers, 4,506 societies. France, Switzerland, 106 corps, 72 officers, 352 societies. Sweden, 103 corps, 41 officers, 328 societies. United States, 363 corps, 57 officers, 1,066 societies. Canada, 317 corps, 78 officers, 1,021 societies. Australia, Victoria, South Australia, New South Wales, Tasmania, Queensland, 270 corps, 465 officers, 903 societies. New Zealand, 65 corps, 99 officers, 186 societies. India, Ceylon, 80 corps, 51 officers, 419 societies. Holland, 40 corps, 8 officers, 131 societies. Denmark, 33 corps, 0 officers, 87 societies. Norway, 45 corps, 7 officers, 132 societies. Germany, 16 corps, 6 officers, 75 societies. Belgium, 4 corps, 0 officers, 21 societies. Finland, 3 corps, 0 officers, 12 societies. The Argentine Republic, 2 corps, 0 officers, 15 societies. South Africa and St. Helena, 52 corps, 12 officers, 162 societies. Total abroad, 1,499 corps, 896 officers, 4910 societies. Grand total, 2,874 corps, 896 officers, 9,416 societies. The Supply, Trade Department, at home and abroad. Buildings occupied, 8 at home, 22 abroad. Officers, 53 at home, 15 abroad. Employees, 207 at home, 55 abroad. Total, 260 at home, 70 abroad. The Property Department. Property now vested in the Army. The United Kingdom, 377,500 pounds. France and Switzerland, 10,000 pounds. Sweden, 13,598 pounds. Norway, 11,676 pounds. The United States, 6,601 pounds. Canada, 98,728 pounds. Australia, 86,251 pounds. New Zealand 14,798 pounds. India 5,537 pounds. Holland 7,188 pounds. Denmark 2,340 pounds. South Africa 10,401 pounds. Total 644,618 pounds. Value of trade effects, stock, machinery, and goods on hand 130,000 pounds additional. Social work of the Army. Rescue homes for fallen women 33. Slum posts 33. Prison gate brigades 10. Food depots 4. Shelters for the destitute 5. Inebriates home 1. Factory for the out of work 1. Labor Bureau 2. Officers and other managing those branches 384. Salvation and social reform literature. At home, abroad, and circulation. Weekly newspapers 3 at home, 24 abroad, 31 million circulation. Monthly magazines 3 at home, 12 abroad, 2,400,000 circulation. Total 6 at home, 36 abroad, 33,400,000 circulation. Total annual circulation of the above 33,400,000. Total annual circulation of other publications 4 million. Total annual circulation of Army literature 37,400,000. The United Kingdom, the War Cry 300,000 weekly. The Young Soldier 126,750 weekly. All the World 50,000 monthly. The Deliverer 48,000 monthly. General statements and statistics. Accommodation annual cost. Training garrisons for officers. United Kingdom 28, 11,500 pounds. Abroad 38, 760 pounds. Large vans for evangelizing the villages, known as cavalry forts. Homes of rest for officers 24, 240, 10,000. Indoor meetings held weekly 28,351. Open air meetings held weekly, chiefly in England and colonies 21,467. Total meetings held weekly 49,818. Number of houses visited weekly, Great Britain only, 54,000. Number of countries and colonies occupied, unknown. Number of languages in which literature is issued, 15. Number of languages in which salvation is preached by the officers, 29. Number of local, non-commissioned officers and bandsmen, 23,069. Number of scribes and office employees, 471. Average weekly reception of telegrams, 600. And letters, 5,400, at the London headquarters. Sum raised annually from all sources by the Army, 750,000 pounds. Balance sheets duly audited by chartered accountants are issued annually in connection with the international headquarters. See the annual report of 1889, Apostolic Warfare. Balance sheets are also produced quarterly at every corps in the world, audited and signed by the local officers. Divisional balance sheets issued monthly and audited by a special department at headquarters. Duly and independently audited balance sheets are also issued annually from every territorial headquarters. The Auxiliary League. 1. Of persons who, without necessarily endorsing or approving of every single method used by the Salvation Army, are sufficiently in sympathy with its great work of reclaiming drunkards, rescuing the fallen, in a word, saving the lost, as to give it their prayers, influence, and money. 2. Of persons who, although seeing eye to eye with the Army, yet are unable to join it, owing to being actively engaged in the work of their own denominations, or by reason of bad health or other infirmities, which forbid their taking any active part in Christian work. Persons are enrolled either as subscribing or collecting auxiliaries. The League comprises persons of influence and position, members of nearly all denominations, and many ministers. Pamphlets, auxiliaries will always be supplied gratis with copies of our annual report and balance sheet and other pamphlets for distribution on application to headquarters. Some of our auxiliaries have materially helped us in this way by distributing our literature at the seaside and elsewhere, and by making arrangements for the regular supply of waiting rooms, hydropathics, and hotels, thus helping to dispel the prejudice under which many persons unacquainted with the army are found to labor. All the world posted free regularly each month to auxiliaries. For further information and for full particulars of the work of the Salvation Army, apply personally or by letter to General Booth or to the Financial Secretary at International Headquarters, 101 Queen Victoria Street, London, E.C., to whom also contributions should be sent. Checks and postal orders crossed City Bank. End of section 41. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 42. The Salvation Army. A Sketch. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. By an officer of 17 years' standing. What is the Salvation Army? It is an organization existing to effect a radical revolution in the spiritual condition of the enormous majority of the people of all lands. Its aim is to produce a change not only in the opinions, feelings, and principles of these vast populations, but to alter the whole course of their lives, so that instead of spending their time in frivolity and pleasure-seeking, if not in the grossest forms of vice, they shall spend it in the service of their generation and in the worship of God. So far, it has mainly operated in professedly Christian countries, where the overwhelming majority of the people have ceased, publicly at any rate, to worship Jesus Christ, or to submit themselves in any way to his authority. To what extent has the army succeeded? Its flag is now flying in 34 countries or colonies, where, under the leadership of nearly 10,000 men and women, whose lives are entirely given up to the work, it is holding some 49,800 religious meetings every week, attended by millions of persons who 10 years ago would have laughed at the idea of praying. And these operations are but the means for further extension, as will be seen, especially when it is remembered that the Army has its 27 weekly newspapers, of which no less than 31 million copies are sold in the streets, public houses, and popular resorts of the godless majority. From its ranks it is, therefore, certain that an ever-increasing multitude of men and women must eventually be won. That all this has not amounted to the creation of a mere passing gust of feeling may best be demonstrated, perhaps, from the fact that the Army has accumulated no less than £775,000 worth of property, pays rentals amounting to £220,000 per annum for its meeting places, and has a total income from all sources of £750,000 per annum. Now, consider from whence all this has sprung. It is only 25 years since the author of this volume stood absolutely alone in the east of London to endeavor to Christianize its irreligious multitudes without the remotest conception in his own mind of the possibility of any such organization being created. Consider, moreover, through what opposition the Salvation Army has ever had to make its way. In each country it has to face universal prejudice, distrust, and contempt, and often stronger antipathy still. This opposition has generally found expression in systematic governmental and police restriction, followed in too many cases by imprisonment, and by the condemnatory outpourings of bishops, clergy, pressmen, and others, naturally followed in too many instances by the oaths and curses, the blows and insults of the populace. Through all this, in country after country, the army makes its way to the position of universal respect, that respect, at any rate, which is shown to those who have conquered. And of what material has this conquering host been made? Wherever the army goes, it gathers into its meetings, in the first instance, a crowd of the most debased, brutal, blasphemous elements that can be found, who, if permitted, interrupt the services, and, if they see the slightest sign of police tolerance for their misconduct, frequently fall upon the army officers or their property with violence. Yet a couple of officers face such an audience with the absolute certainty of recruiting out of it an army corps. Many thousands of those who are now most prominent in the ranks of the army never knew what it was to pray before they attended its services, and large numbers of them had settled into profound conviction that everything connected with religion was utterly false. It is out of such material that God has constructed what is admitted to be one of the most fervid bodies of believers ever seen on the face of the earth. Many persons, in looking at the progress of the army, have shown a strange want of discernment in talking and writing, as though all this had been done in a most haphazard fashion, or as though an individual could, by the mere effort of his will, produce such changes in the lives of others as he chose. The slightest reflection will be sufficient, we are sure, to convince any impartial individual that the gigantic results attained by the Salvation Army could only be reached by steady, unaltering processes adapted to this end. And what are the processes by which this great army has been made? First, the foundation of all the army's success, looked at apart from its divine source of strength, is its continued direct attack upon those whom it seeks to bring under the influence of the gospel. The Salvation Army officer, instead of standing upon some dignified pedestal to describe the fallen condition of his fellow men, in the hope that, though far from him, they may thus, by some mysterious process, come to a better life, goes down into the street, and from door to door, and from room to room, lays his hands on those who are spiritually sick, and leads them to the Almighty Healer. In its forms of speech and writing, the army constantly exhibits this same characteristic. Instead of propounding religious theories or pretending to teach a system of theology, it speaks much after the fashion of the old prophet or apostle to each individual about his or her sin and duty, thus bringing to bear upon each heart and conscience the light and power from heaven by which alone the world can be transformed. Second, and step by step, along with this human contact, goes unmistakably something that is not human. The puzzlement and self-contradiction of most critics of the army springs undoubtedly from the fact that they are bound to account for its success without admitting that any superhuman power attends its ministry. Yet, day after day and night after night, the wonderful facts go on multiplying. The man who last night was drunk in a London slum is tonight standing up for Christ on an army platform. The clever skeptic who a few weeks ago was interrupting the speakers in Berlin and pouring contempt upon their claims to a personal knowledge of the unseen Savior, is today as thorough a believer as any of them. The poor girl, lost to shame and hope, who a month ago was an outcast of Paris, is today a modest, devoted follower of Christ, working in a humble situation. To those who admit we are right in saying, "This is the Lord's doing," all is simple enough, and our certainty that the dregs of society can become its ornaments requires no further explanation. Third, all these modern miracles would, however, have been comparatively useless but for the Army's system of utilizing the gifts and energies of our converts to the uttermost. Suppose that without any claim to divine power, the Army had succeeded in raising up tens of thousands of persons, formerly unknown and unseen in the community, and made them into singers, speakers, musicians, and orderlies. That would surely, in itself, have been a remarkable fact. But not only have these engaged in various labors for the benefit of the community, they have been filled with a burning ambition to attain the highest possible degree of usefulness. No one can wonder that we expect to see the same process carried on successfully amongst our new friends of the casual ward and the slum. And if the Army has been able to accomplish all this utilization of human talents for the highest purposes, in spite of an almost universally prevailing contrary practice among the churches, what may not its social wing be expected to do, with the example of the Army before it? Fourth, the maintenance of all this system has, of course, been largely due to the unqualified acceptance of military government and discipline. But for this, we cannot be blind to the fact that even in our own ranks, difficulties would every day arise as to the exaltation to front seats of those who were formerly persecutors and injurious. The old feeling which would have kept Paul suspected in the background after his conversion is, unfortunately, a part of the conservative groundwork of human nature that continues to exist everywhere, and which has to be overcome by rigid discipline in order to secure that everywhere and always the new convert should be made the most of for Christ. But our Army system is a great, indisputable fact, so much so that our enemies sometimes reproach us with it. That it should be possible to create an Army organization and to secure faithfully execution of duty daily is indeed a wonder, but a wonder accomplished just as completely amongst the Republicans of America and France as amongst the militarily trained Germans or the subjects of the British monarchy. It is notorious that we can send an officer from London, possessed of no extraordinary ability, to take command of any corps in the world, with a certainty that he will find soldiers eager to do his bidding, and without a thought of disputing his commands, so long as he continues faithful to the orders and regulations under which his men are enlisted. Fifth, but those show a curious ignorance who set down our successes to this discipline as though it were something of the prison order, although enforced without any of the power lying either behind the prison warder or the Catholic priest. On the contrary, wherever the discipline of the Army has been endangered, and its regular success for a time interrupted, it has been through an attempt to enforce it without enough of that joyous, cheerful spirit of love which is its mainspring. Nobody can become acquainted with our soldiers in any land without being almost immediately struck with their extraordinary gladness, and this joy is in itself one of the most infectious and influential elements of the Army's success. But if this be so, amid the comparatively well-to-do, judge of what its results are likely to be amongst the poorest and most wretched. To those who have never known bright days, the mere sight of a happy face is as it were a revelation and inspiration in one. Sixth, but the Army's success does not come with magical rapidity. It depends, like that of all real work, upon infinite perseverance. To say nothing of the perseverance of the officer who has made the saving of men his life work, and who, occupied and absorbed with this great pursuit, may naturally enough be expected to remain faithful. There are multitudes of our soldiers who, after a hard day's toil for their daily bread, have but a few hours of leisure, but devote it ungrudgingly to the service of the war. Again and again, when the remains of some soldier are laid to rest, amid the almost universal respect of a town which once knew him only as an evil-doer, we hear it said that this man, since the date of his conversion, from 5 to 10 years ago, has seldom been absent from his post, and never without good reason for it. His duty may have been comparatively insignificant, only a door-opener, only a war-cry seller. Yet Sunday after Sunday, evening after evening, he would be present, no matter who the commanding officer might be, to do his part, bearing with the unruly, breathing hope into the distressed, and showing unwavering faithfulness to all. The continuance of these processes of mercy depends largely upon leadership, and the creation and maintenance of this leadership has been one of the marvels of the movement. We have men today looked up to and reverenced over wide areas of country, arousing multitudes to the most devoted service, who a few years ago were champions of iniquity, notorious in nearly every form of vice, and some of them ringleaders, in violent opposition to the Army. We have a right to believe that on the same lines God is going to raise up just such leaders without measure and without end. Beneath, behind, and pervading all the successes of the Salvation Army is a force against which the world may sneer, but without which the world's miseries cannot be removed. The force of that divine love which breathed on Calvary, and which God is able to communicate by His Spirit to human hearts today. It is pitiful to see intelligent men attempting to account, without the admission of this great fact, for the self-sacrifice and success of Salvation officers and soldiers. If those who wish to understand the Army would only take the trouble to spend as much as 24 hours with its people, how different in almost every instance would be the conclusions arrived at. Half an hour spent in the rooms inhabited by many of our officers would be sufficient to convince even a well-to-do working man that life could not be lived happily in such circumstances without some superhuman power, which alike sustains and gladdens the soul, altogether independently of earthly surroundings. The scheme that has been propounded in this volume would, we are quite satisfied, have no chance of success were it not for the fact that we have such a vast supply of men and women who, through the love of Christ ruling in their hearts, are prepared to look upon a life of self-sacrificing effort for the benefit of the vilest and roughest as the highest of privileges. With such a force at command, we dare to say that the accomplishment of this stupendous undertaking is a foregone conclusion, if the material assistance which the Army does not possess is forthcoming. End of section 42. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 43. The Salvation Army Social Reform Wing. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. The plan for creation of the Labor Bureau. Temporary headquarters, 36 Upper Thames Street, London, E.C. Objects: the bringing together of employers and workers for their mutual advantage. Making known the wants of each to each by providing a ready method of communication. Plan of operation: the opening of a central registry office, which for the present will be located at the above address, and where registers will be kept free of charge, wherein the wants of both employers and workers will be recorded, the registers being open for consultation by all interested. Public waiting rooms for male and female, to which the unemployed may come for the purpose of scanning the newspapers, the insertion of advertisements for employment in all newspapers at lowest rates, writing tables, etc., provided for their use to enable them to write applications for situations on work, the receiving of letters, replies to applications for employment for unemployed workers. The waiting rooms will also act as houses of call, where employers can meet and enter into engagements with workers of all kinds, by appointment or otherwise, thus doing away with the snare that awaits many of the unemployed, who have no place to wait other than the public house, which at present is almost the only house of call for out-of-work men. By making known to the public generally the wants of the unemployed by means of advertisements, by circulars, and direct application to employers, the issue of labor statistics with information as to the number of unemployed who are anxious for work, the various trades and occupations they represent, etc., etc. The opening of branches of the Labor Bureau as fast as funds and opportunities permit, in all the large towns and centers of industry throughout Great Britain. In connection with the Labor Bureau, we propose to deal with both skilled and unskilled workers, amongst the latter forming such agencies as Sandwich Board Men's Society, Shoeblack, carpet beating, whitewashing, window cleaning, wood chopping, and other brigades, all of which will, with many others, be put into operation as far as the assistance of the public in the shape of applying for workers of all kinds will afford us the opportunity. A domestic servants' agency will also be a branch of the Bureau, and a home for domestic servants out of situation is also in contemplation. In this and other matters funds alone are required to commence operations. All communications, donations, etc., should be addressed as above, marked Labor Bureau, etc. Central Labor Bureau, Local Agents and Correspondence Department. Letter to proposed local correspondent. Dear Comrade, the enclosed letter, which has been sent to our officers throughout the field, will explain the object we have in view. Your name has been suggested to us as one whose heart is thoroughly in sympathy with any effort on behalf of poor, suffering humanity. We are anxious to have in connection with each of our corps, and in every locality throughout the kingdom, some sympathetic, level-headed comrade, acting as our agent or local correspondent, to whom we could refer at all times for reliable information, and who would take it as work of love to regularly communicate useful information respecting the social condition of things generally in their neighborhood. Kindly reply giving us your views and feelings on the subject as soon as possible, as we are anxious to organize at once. The first business on hand is for us to get information of those out of work and employers requiring workers, so that we can place them upon our registers and make known the wants both of employers and employees. We shall be glad of a communication from you, giving us some facts as to the condition of things in your locality, or any ideas or suggestions you would like to give, calculated to help us in connection with this good work. I may say that the social wing not only comprehends the labor question, but also prison rescue and other branches of salvation work, dealing with broken-down humanity generally, so that you can see what a great blessing you may be to the work of God by cooperating with us. Believe me to be, yours affectionately for the suffering and the lost, etc. Local Agents and Correspondence Department. Proposition for local agent, correspondent, etc., requesting name, address, occupation, if a soldier, what corps, if not a soldier, what denomination, if spoken to on the subject, what reply they have made. Signed, Corps, dated. Kindly return this as soon as possible, and we will then place ourselves in communication with the comrade you propose for this position. To employers of labor. Notice of Labor Bureau Local Office of Registration opening. We beg to bring to your notice the fact that the Salvation Army has opened at the above address, in connection with the Social Reform Wing, a labor bureau for the registration of the wants of all classes of labor, for both employer and employee in London and throughout the kingdom, our object being to place in communication with each other, for mutual advantage, those who want workers and those who want work. Arrangements have been made at the above address for waiting rooms, where employers can see unemployed men and women, and where the latter may have accommodation to write letters, see the advertisements in the papers, etc., etc. If you are in want of workers of any kind, will you kindly fill up the enclosed form and return it to us? We will then have the particulars entered up, and endeavor to have your wants supplied. All applications, I need hardly assure you, will have our best attention, whether they refer to work of a permanent or temporary character. We shall also be glad, through the Information Office of Labor Department, to give you any further information as to our plans, etc., or an officer will wait upon you to receive instructions for the supply of workers, if requested. As no charge will be made for registration of either the wants of employers or the wants of the unemployed, it will be obvious that a considerable outlay will be necessary to sustain these operations in active usefulness, and that therefore financial help will be greatly needed. We shall gratefully receive donations from the smallest coin up to help to cover the cost of working this department. We think it right to say that only in special cases shall we feel at liberty to give personal recommendations. This, however, will no doubt be understood, seeing that we shall have to deal with very large numbers who are total strangers to us. Please address all communications or donations as above, marked Central Labor Bureau, etc. We propose to enter upon a crusade against sweating. Will you help us? Dear Sir, in connection with the Social Reform Wing, a Central Labor Bureau has been opened, one department of which will deal especially with that class of labor termed unskilled, from amongst whom are drawn boardmen, messengers, bill distributors, circular addressers, window cleaners, whitewashers, carpet beaters, etc., etc. It is very important that work given to these workers, and others not enumerated, should be taxed as little as possible by the contractor, or those who act between the employer and the worker. In all our operations in this capacity, we do not propose to make profit out of those we benefit, paying over the whole amount received, less, say, 1 halfpenny in the shilling, or some such small sum which will go towards the expense of providing boards for sandwich boardmen, the hire of barrows, purchase of necessary tools, etc., etc. We are very anxious to help that most needy class, the boardmen, many of whom are sweated out of their miserable earnings, receiving often as low as 1 shilling for a day's toil. We appeal to all who sympathize with suffering humanity, especially religious and philanthropic individuals and societies, to assist us in our efforts by placing orders for the supply of boardmen, messengers, bill distributors, window cleaners, and other kinds of labor in our hands. Our charge for boardmen will be 2 shillings 2pence, including boards, the placing and proper supervision of the men, etc. 2 shillings at least will go directly to the men. Most of the hirers of boardmen pay this, and some even more, but often not more than one half reaches the men. We shall be glad to forward you further information of our plans, or will send a representative to further explain or to take orders on receiving notice from you to that effect. Believe me to be yours faithfully, etc. Central Labor Bureau, notice to the unemployed male and female. A free registry for all kinds of unemployed labor has been opened at the above address. If you want work, call and make yourself and your wants known. Enter your name and address and wants on the registers, or fill up a form below and hand it in at above address. Look over the advertising pages of the papers provided. Tables with pens and ink are provided for you to write for situations. If you live at a distance, fill up this form giving all particulars or references and forward to Commissioner Smith, care of the Labor Bureau, requesting your name, address, kind of work wanted, wages you ask, age, during the past 10 years have you had regular employment, for how long, what kind of work, what work can you do, what have you worked at odd times, how much did you earn when regularly employed, how much did you earn when irregularly employed, are you married, is wife living, how many children and their ages. If you were put on a farm to work at anything you could do, and were supplied with food, lodging, and clothes, with a view to getting you on your feet, would you do all you could? End of section 43. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 44. How Beggary was Abolished in Bavaria, by Count Rumford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Count Rumford was an American officer who served with considerable distinction in the Revolutionary War in that country, and afterwards settled in England. From thence he went to Bavaria, where he was promoted to the chief command of its army, and also was energetically employed in the civil government. Bavaria at this time literally swarmed with beggars, who were not only an eyesore and discredit to the nation, but a positive injury to the state. The Count resolved upon the extinction of this miserable profession, and the following extracts from his writings describe the method by which he accomplished it. Bavaria, by the neglect of the government and the abuse of the kindness and charity of its amiable people, had become infested with beggars, with whom mingled vagabonds and thieves. They were to the body politic what parasites and vermin are to people and dwellings, breeding by the same lazy neglect. Page 14. In Bavaria there were laws which made provisions for the poor, but they suffered them to fall into neglect. Beggary had become general. Page 15. In short, says Count Rumford, these detestable vermin swarmed everywhere, and not only their impudence and clamorous importunity were boundless, but they had recourse to the most diabolical arts and the most horrid crimes in the prosecution of their infamous trade. They exposed and tortured their own children, and those they stole for the purpose, to extort contributions from the charitable. Page 15. In the large towns, beggary was an organized imposture, with a sort of government and police of its own. Each beggar had his beat, with orderly successions and promotions, as with other governments. There were battles to decide conflicting claims, and a good beat was not infrequently a marriage portion or a thumping legacy. Page 16. He saw that it was not enough to forbid beggary by law, or to punish it by imprisonment. The beggars cared for neither. The energetic Yankee statesman attacked the question as he did problems in physical science. He studied beggary and beggars. How would he deal with one individual beggar? Send him for a month to prison to beg again as soon as he came out? That is no remedy. The evident course was to forbid him to beg, but at the same time to give him the opportunity to labor, to teach him to work, to encourage him to honest industry. And the wise ruler sets himself to provide food, comfort, and work for every beggar and vagabond in Bavaria, and did it. Page 17. Count Rumford, wise and just, sets himself to reform the whole class of beggars and vagabonds, and convert them into useful citizens, even those who had sunk into vice and crime. What, he asked himself, is, after the necessities of life, the first condition of comfort? Cleanliness, which animals and insects prize, which in man affects his moral character, and which is akin to godliness. The idea that the soul is defiled and depraved by what is unclean has long prevailed in all ages. Virtue never dwelt long with filth. Our bodies are at war with everything that defiles them. His first step, after a thorough study and consideration of the subject, was to provide in Munich, and at all necessary points, large, airy, and even elegant houses of industry, and store them with the tools and materials of such manufactures as were most needed and would be most useful. Each house was provided with a large dining room and a cooking apparatus sufficient to furnish an economical dinner to every worker. Teachers were engaged for each kind of labor. Warmth, light, comfort, neatness, and order in and around these houses made them attractive. The dinner every day was gratis, provided at first by the government, later by the contributions of the citizens. Bakers brought stale bread, butchers refuse meat, citizens their broken victuals, all rejoicing in being freed from the nuisance of beggary. The teachers of handicrafts were provided by the government, and while all this was free, everyone was paid the full value for his labor. You shall not beg, but there is comfort, food, work, and pay. There was no ill usage, no harsh language. In 5 years, not a blow was given even to a child by his instructor. When the preparations for this great experiment had been silently completed, the army, the right arm of the governing power, which had been prepared for the work by its own thorough reformation, was called into action in aid of the police and the civil magistrates. Regiments of cavalry were so disposed as to furnish every town with a detachment, with patrols on every highway, and squads in the villages, keeping the strictest order and discipline, paying the utmost deference to the civil authorities, and avoiding all offense to the people. Instructed, when the order was given, to arrest every beggar, vagrant, and deserter, and bring them before the magistrates. This military police cost nothing extra to the country beyond a few cantonments, and this expense to the whole country was less than £3,000 a year. The 1st of January, 1790, New Year's Day, from time immemorial the beggars' holiday, when they swarmed in the streets expecting everyone to give, the commissioned and the non-commissioned officers of 3 regiments of infantry were distributed early in the morning at different points of Munich to wait for orders. Lieutenant General Count Rumford assembled at his residence the chief officers of the army and principal magistrates of the city, and communicated to them his plans for the campaign. Then, dressed in the uniform of his rank, with his orders and decorations glittering on his breast, setting an example to the humblest soldier, he led them into the street, and had scarcely reached it before a beggar approached, wishing him a happy New Year, and waited for the expected aims. I went up to him, says Count Rumford, and laying my hand gently on his shoulder, told him that henceforth begging would not be permitted in Munich, that if he was in need, assistance would be given him, and if detected begging again, he would be severely punished. He was then sent to the town hall, his name and residence inscribed upon the register, and he was directed to repair to the military house of industry next morning, where he would find dinner, work, and wages. Every officer, every magistrate, every soldier followed the same example set them. Every beggar was arrested, and in one day a stop was put to beggary in Bavaria. It was banished out of the kingdom. And now let us see what was the progress and success of this experiment. It seemed a risk to trust the raw materials of industry, wool, flax, hemp, etc., to the hands of common beggars. To render debauched and depraved class orderly and useful was an arduous enterprise. Of course, the greater number made bad work at the beginning. For months they cost more than they came to. They spoiled more horns than they made spoons. Employed first in the coarser and ruder manufactures, they were advanced as they improved, and were for some time paid more than they earned, paid to encourage good will, effort, and perseverance. These were worth any sum. The poor people saw that they were treated with more than justice, with kindness. It was very evident that it was all for their good. At first there was confusion, but no insubordination. They were awkward, but not insensible to kindness. The aged, the weak, and the children were put to the easiest tasks. The younger children were paid simply to look on until they begged to join in the work, which seemed to them like play. Everything around them was made clean, quiet, orderly, and pleasant. Living at their own homes, they came at a fixed hour in the morning. They had at noon a hot, nourishing dinner of soup and bread. Provisions were either contributed or bought wholesale, and the economies of cookery were carried to the last point of perfection. Count Rumford had so planned the cooking apparatus that 3 women cooked a dinner for 1,000 persons at a cost, though wood was used, of 4 1/2 pennies for fuel, and the entire cost of the dinner for 1,200 was only £1 7s. 6 1/2d, or about 1/3 of a penny for each person. Perfect order was kept, at work, at meals, and everywhere. As soon as a company took its place at table, the food having been previously served, all repeated a short prayer. "Perhaps," says Count Rumford, "I ought to ask pardon for mentioning so old-fashioned a custom, but I own I am old-fashioned enough myself to like such things." These poor people were generously paid for their labor, but something more than cash payment was necessary. There was needed a feeling of emulation, the desire to excel, the sense of honor, the love of glory. Not only pay, but rewards, prizes, distinctions were given to the more deserving. Peculiar care was taken with the children. They were first paid simply for being present, idle lookers-on, until they begged with tears to be allowed to work. "How sweet those tears were to me," says Count Rumford, "can easily be imagined." Certain hours were spent by them in a school for which teachers were provided. The effect of these measures was very remarkable. Awkward as the people were, they were not stupid, and learned to work with unexpected rapidity. More wonderful was the change in their manners, appearances, and the very expression of their countenances. Cheerfulness and gratitude replaced the gloom of misery and the sullenness of despair. Their hearts were softened. They were most grateful to their benefactor for themselves, still more for their children. These worked with their parents, forming little industrial groups, whose affection excited the interest of every visitor. Parents were happy in the industry and growing intelligence of their children, and the children were proud of their own achievements. The great experiment was a complete and triumphant success. When Count Rumford wrote his account of it, it had been 5 years in operation. It was financially a paying speculation, and had not only banished beggary, but had wrought an entire change in the manners, habits, and very appearance of the most abandoned and degraded people in the kingdom. Count Rumford, pages 18 through 24. Are the poor ungrateful? Count Rumford did not find them so. When, from the exhaustion of his great labors, he fell dangerously ill, these poor people whom he had rescued from lives of shame and misery spontaneously assembled, formed a procession, and went in a body to the cathedral to offer their united prayers for his recovery. When he was absent in Italy, and supposed to be dangerously ill in Naples, they set apart a certain time every day, after work hours, to pray for their benefactor. After an absence of 15 months, Count Rumford returned with renewed health to Munich, a city where there was work for everyone, and not one person whose wants were not provided for. When he visited the military workhouse, the reception given him by these poor people drew tears from the eyes of all present. A few days after, he entertained 1,800 of them in the English garden, a festival at which 30,000 of the citizens of Munich assisted. Count Rumford, pages 24 and 25. End of section 44. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 45. The Cooperative Experiment at Rallahine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. The outrages of the Whitefeet, Lady Clairboys, and Terryalt's laborers far exceeded those of recent occurrence, yet no remedy but force was attempted, except by one Irish landlord, Mr. John Scott Vandeleur of Rallahine, County Clare, late High Sheriff of his county. Early in 1831, his family had been obliged to take flight in charge of an armed police force, and his steward had been murdered by one of the laborers, having been chosen by lot at a meeting held to decide who should perpetrate the deed. Mr. Vandeleur came to England to seek someone who would aid him in organizing the laborers into an agricultural and manufacturing association to be conducted on cooperative principles, and he was recommended to Mr. Craig, who, at great sacrifice of his position and prospects, consented to give his services. No one but a man of rare zeal and courage would have attempted so apparently hopeless a task as that which Mr. Craig undertook. Both the men whom he had to manage, the Terryalts who had murdered their master's steward, and their surroundings were as little calculated to give confidence in the success of the scheme as they well could be. The men spoke generally the Irish language, which Mr. Craig did not understand, and they looked upon him with suspicion, as one sent to worm out of them the secret of the murder recently committed. He was consequently treated with coldness, and worse than that. On one occasion the outline of his grave was cut out of the pasture near his dwelling, and he carried his life in his hand. After a time, however, he won the confidence of these men, rendered savage as they had been by ill treatment. The farm was let by Mr. Vandeleur at a fixed rent, to be paid in fixed quantities of farm produce, which, at the prices ruling in 1830-31, would bring in £900, which included interest on buildings, machinery, and livestock provided by Mr. Vandeleur. The rent alone was £700. As the farm consisted of 618 acres, only 268 of which were under tillage, this rent was a very high one, a fact which was acknowledged by the landlord. All profits after payment of rent and interest belonged to the members, divisible at the end of the year if desired. They started a cooperative store to supply themselves with food and clothing, and the estate was managed by a committee of the members, who paid every male and female member wages for their labor in labor notes, which were exchangeable at the store for goods or cash. Intoxicating drink or tobacco were prohibited. The committee each day allotted each man his duties. The members worked the land partly as kitchen garden and fruit orchards, and partly as dairy farm, stall feeding being encouraged and root crops grown for the cattle. Pigs, poultry, etc., were reared. Wages at the time were only 8 pence per day for men and 5 pence for women, and the members were paid at these rates. Yet, as they lived chiefly on potatoes and milk produced on the farm, which, as well as mutton and pork, were sold to them at extremely low prices, they saved money, or rather notes. Their health and appearance quickly improved, so much so that with disease raging around them, there was no case of death or serious illness among them while the experiment lasted. The single men lived together in a large building, and families in cottages. Assisted by Mrs. Craig, the secretary carried out the most enlightened system of education for the young, those old enough being alternately employed on the farm and in the school. Sanitary arrangements were in a high state of perfection, and physical and moral training were most carefully attended to. In respect of these and other social arrangements, Mr. Craig was a man much before his time, and he has since made himself a name in connection with their application in various parts of the country. The new system, as the Ralleigh experiment was called, though at first regarded with suspicion and derision, quickly gained favor in the district, so that before long outsiders were extremely anxious to become members of the association. In January 1832, the community consisted of 50 adults and 17 children. The total number afterwards increased to 81. Everything was prosperous, and the members of the association were not only benefited themselves, but their improvement exercised a beneficent influence upon the people in their neighborhood. It was hoped that other landlords would imitate the excellent example of Mr. Vandeleur, especially as his experiment was one profitable to himself, as well as calculated to produce peace and contentment in disturbed Ireland. Just when these hopes were raised to their highest degree of expectancy, the happy community at Ralleigh was broken up through the ruin and flight of Mr. Vandeleur, who had lost his property by gambling. Everything was sold off, and the labor notes saved by the members would have been worthless had not Mr. Craig, with noble self-sacrifice, redeemed them out of his own pocket. We have given but a very scanty description of the system pursued at Ralleigh. The arrangements were in most respects admirable, and reflected the greatest credit upon Mr. Craig as an organizer and administrator. To his wisdom, energy, tact, and forbearance, the success of his experiment was in great measure due, and it is greatly to be regretted that he was not in a position to repeat the attempt under more favorable circumstances. History of a Cooperative Farm. Carlyle on the Social Obligations of the Nation. 45 years ago. Inserted at the earnest request of a friend, who was struck by the coincidence of some ideas, similar to those of this volume, set forth so long ago, but as yet remaining unrealized, and which I had never read. Extracts from Past and Present by Thomas Carlyle, 1843. A Prime Minister, even here in England, who shall dare believe the heavenly omens and address himself like a man and a hero to the great dumb struggling heart of England, and speak out for it, and act out for it, the God's justice it is writhing to get uttered and perishing for want of, yes, he too will see awaken round him a passionate, burning, all-defiant loyalty, the heart of England, and such a support as no division list or parliamentary majority has ever yet known to yield a man. Here as there, now as then, he who can and dare trust the heavenly immensities, all earthly localities are subject to him. We will pray for such a man and First Lord. Yes, and far better, we will strive and incessantly make ready, each of us, to be worthy to serve and second such a First Lord. We shall then be as good as sure of his arriving, sure of many things, let him arrive or not. Who can despair of governments that passes a soldier's guardhouse, or meets a red-coated man in the streets, that a body of men could be got together to kill other men when you bade them? This, a priori, does it not seem one of the impossiblest things? Yet look, behold it, in the stolidest of do-nothing governments, that impossibility is a thing done. Carlyle, Past and Present, page 223. Strange, interesting, and yet most mournful to reflect on. Was this, then, of all the things mankind had some talent for, the one thing important to learn well, and bring to perfection, this of successfully killing one another? Truly you have learned it well, and carried the business to a high perfection. It is incalculable what by arranging, commanding, and regimenting you can make of men. These thousand straight-standing, firm-set individuals, who shoulder arms, who march, wheel, advance, retreat, and are, for your behoof, a magazine charged with fiery death, in the most perfect condition of potential activity. Few months ago, till the persuasive sergeant came, what were they? Multiform, ragged losels, runaway apprentices, starved weavers, thievish valets, an entirely broken population, fast tending towards the treadmill. But the persuasive sergeant came, by tap of drum enlisted, or formed lists of them, took heartily to drilling them, and he and you have made them this. Most potent, effectual for all work whatsoever, is wise planning, firm, combining, and commanding among men. Let no man despair of governments who looks on these 2 centuries at the Horse Guards and our United Service Clubs. I could conceive an emigration service, a teaching service, considerable varieties of united and separate services, of the due thousands strong, all effective as this fighting service is, all doing their work like it, which work, much more than fighting, is henceforth a necessity of these new ages we are got into. Much lies among us, convulsively, nigh desperately struggling to be born. Past and Present, page 224. It was well, all this we know, and yet it was not well. 40 soldiers, I am told, will disperse the largest Spitalfields mob. 40 to 10,000. That is the proportion between drilled and undrilled. Much there is which cannot yet be organized in this world, but somewhat also which can, somewhat also which must. When one thinks, for example, what books are become and becoming for us, what operative Lancashires are become, what a fourth estate and innumerable virtualities, not yet got to be actualities, are become and becoming, one sees organisms enough in the dim, huge future, and united services quite other than the red-coat one, and much, even in these years, struggling to be born. Past and Present, page 226. An effective teaching service I do consider that there must be. Some education secretary, captain general of teachers, who will actually contrive to get us taught. Then again, why should there not be an immigration service, and secretary with adjuncts, with funds, forces, idle navy ships, and ever-increasing apparatus, in fine an effective system of emigration, so that at length, before our 20 years of respite ended, every honest willing workman who found England too strait, and the organization of labor not yet sufficiently advanced, might find likewise a bridge built to carry him into new western lands, there to organize with more elbow-room some labor for himself, there to be a real blessing, raising new corn for us, purchasing new webs and hatchets from us, leaving us at least in peace, instead of staying here to be physical force Chartist, unblessed, and no blessing. Is it not scandalous to consider that a Prime Minister could raise within the year, as I have seen it done, 120 millions sterling to shoot the French, and we are stopped short for want of the 100th part of that to keep the English living? The bodies of the English living, and the souls of the English living, these two services, an education service and an emigration service, these with others, will have actually to be organized. A free bridge for emigrants. Why, we should then be on a par with America itself, the most favored of all lands that have no government, and we should have, besides, so many traditions and mementos of priceless things which America has cast away. We could proceed deliberately to organize labor not doomed to perish unless we effected it within year and day, every willing worker that proved superfluous finding a bridge ready for him. This verily will have to be done. The time is big with this. Our little isle is grown too narrow for us, but the world is wide enough yet for another 6,000 years. England's sure markets will be among new colonies of Englishmen in all quarters of the globe. All men trade with all men when mutually convenient, and are even bound to do it by the Maker of men. Our friends of China, who guiltily refuse to trade in these circumstances, had we not to argue with them in cannon shot at last, and convince them that they ought to trade? Hostile tariffs will arise to shut us out, and then again will fall to let us in. But the sons of England, speakers of the English language, were it nothing more, will in all times have the ineradicable predisposition to trade with England. Mycale was the Pan-Ionian rendezvous of all the tribes of Ion for old Greece. Why should not London long continue the all-Saxon home, rendezvous of all the children of the Harzrock, arriving, in select samples, from the Antipodes and elsewhere by steam and otherwise, to the season here? What a future! Wide is the world, if we have the heart and heroism for it, which, by Heaven's blessing, we shall. Keep not standing fixed and rooted, briskly venture, briskly roam, head and hand where'er thou foot it, and stout heart are still at home. In what land the sun does visit, brisk are we whate'er betide. To give space for wandering, is it, that the world was made so wide? 1,400 years ago it was a considerable emigration service, never doubted, by much enlistment, discussion, and apparatus, that we ourselves arrived in this remarkable island and got into our present difficulties, among others. Past and present, pages 228 through 230. The main substance of this immense problem of organizing labor, and first of all of managing the working classes, will, it is very clear, have to be solved by those who stand practically in the middle of it, by those who themselves work and preside over work. Of all that can be enacted by any Parliament in regard to it, the germs must already lie potentially extant in those two classes who are to obey such enactment. a human chaos in which there is no light, you vainly attempt to irradiate by light shed on it. Order never can arise there. Past and Present, pages 231 through 232. Look around you. Your world hosts are all in mutiny, in confusion, destitution, on the eve of fiery wreck and madness. They will not march farther for you on the sixpence a day and supply and demand principle. They will not, nor ought they, nor can they. Ye shall reduce them to order. Begin reducing them to order, to just subordination, noble loyalty in return for noble guidance. Their souls are driven nigh mad. Let yours be sane and ever saner. Not as a bewildering mob, but as a firm, regimented mass, with real captains over them, will these men march any more. All human interests, combined human endeavors, and social growth in this world have, at a certain stage of their development, required organizing and work. The grandest of human interests does not require it. God knows the task will be hard, but no noble task was ever easy. This task will wear away your lives and the lives of your sons and grandsons. But for what purpose, if not for tasks like this, were lives given to men? Ye shall cease to count your 1,000-pound scalps. The noble of you shall cease. Nay, the very scalps, as I say, will not long be left, if you count only these. Ye shall cease wholly to be barbarous, vulturous cactaws, and become noble European 19th century men. Ye shall know that Mammon, in never such gigs and flunky respectabilities, is not the alone God, that of himself he is but a devil and even a brute God. Difficult? Yes, it will be difficult. The short fiber cotton, that too was difficult. The waste cotton shrub, long useless, disobedient as the thistle by the wayside. Have ye not conquered it, made it into beautiful bandana webs, white woven shirts for men, bright tinted air garments wherein flit goddesses? Ye have shivered mountains asunder, made the hard iron pliant to you as soft putty. The forest giants, marsh jatoons, bear sheaves of golden grain. Aegir, the sea demon himself, stretches his back for a sleek highway to you, and on fire horses and wind horses ye career. Ye are most strong. Thor, red-bearded, with his blue sun eyes, with his cheery heart and strong thunder hammer, he and you have prevailed. Ye are most strong, ye sons of the icy north, of the far east, far marching from your rugged eastern wilderness, hitherward from the grey dawn of time. Ye are sons of the Jotun land, the land of difficulties conquered. Difficult? You must try this thing. Once try it with the understanding that it will and shall have to be done. Try it as ye try the paltier thing, making of money. I will bet on you once more, against all Jatuns, tailor gods, double-barreled lawwards, and denizens of chaos whatsoever. Past and Present, pages 236 and 237. A question arises here, whether in some ulterior, perhaps not far distant stage of this chivalry of labor, your master-worker may not find it possible and needful to grant his workers permanent interest in his enterprise and theirs, so that it become in practical result what in essential fact and justice it ever is, a joint enterprise. All men, from the chief master down to the lowest overseer and operative, economically as well as loyally concerned for it? Which question I do not answer. The answer, near or else far, is perhaps yes. And yet one knows the difficulties. Despotism is essential in most enterprises. I am told they do not tolerate freedom of debate on board a 74. Republican Senate and plebiscite would not answer well in cotton mills. and yet observe there too freedom, not nomads or apes' freedom, but man's freedom. This is indispensable. We must have it, and will have it. To reconcile despotism with freedom, well, is that such a mystery? Do you not already know the way? It is to make your despotism just, rigorous as destiny, but just, too, as destiny and its laws, the laws of God. All men obey these, and have no freedom at all but in obeying them. The way is already known, part of the way, and courage and some qualities are needed for walking on it. Past and present, pages 241, 242. Not a May game is this man's life, but a battle and a march, a warfare with principalities and powers. No idle promenade through fragrant orange groves and green flowery spaces, waited on by the choral muses in the rosy hours. It is a stern pilgrimage through burning sandy solitudes, through regions of thick-ribbed ice. He walks among men, loves men, with inexpressible soft pity, as they cannot love him. But his soul dwells in solitude in the uttermost parts of creation. In green oases by the palm-tree wells he rests a space, but anon he has to journey forward, escorted by the terrors and the splendors, the archdemons and archangels. All heaven and all pandemonium are his escort. The stars, keen glancing from the immensities, send tidings to him. The graves, silent with their dead from the eternities, deep calls for him unto deep. Past and present, page 249. End of section 45. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 46. The Catholic Church and the Social Question. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. The Reverend Dr. Berry read a paper at the Catholic Conference on June 30th, 1890, from which I take the following extracts as illustrative of the rising feeling of this subject in the Catholic Church. The Reverend Dr. Berry began by defining the proletariat as those who have only one possession, their labor, those who have no land and no stake in the land, no house and no home except the few sticks of furniture they significantly call by the name, no right to employment, but at the most a right to poor relief, and who until the last 20 years had not even a right to be educated, unless by the charity of their betters. The class which, without figure of speech or flights of rhetoric, is homeless, landless, propertyless in our chief cities, that I call the proletariat. Of the proletariat, he declared there were hundreds of thousands growing up outside the pale of all churches. He continued, for it is frightfully evident that Christianity has not kept pace with the population, that it has lagged terribly behind, that in plain words we have in our midst a nation of heathens, to whom the ideals, the practices, and the commandments of religion are things unknown, as little realized in the miles on miles of tenement houses and the factories which have produced them as though Christ had never lived or never died. How could it be otherwise? The great mass of men and women have never had time for religion. You cannot expect them to work double tides, with hard physical labor from morning till night in the surroundings we know and see. How much mind and leisure is left for higher things on 6 days of the week? We must look this matter in the face. I do not pretend to establish the proportion between different sections in which these things happen. Still less am I willing to lay the blame on those who are houseless, landless, and propertyless. What I say is that if the government of a country allows millions of human beings to be thrown into such conditions of living and working as we have seen, these are the consequences that must be looked for. "A child," said the Anglican Bishop South, "has a right to be born, and not to be damned into the world." Here have been millions of children literally damned into the world. Neither their heads nor their hands trained for anything useful. Their miserable subsistence a thing to be fought and scrambled for. Their homes reeking dens under the law of leaseholding which has produced outcast London and horrible Glasgow. Their right to a playground and amusement curtailed to the running gutter, and their great object lesson in life the drunken parents who end so often in the prison, the hospital, and the workhouse. We need not be astonished if these not only are not Christians, but have never understood why they should be. The social condition has created this domestic heathenism, then the social condition must be changed. We stand in need of a public creed, of a social, and, if you will understand the word, of a lay Christianity. This work cannot be done by the clergy, nor within the four walls of a church. The field of battle lies in the school, the home, the street, the tavern, the market, and wherever men come together. To make the people Christian, they must be restored to their homes, and their homes to them. End of section 46. End of In Darkest England and the Way Out by William Booth. Recording by Tom Hirsch.